and the
Oh, perfect.
so and they will make it bigger when the
time comes.
When the time comes. Okay.
Good. And then I can see the next slide because I don't really remember what I wrote.
ICEGOV. ICEGOV, International Conference on Theory and Practice of Electronic Governance.
So, good morning. How are you? Fine, well slept? Yep. So your attention, please. So welcome to this morning keynote speaker and high-level panel. I hope you are enjoying the conference as usual. So introduce myself first. I'm Sel Malouli. I'm a professor at Université Laval in Quebec City. And I'm very happy this morning and today to share this panel, this keynote. So always happy, Teresa, to moderate your speeches. You know you are my mentor. Huh? So if I am here, it's because Teresa Pardo. Huh? So thank you, Teresa. So let me first introduce our guest speaker today. So Teresa Pardo, she's the Associate Vice President for Research, and she is also the Special Assistant to the President at the University at Albany, State University of New York. She also serves as a Senior Fellow at the Center for Technology in Government, CTGU Albany, a full research professor in public administration and policy, Rockefeller College, and as affiliate faculty to the College of Emergency Preparedness, Homeland Security, and Cybersecurity. So today, Teresa will talk us about AI plus X, building a transformation agenda. So please, Teresa, the floor is yours, and thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be back at ICEGOV, first of all. And then wonderful to be here in Guimarães with so many old friends in such a beautiful place and with old friends. And I'd like to say that Sel, while he calls me his mentor, he mentors me just as much. So it's a mutually beneficial relationship, as every mentor relationship should be, right? So it's wonderful to talk as part of this important conference about AI plus X. And I'll talk about what I mean by that, AI plus X. There's been many conversations already the last hours about both formally and last night as well, and certainly at the dinner, talking about the challenges, but also the opportunities that we have in thinking about what tools, what techniques, what mechanisms, what policies, what practices need to be transformed in order for us to realize the potential of artificial intelligence, the potential that we all expect, that we've seen in some cases, but that we're still anticipating in many others. And so I want to share with you this quick quote, a couple years old, but I think it's an important statement from Andrew Ng at Stanford, where he talked about AI as the new electricity and predicted, as we all have in many cases, that it will be everywhere in all things. And if that is the case, I can't see that far away, so pardon me. Just as electricity transformed almost everything 100 years ago, today I actually have a hard time thinking of an industry that I don't think AI will transform in the next several years. So I think this is a relatively accurate statement. I think several years is a little optimistic when this was stated in 2017. I think the potential is great, but the time frame needs a little bit of an adjustment, certainly from my perspective. So this is what I want to talk with you about today. I'm going to talk a bit about AI plus X and how the AI, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to move over here because I can't see my slides, and I don't want to keep turning around. Is that okay? Can you turn this on? This is much more comfortable anyway. I'll jump out on this. Public sector, AI plus X, and across the disciplines, across the policy domains, in academic institutions, which is what I'm going to end this talk with today, which is the AI plus X curriculum, as we think about how do we prepare to transform across the entire academic enterprise, across industry, across civil society, across the world. How do we think differently about the academic institutions that many of us are responsible for? I'm going to talk a little bit about the potential and the gaps in the readiness of governments to fully leverage AI. And then I'll talk specifically about the transformation agenda that we're carrying out at the University at Albany as a case example, not as the best model anywhere ever, but a case example that I think is pretty novel and maybe a front runner to consider. So just briefly, a little bit about the State University of New York at Albany, or State University of New York, excuse me. We are the largest public university in the US, 64 campuses spread throughout the state of New York. 600,000 students in a year. It's a lot of people considering a lot of issues, a lot of disciplines, as I said, from athletics to zoology. We have a very important profile to bring forward in this conversation, which is that the University at Albany has historically invested in changing the face of the student population to reflect the population in the state of New York. So as you can see here, 40% of our students are first-generation college students. 47% I think we have is the number of students from historically underrepresented minorities in the US. We are recognized by the Carnegie Endowment as a community engagement institution. And we are just this week recognized with the Seal of Excellence for a data-driven commitment to Latino and Latino student success. And as a consequence, just this week, President Obama appointed our president to a national panel on advancing equity in higher education for underrepresented minorities. So this is a really important priority for us. And as we think about it, we also think about how can we transform the education opportunities by integrating cutting-edge tools and techniques, cutting-edge concepts and perspectives, such as those we need for the kind of transformation that's necessary, that we want to realize. Andrew Nigg's vision, that is our vision. So at the University of Albany, just very quickly, I'm part of Rockefeller College, as Sal mentioned. We have the 5th ranking program in digital government in the public, or digital government, IT in the public sector. And so we bring many of our fellows here. Sal is a fellow, others here are fellows. Certainly Tomas and Elsa have had a tremendous influence on who we are and what we do. But for about 27 years, this has been the focus of our agenda, transforming public services through innovations in management, policy, and technology. And I think this is a big part of the transformation challenge that many of us are facing, and I think that we have the opportunity to invest in. And that is the transformation of public services through these kind of interactive, interdependent innovations in management, policy, and technology. At the university, at CTG, and so many of our conversations in these communities around the world, we think about public value and digital transformation. And I take this side step into digital transformation because for me, AI and the integration of AI, the transformation of our societal institutions is another example of digital transformation. And the focus always is on public value creation. How can we create, increase public value through the integration, through the adoption, through the use of technologies? How can we make that transformation happen and generate value? One of the jobs that I have, or I shouldn't say the job, it's a volunteer army, as many things are. One of the roles that I play is as a fellow of the National Academy of Public Administration in the US. And at the change of the administration in the White House, we came together as a community and identified a set of grand challenges. And one of those grand challenges was, of course, making government AI ready. How do we think about what needs to be done in the US government at that point, and primarily the US federal government, to make us AI ready so we can meet the challenge and realize the potential. So this was just a little excerpt from one of those reports that we put together. We created an agenda for 2021, and you can see we talked about the potential opportunities there. We tipped our hat to data as a critical element here, and I'm not going to talk too much about data today, but please do not misunderstand that I don't have deep concerns about data and how we will, in fact, address many of the challenges facing our organizations and how we think about, manage, access, and use data. One of my dear colleagues, Jim Hendler, at the RPI, at the Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, an advisor in the White House, an advisor to the governor of the state of New York, the chair of the ACM Global Policy Council. So this is a gentleman who's a cognitive scientist, has been an AI. He was an AI in the 70s and 80s, and he kind of walked away because nobody seemed to be paying any attention. Now he's back, like a lot of folks, because we have the compute capability to actually realize some of the vision, some of the dream. His perspective is we are at the very least on a 10-year journey. 10 years before we begin to see the deep integration and the public value generation that we all imagine is possible because of the kind of management policy changes that have to occur as well. So I'm going to just, where are my timekeeper? Will I use this? This says I have 81 minutes left, so get comfy. 15 minutes, okay, good, because that means I'll talk for like 30. Okay. Okay, so is Driss Gatani here? Driss? No? So this is an excerpt from a conference concept paper that the conference was just a couple weeks ago. A few of us participated in this. And you can see this highlighted statement here. A widely cited study by a group of international and multidisciplinary researchers found that AI can conceivably enable 79% of the SDGs. Says a little bit more, but that's a pretty impressive number. That's pretty, and I'm thinking, how the heck is that going to happen? Okay? So, and then this is in the paper as well, right? So the potential is there. The challenge is, how do we actually realize that potential when we have lots of solutions, but we don't have the opportunity for plug-and-play tools? You all know this. How do we think differently about AI in different contexts, in different programs? So how do we access and use is the question, or access and harness AI is the question that was being asked in that particular conference, thinking about how do we build understanding. Build understanding. This is where I want to focus a lot of my talk in a few minutes. Understand the specific circumstances and understand how we have to imagine AI within those specific circumstances. This is a list of statements from colleagues across the US about AI, some of the challenges, some of their observations. State leaders may be navigating without a clear path to ROI. Despite improvements in decision-making and employee productivity, only 13% of CIOs at the state level in the US in 2021 noted that AI was generating cost savings. 13%. Why is that? Because they don't understand the value it's generating. They don't have ways to measure the value that it's generating. It's not actually generating value. They're not actually using it. Who knows? What is the point? The point is, if we are going to realize this full potential, we can have it in all the industries, but if we don't have value-creating applications, then what have we done? Taking Stock and Moving Forward is an article that myself and Ronnie Medaglia and Ramon Gil Garcia wrote in the Social Science Computer Review a couple years ago. It's a special issue. If you haven't had a chance to look at the articles that are presented there, please do. It's a really wonderful overview, if you will, a set of case studies about AI in the public sector. What we did in our piece as an intro to that was examine both the policy documents that existed throughout the world on AI as well as the current literature. What we found, and I think is most of it is rhetorical. The literature is saying we should really think about A, we should really think about B. The policy documents are cheerleading, they're enthusiastic, AI is going to change the world, but they aren't action plans, or at least at that time they weren't. But this is okay, we're building enthusiasm, we're building energy. 4 areas were identified as priority gaps by this team, by that team that I was just talked about. And I'm putting them out here because we need to be thinking about them, and we need to be thinking about them in a few minutes about the transformation agenda that I'm going to talk about. The governance of AI, data governance, trustworthy AI, and impact assessment methodologies. We have almost very few, and I'd be happy to be corrected if this is the case, ways to determine the impact of the different types of AIs, right? So we keep saying AI. AI is an umbrella term. What do we mean? RPA, machine learning. What are we talking about when we say AI? Which type? Chatbots? Yes, we can have a pretty clear ROI, but what about other applications? So, AI is a tool for public value creation. At the University at Albany, we've been talking a lot recently about structured versus unstructured problems. And it is in those structured problems that we're seeing the kind of value creation that folks are speaking to now. Particularly in the pandemic, we saw a huge uptick in the use of chatbots, as an example, as a way for local governments, state governments to continue to provide service, as we said at CTG, to stay open while being closed. Chatbots, 73% uptick in the use of chatbots by state governments and local governments in the US. So that is a huge number. Great, return on investment. We have an evolving use of AI and weather prediction. So we have we're doing a better job at understanding what is coming and how it will, our most recent Hurricane Ian. We're making welcome advances in those tools. However, for example, again, this is the crisis decision-making is an ill-structured problem. So my colleagues in the computer science departments and other departments that are relying heavily on AI are at the boundaries of the use of AI in unstructured or ill-structured problems. If we're thinking about a hurricane, we're thinking about an extreme weather event or crisis, we need to be relying on more than the tabular data that's collected from the sensors. We're looking at social media, we're looking at newscasts. How do we pull all this data together? How can that kind of data be used to help, to allow us to use AI to enhance crisis decision-making? So excuse me. So the frontier that we need to be thinking about is these ill-structured problems. And we do not have the tools and techniques yet, but we need to invest in those kinds of changes. I'm going to skip this. OK, maybe I won't skip that. So that says a little bit more. We have a new consortium that is focused on these flawed decision-making practices and the limited application of advanced AI technologies in these spaces. We need new paradigms. We need new ways of thinking about and understanding how we can adapt crisis decision-making by new and improved uses of AI, foundational AI. At the University at Albany, how many more? 5. 8? Oh. I can take my time then. So at the University of Albany, we've been able to make an argument, if you will, to our state government about the need for investing in these cutting-edge challenges. How do we think about ill-structured problems and what kind of infrastructure is necessary to create new and pervasive opportunity across the disciplines to understand the uses of AI and to create the potential for new and exciting economic development opportunities. So why are we particularly looking at these ill-structured problems? State University of New York at Albany has the only College of Emergency Preparedness, Homeland Security, and Cybersecurity in the US. We also have the only School of Public Health in the state of New York. And it's one other thing. So we have these public policy, public-facing programs that are all about understanding and managing crises. And so it's very important to us to be able to understand how to leverage these new technologies. And so we went to our governor, not in 1 year, but in the last several years. Everybody knows you don't get $75 million on the first try, right? So, or maybe ever. So we were able to get that kind of investment from the governor's office, and we are expecting an additional $125 million from our industry partners to allow us, as an ecosystem, to put forward a new academic industry partnership that will allow for addressing the most complex challenges that we're facing in advancing AI, our AI capabilities to address the ill-structured problems. But we're also looking at the opportunity that we have to change the curriculum so that we have students across the disciplines thinking about and understanding how AI can impact their discipline, how it can impact the work that they do. What do they need to understand and think about? And so our vision is AI plus X. AI across the policy domains, AI across the disciplinary domains. And so our goal is, you can see our vision statements here. I'll get a little more specific. Here, we're at the university making AI a part of everything we do. And I think a transformation agenda requires this deep, tightly coupling a shared sense of priorities. And this is what we now have with the industry, the communities, the local government communities, as well as the university leadership and the governor's office. IBM has stepped in to put in their part. The state is put in their part. Our job now as academics, as academic leaders, and as research scientists is to figure out to be sure that we leverage these dollars to realize the transformation that's necessary. So we're going to be hiring new faculty, about 100. We'll be making AI plus X programs across the curriculum, as I said, athletics to zoology. At the University of Albany, we have one of the nation's leaders in AI ethics. We have an ethicist from, I can't see what that says, 0. Okay. It's understanding that we have to invest in our nanotechnologies, where we are a national leader, as well as our philosophy professors who are trying to unravel or unpack the challenges we face from an ethical perspective. So I've talked a lot about the AI plus research. We're looking to develop the next-gen AI clusters, quantum computing. A challenge that we're all facing as we have these many conversations at the university about architecting this new supercomputer cluster is identifying use cases. So we're speaking with all our faculty, our researchers in industry, and we're like, okay, imagine, if you will, you had this kind of compute capability. What questions would you answer? They're struggling a little bit to figure out, what would I do with that much compute capability? Others are saying, yes, I absolutely will use the compute capability. This is what I'll do with it. We say, okay, how much compute capability do you need over and above what you have? 2 times, 3 times. What we're talking about is orders of magnitude difference. And our faculty, who are leading edge scientists thinking about AI, they're struggling to make this leap in their sort of mental models about what might be possible with this new kind of compute capability. Well, maybe not all of them, I'm exaggerating a little, but a lot of them. Mostly the disciplinary spaces. So our AI economy is a critical part of what's going to make this happen. Our ability to work with our industry partners. Some of you may know this, but the state of New York is the home of IBM and the home of General Electric. So we have close partners at both IBM and GE who are working with us. In particular, right here, philanthropic programs to support endowed faculty, to support doctoral students, the kind of transformation, cutting-edge technology development that we're anticipating requires us to have strong doctoral students, strong postdocs, as well as endowed professors. And so we can hire a lot of folks, but we also need to engage a lot of folks in these ways. So this is the big picture, the big vision that that we believe is necessary to transform an institution to begin to address the kind of challenges that lie ahead of us in transforming our governments, transforming academia to generate the most public value possible through the applications of information, of AI. And so these are the investment imperatives. Next generation scholarship, next generation compute capability, next generation workforce development. That's at the heart of what we're trying to do at the university, and I think should be at the heart of what many of us are seeking to do at our universities, as well as in our industry partners. A big part of, one last thing, an important part of our, okay, cool. A very important part of this initiative, and I forgot to mention this, is our conversations, for example, with the CIO in the state of New York, with our industry partners, is that they don't need to invest in the kind of AI supercomputer cluster that we're doing, that we're putting in place. They get to use ours, right? The benefit of having this huge centralized investment is that the New York State government, places like New York City, other large governments, other large organizations in the state of New York and elsewhere that need this kind of compute capability, this is a community resource, and as a consequence, we're engaging the community as much as we possibly can in thinking about it, architecting it, analyzing it, and trying to put forward a program that serves certainly the students at the University at Albany, but serves students and the community throughout the world. So thank you very much for listening, and happy to take questions.
Thank you, Teresa. Thank you for this excellent presentation, and we learned a lot of your experience. So I will take 2 questions before inviting the panelists and continue the discussion around AI and government. So we have one question over there, please. Yes. Selim.
Hi, Salim.
Yes, please. Here it is.
Okay. I don't want, well, thank you very much, first of all. I'm sure everybody shares this feeling. But you mentioned something very interesting, AI and ethics. I think one more pressing aspect is AI and trust. Do we people, my background is artificial intelligence, so I'm not against it. But at some time, we are worried that AI leads to bringing up machines, making a decision that might be harmful in a way. And there are so many science fiction stories about this. But maybe is there an academic interest in research in AI and trust? Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely, no question about it. Certainly I mentioned my colleague Jose Cruz, who is the leading ethicist of individual at our university who's funded to examine this question exactly, ethics and AI. But I think even more generally, for example, in the US National Science Foundation has been funding AI institutes across the US. So far, 25 funded already to the total of $25 million apiece. And I've been involved in a couple of applications for these entities, and a big part of the requirements of those proposals is to address the issues of trustworthiness, right? So we're building that kind of, essentially our funding agencies are requiring attention to those kinds of questions, right? What can explainability, transparency, governance, right? So a big question for us is at what point in the development of a new algorithm or the application or adoption of a new data strategy, at what point does that get reviewed by a regulatory body, right? Do the regulators sit with the developers, or do they review it at pilot stage? Right, so where does the close analysis that you're talking about, the close consideration of bias and the lack of explainability, where do those questions get asked? This is why we need to transform our academic institutions and the conversations that we're having. Right? We need to be a little bit more circumspect sometimes in our optimism.
Thank you, Teresa. We have another question here, please. Elsa.
Thank you, Teresa. Thank you so much, always inspiring us. Maybe I have 2 questions or 2 comments. You are talking about AI plus X in the sense of the X having a cross-cutting effect in all the graduates, I understand, or disciplines that we are educating at our universities. And I agree with you that AI is somehow that affects the future work of all disciplines. When you talk about AI plus X, are you really considering changing educational programs to start introducing courses at the undergraduate level for informing all these future graduates about the potential of the use of in each of the professions? This is first question. And the second one, when you put the figure about the 4 pillars, governance of AI, data governance, trustworthy AI, and the fourth one, I wonder if instead of talking of trustworthy AI, we should talk about trustworthy ecosystems for AI, because it's not about trust for the AI of the technologies, but it's about trust of the different actors, of the interactions between the actors, trust in the data, trust in so many things that perhaps we should start thinking about the trust in the ecosystem more.
Yeah, two really great, one great question and a great point. So the first question, we're not transforming the entire curriculum. What we're adding is courses that basically components into every curriculum that will allow for the consideration of AI in that particular discipline, or in our university, a lot of our programs are interdisciplinary, so they get that kind of cross-disciplinary pollination no matter what. So we are not changing the entire curriculum for all of the disciplines, both at the undergraduate, graduate level. But we are, the provost has a priority working with the deans across the campus to look at how might we achieve that in each of the academic programs. So absolutely, it's a complement, not a replacement for existing coursework. So it'll be integrated. And the second point that you're making, I think it's both, right? So we need to think about trustworthy data, trustworthy systems, trustworthy developers, right? We don't know the extent to which all of the component parts must be examined from a trust lens, right? So how do we understand how to look at all of these different component parts? So I would say yes, a trustworthy AI economy. Is that the label that you used? Yeah, I think that's absolutely a way for us to talk about this. But I think it's also important for us to talk about trust with respect to the component parts, right? Because I think it's hard. One of our challenges is when we have sort of high-level phrases about some of the things that we're talking about, how does that get translated into specific actions that have to be carried out by specific kinds of experts, right? So the data is a really good example, right? The ethics, the bias in the data. We can't lose sight of the challenge of that, but we also can't lose sight of the challenge of identifying bias in the algorithms, right? So these are different things. And so trust and trustworthiness is an overarching, I think, concern at every level, and certainly to talk about trust and trustworthiness at the ecosystem level makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah.
That's good. So
I think Elsa wanted to follow up.
You want to follow up?
Do you mind?
No?
Okay.
Okay, so let's take time for that. So thank you, Teresa. So, and thank you for the discussion. Now I would like to invite our guests, our panelists, to continue our discussion about AI and public sector. So my first speaker is Ms. Marta Arsovska-Tomowska. She is from the Office of the Prime Minister of Serbia. So let me introduce her a little bit. Please, welcome. So Marta is the Director of the Public Administration Reform and e-government team in the Office of the Prime Minister of Serbia. So my second panelist is Mr. Vincenzo Acquaro. So please, Mr. Acquaro, welcome. Mr. Acquaro has more than 25 years. I will introduce you, if even everybody knows you. So of experience on ICT and public affairs. He's been working for private sector and international organization. And since 2010, he was appointed as the chief of e-government branch at DPAND and the UN DESA. My third panelist, please, is also my friend Gianluca Misuraka. Gianluca is the founder and vice president on technology, diplomacy, and international relations of Inspiring Futures, IF, a global advisory consultancy in strategic foresight, social innovation, and digital governance with headquarters in Lausanne and Seville. So welcome, and let's put the table, please. to discuss a little bit about what Teresa presented: AI, government, universities, private sector. We saw foundations, we saw a lot of money. We've been jealous, $200 million on the table, but here we are. So I would like to hear from you, please. How do you see this ecosystem with this great picture that you presented about AI, government, your strategic plans? So please, Marta, give you the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Is it okay? Okay. Okay, I guess. So first, I would like to thank Delfina and the organizers for inviting me at this very interesting conference and I always want to learn more because I'm really always inspired by the fact of the statement that there is only one thing that gets bigger when it's shared, and that's knowledge. Yeah. So we are all here to learn. As for me, we in Serbia, and I would like to refer to the story of Serbia, which is really kind of interesting, maybe interesting use case globally. We have started on this journey, embarked on this, let's say, digital transformation journey not long ago. It was like 5 years ago only, when the Prime Minister took her position. Her name is Ana Brnabić, and in her inaugural address she said, because Serbia was predominantly agricultural country, and she said, I want to transform during my mandate and the upcoming mandates, of course, my country from my economy from labor intensive to knowledge driven. And this is the only thing that we can do this is through digital transformation and through technological, let's say, transition. 5 years ago, fast forward, now IT sector is the biggest export sector of Serbia. Every second workplace in Serbia is IT place. We have risen on the e-government development index, Vincenzo, for 18 positions from the last report. We are number 40 in the EGOV, but 23rd in the OSCE. And we have done extremely good for let's say, 5 years, because it was a top priority. One of the pillars of this transformation was AI. Strategy was developed back in 2019. It was relatively new in the region, the first country in the region, 23rd in the world. 5-year strategy, though, we are in the middle of the implementation of the strategy, and we have set basically all the pillars of the ecosystems. And when Teresa showed the ecosystem picture, it's basically the same. So you have to have all the elements in the ecosystem. Right. So there is infrastructure, there are people, there is education, support to R&D, support to companies, support to startups. Basically, everything is in place. Today, we can say that we have transitioned from raspberries to metaverse, if I can say, because we were the biggest exporters of raspberries, and it was that agricultural thing. Now we are thinking about the future. We have established AI Institute, which is a factory of AI leaders. There is AI education even in the elementary school. So we are one of the 11 countries, according to UNESCO, in the world that have, even in the first grade, we are having this AI education throughout the educational curricula with master studies on different topics on AI, but we are considering the thing that you mentioned, that we should add AI to every subject on every academic program, and I would like to continue the discussion with you so we kind of cooperate. We have provided AI supercomputer cluster in the state data center, so which is available to the academia, to the startups, to the companies, and of course to the public sector. We have impressive number of AI use cases in the government, as well as in the companies, because 30% of our companies, or especially the startups, have AI as their core technology. So we are doing great things in the domain of AI because it was one of the top priorities of the government. So whenever you put something as your priority, so everybody joined, partnerships are formed, and people are really understanding the value and the potential. And of course, we should discuss, you already spoke about the potential of AI, not only for the government as a user of AI, but of the potential of the AI for the governments and for the countries and for the economies, which is enormous.
Thank you, Marta, for this insightful development happening in Serbia. Mr. Aguero, when you listen to what's going on in Serbia, when you see the presentation of Teresa, when you have this overview of all the countries around the world, of their development, so how do you think that universities, with government, with international organizations, can work together to bring this new knowledge to our civil servants, policy makers? You know, we saw in the statistics only 30% of the 13% of the CIOs in US, maybe New York State, think that only there is a ROI from AI. So how do you think that you can all work together globally to go beyond these perceptions? Please.
Thank you very much for your question. And I'm going to respond to you soon. But I want first to say that, and it's part of the response, that when we did the e-government survey, the first thing that also we did was to look what is the situations in terms of AI for public administrations. So, and we did it through two different tools. The first one was the member state questionnaire. So we addressed two specific questions. One more about the legislation, law and regulations that countries have adopted or developed in terms of using of new technologies, and in particular artificial intelligence. And the second one was a little bit more on the implementation, that was, and also to inclusion on the other strategic framework of the government. So if the national government strategies make a specific reference, but also which kind of effort put in order to use these new technologies. So we did this, and then on the service provision, when we did the assessment also, we were looking at which kind of AI tools that were already implemented. And what I can tell you is first about the regulatory framework, the law, and then the national government strategy that includes this. We, at regulatory framework, we still have a situation that many countries are now taking into consideration this. Maybe less than 0.5%, they already have in place a law or a regulation. But when you look at the implementation aspect, that is really, really much low. And also is very sporadic. You look only at specific, simple initiatives. Then in terms of concrete small application already implemented in public administration, and that may be also because of COVID pandemic, chatbots. And sometimes even they don't work very well. So yeah, when we were looking at the comments and the feedback of citizens, not many were happy about that. So this is in terms of what we have done to look at what the public administration in the different countries are doing. And then second point is about what the UN as a system is really doing on this. And this is more about the previous question, that is more about the ethics aspect. So the UN as a system, as an interagency working group, that works on, and is still working on drafting the principle for the ethical use of artificial intelligence in the UN systems, but also as to support member states on this. And they are working on principles that we all agree, and is that they should not harm, that must have a defined purpose, necessity and proportionality, safety and security, and then fairness and non-discrimination, sustainability, and of course have to be strongly linked with the right of privacy, data protection, data governance, and last but not least, on the human rights. And so this is also what we are doing inside the UN. Now, coming back to your questions. Indeed, what also we realized, first, that there is a lack of talent in this area. So definitely more than collaboration, I think this is something that really need to be addressed, and we need to work much closely with academia, because we need to create different, so we are not only talking about data scientists or expert on technologies, but people that are expert on ethics. I don't know, I was talking yesterday, maybe with Teresa, about the new figures that you need, and new skills that you need when we work about in this area that are really not technical one. So indeed, this kind of initiative, and of course the capacity of doing and implement solution. So this is maybe the first thing that I had to say, because I was very impressed by your presentation, Teresa. And we will talk more later, because I see a lot of potentiality, even now working closely with your center and with your university. So indeed, this is very important. Then I'm very happy to see that, in any case, many countries are really taking in serious consideration the possibility and the opportunities, but at the same time also the risk and the challenges of that. I think I took my 5 minutes.
Thank you.
So,
thank you, Vincenzo. And we'll have the time to take the questions of the audience and continue this discussion. Great. So hearing this, Gianluca, with your expertise and with your role as an international organization working with different government agencies, policymakers, and so on, and knowing well also the private sector and the role, and we saw in Teresa's presentation, the private sector plus foundation, $100 million putting on the table. So how do you think, how do you see that, Gianluca, for the future, this strong partnerships between academia, policymakers, universities, private sector, and so on, please?
How many days I have to?
5 minutes.
Okay. So first of all, let me thank Sel and all colleagues and everybody here for the invitation, and again a great meeting with all the new friends. And you know, we have been celebrating Elsa and Tomas the other day, and you know, it's now the 15th anniversary of this gathering of you know, the community that is actually shaping the digital governance worldwide. And you know, this year, you know, time flies. I turned 50, and you know, I also decided to change life already the year before, because I've been working exactly in government, private sector, academia, and the international organization with the UN and the European Commission, especially many years. And so now I'm trying to do everything at the same time. That it's a bit complicated. Sometimes I have a crisis of identity. But I remember yesterday when I was listening to the opening by the UN Secretary General Guterres, I was remembering when in 2002 I joined UNDESA, and actually Secretary General Kofi Annan was also stating at the World Telecommunication Union let's resolve the digital divide. Let's act urgently. Well, 20 years passed, and okay, so we are sometimes facing the same challenges as the UN survey is every 2 years reminding us. And I had the pleasure that, of course, as soon as I left the Commission, Vincenzo called me to help also to discuss on the how we may also reconceptualize. And yesterday also came into the discussion the need to maybe even change the terminology and the approach and exactly how we address the disruptive technology like artificial intelligence. That is a set of technology, as Teresa said, that is really changing our life for the good, but also for the bad. In that sense, I have two other hats I want to mention also for the sake of the discussion. That is exactly on what Teresa brought to the fore, the fact that we need to build ecosystems and trusted ecosystems. It's not just to, put a philosopher in the room and, someone from the industry and we will reach the ethics, everything is fine. So on one side, the academia need to change, and this is what exactly Teresa mentioned. And there I'm lucky because, as soon as I came out of the Commission, we launched a new program funded by the Commission, by the way, that is a program on AI for government. It's a master, but it's also actually it's a small project. It's 2.5 million, not like yours. But we are also supposed to build, or at least enable building ecosystem on AI for government in Europe, and then eventually, ambitiously, create a center of excellence worldwide, or at least with a global outreach. And we can discuss on that, because actually exactly what Vincenzo was saying about the need to build talent and capacity in the public sector requires a new way of teaching and designing a new curriculum, but also integrating the design thinking into the curriculum. And that's what we are doing with the Politecnico di Milano, that is with the Department of Design, and also, of course, the Politecnico of Madrid, that is the leading of this project with other universities in Estonia, in Germany, etc. And a lot of friends helping, like Teresa and Vincenzo, that are also part of the scientific committee. The other hat I have that is important here to mention is I'm leading for the Commission what we call in short intouchai.eu, is the International Outreach for Human-Centric Artificial Intelligence. So it's an initiative, also a small one, it's 2.5 million as well. So that the Commission is funding to promote globally the European vision and European perspective on artificial intelligence. So this requires exactly to look at what you mentioned, the governance of AI, but I would say the governance of, with, and by AI, because on one side we have the regulatory aspect. Last night, finally, the Council agreed on the DSA, on the Digital Service Act. So the Digital Service Act, the Digital Market Act, all the data governance legislative package, and the AI Act that is being now discussed between the different European institutions is, let's say, admittedly, trying to set the golden rule, the golden standard in this field. And that's exactly where the ethical aspect of AI come to the, to the forefront of the political debate. And that's where, in fact, the discussion also we are having, the European Union is having with the US in particular in the Trade and Technology Council now is so important. Yesterday again, so we are very lucky because, I don't know if they did it just because we were going to be on stage, but the US published, the White House published the blueprint on the AI Bill of Rights. This is not a binding document, but it's part of the discussion that we are having at the global level. So what Vincenzo said about the UN that is preparing for a resolution on that is actually very much in line with the discussion that UNESCO also had, and we are also having in terms of how we can address the global governance of artificial intelligence. But then, and I won't go further much, is the need to really address the reality gap that we have when we go and see what are actually government doing. And as Vincenzo said in the survey, they coming out with some very superficial use of AI. When I was leading the AI Watch for the public sector in the European Commission, we also made a survey in Europe, and we showed that, yeah, a lot of chatbots, a lot of pilot projects, but not really institutionalized on mainstream use of these technologies. And of course, how we address the risks that these technologies are actually bringing to the fore. And on this, a very last comment, maybe we can discuss later, but last year also with, Jeffrey Sachs and other colleagues asked me and other friends, Stefano Quintarelli, Luca De Biase, also Keegan that is here in the room, to write a piece for the Global Happiness Council on post-COVID society. How can we build forward happier? And that's the, the vision that we all have to try to build. And there we found, of course, that if you look at the reality, and COVID had a very negative impact on many parts of our society. And even the survey that yesterday Vincenzo presented, the results of the survey show that we are actually living in a very polarized world that is even, and not only because of the Russian aggression to Ukraine, but in general, the fact that we are really getting two or more societies. And digital technology are actually further strengthening these divides. So we really have to address that. And technology can also be useful for, let's say, empowering citizens and at the same time building, let's say, better public administrations. So we can go back on that also in looking farther into the future. That is what I'm trying to do every day.
This is great. Thank you, Gianluca. And I like it a lot when you refer not only to policymakers and civil servants as training, but also to citizens. And this is very important. And let me jump a little bit, Teresa, before going to your questions, because you mentioned also the AI Academy. Mm-hmm. And this is very, very interesting. I would like to share with you some experience that we have, and we can discuss about that. At Université Laval today, we are the first provider of training on digital transformation for the government of Quebec. So we already trained 169,000 people. Wow. So they paid around $10 million for the university to put in place the Academy of Digital Transformation. And they said we need to hear from universities and from professors, for our civil servants, from all levels. And this is very interesting point, because now the government is discussing with us the renewal of the Academy. And one of the things that they brought is how we can teach citizens now, how we can transmit information with small 1 hour of video, 15 minutes, 10 minutes, and how we can work on that. So before jumping to the discussion, can we give us more information a little bit about this AI Academy and how you perceive it?
So that yes, and congratulations, 179,000 students. That's pretty impressive. So, excuse me. So the part of what's been put in place at the university is a new program, basically professional and continuing education, right? So we've had those kind of programs for many years, but at the University of Albany, it was had laid fallow, right? But we have resurrected that program with a series of micro-credentials with the expectation that, excuse me, that courses will be available for both government officials, industry, and citizenry. Right? So I think this is a really important point that you make, and exactly the the use of short videos. Mm-hmm. So one of the advantages that we have is that in our School of Education, which is ranked 7 in the country, which is wonderful, we have a colleague who is an expert in the integration of AI into the educational process. So that's his perspective, is advancing that agenda. And so he's a central player in starting to put together some of these videos that will be public-facing for citizens. They'll be part of these micro-credentialing programs. They'll be part of our formal programs. We have a program that's about 30 years old. It's called the Professional Development Program, very fancy name. But it's been serving for about 25 years, maybe even 35 years, the public sector workforce in the state of New York. So they get about a $30 million budget from the state of New York to provide these programs, and AI is on the forefront of the new course development. So we have both our internal experts in AI in education who are focusing on the development of these videos, focusing on the development of micro-credentialing, both for citizens, industry, and public sector. But we also have this formal long-term program that is, again, kind of doing the AI plus X, human services, public safety, transportation, all of the different policy domain areas where we draw workforce, members of the workforce into into those training programs will now be exposed with the AI plus X kind of philosophy. Yeah.
This is great, this is great. And Marta, what do you think?
I think that Teresa is right, and we are doing the same things in Serbia. So last year, we launched through the National Academy of Public Administration 2 courses for the 200,000 plus public sector employees. The first one is on data science. So we have established the data platform at the, of course, state data center that is available to all civil servants. So they're working in teams, basically. We have, from every institution, we have a lawyer and an IT person. So they're working together on data sets, on the, like, first testing on the data platform, but real open data or data specific from the current, from their agency, that they can do data analytics and then derive data-driven decisions, of course. That's one thing. And the other thing, which is really interesting, is that last year we launched a course which is called Introduction to the Fourth Industrial Revolution. And it is, as I said, through the National Academy of Public Administration. And it has 7 modules, AI and machine learning, IoT, robot, drones, blockchain, 3D printing, and platform economy. So it is illustrative, it has many visuals, many videos. It's like a basic course. Why did we do it? We thought that public servants had to get some education about the world that is changing. So not only they can use those, let's say, tools for the improvement of their daily business, but to know where the world is going so they can be able to regulate, because they have to understand what is Uber, you know, is it an IT company or it is a taxi company, so they can understand the world where we live in. So these kind of courses are available also, developed in the public-private partnership with the universities. And they're available to the citizens, and they're available through the Chamber of Commerce to all of the businesses. So 7 courses available for, let's say, 7 million people in Serbia altogether, free of charge, updated regularly, because they have a very interesting content about, you know, people learn about, I don't know, AI, but also, what is AI, but also deepfake, about metaverse, about, I don't know, digital twins. So it is updated with new examples on basically every single week, because, you know, the things are really moving fast, so they need to move fast. However, we are translating those courses. 7 countries throughout the world has already asked us to kind of, you know, provide the courses for their governments. So we are going to be able to give the courses free of charge to any government or any institution that is interesting to do. So I just welcome you to call me, and then we can do that.
This is great, Marta. Really, this is a great initiative. And now I open the floor to the questions. I know that Tomasz is here, but please raise your hand, and we're very happy to take your question. So please, Tomasz.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let me repeat, Elsa, Teresa, you inspire us. I particularly appreciate your connection between AI and public value, because they are not natural allies. There is a lot of tension between AI and public value. And in fact, AI wins on efficiency, but often fails on quality.
Right.
And it's very easy to explain if there is enough data for predictive policing, 5 years of data, you can make sensible decisions for about 80% of the cases in the mainstream. For 20% of the cases at the margins, you don't have enough data to make sensible decisions, and likely you will never have, because they happen so rarely. And to rely on machine to make substantive decisions on behalf of government and making them wrongly is just unacceptable. The risk is just legal, political, other risk is unacceptable. So we just completed a project on government automation for Inter-American Development Bank. And from the many cases we run there concerning the use of AI, we've seen on one side of the spectrum those governments that are very eager to apply AI, almost very zealous, and apply almost ideological drive toward the use of AI. And on the other side, you have very advanced governments, for example, Norwegian Public Welfare Agency, which has decades of work on government automation, and they are stepping back from AI, and they are using old, traditional, procedural computing just to ensure predictability. So you have this wide range of approaches, a lot of risk. I think this discussion is very important, and we have to be aware of the risk when AI is applied at scale in government processing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, Teresa, please.
Really wonderful comments, and I look forward to reading, if I can. I don't know if it's inside, but I look forward to reading that, that document. And I very much agree. And I'm glad to hear, frankly, that there's sort of people are running in, and that in some cases people are stepping back, right? And I think part of what our charge is to prepare our colleagues, our friends, our communities to be circumspect, to have that cautious optimism. So an example that's a few years old, but I'll share it because I think it's really relevant here in terms of our ability or the importance of our training, the public sector workforce as well as others. So the use of AI in sentencing decision-making, right? So the case, I think it's a relatively famous case in one of the large southwestern states in the US. It was determined that the judges were relying on this system to support sentencing decisions. An analysis of the system determined that it was correct, if you will. I'm not sure how they defined correct exactly, but in only 40% of the cases did it, in fact, return a sentencing conclusion that was generally considered by the experts to be appropriate. So the judges were informed of this result, and they said, great, okay, thank you for that, but they still use it. Okay, and they don't use it to inform their decision, they use it to determine the decision. Wow. And it is in yes, exactly, right? So I don't think that's still happening now, but the challenge is, how do we teach judges to understand that the information that they're being provided is relevant and potentially useful, but not always conclusive, right? It's informing them, not replacing them. And I think that's part of our challenge as we educate people about being circumspect and try to counterbalance what they're hearing, right, in the world around them about the magic of AI, right? It's everywhere, but it's not always magical.
Thank you, Teresa. So, Marta, then Vincenzo, please.
I just want to echo Teresa on this. We had this very similar case. We used machine learning in the court for assisting the judges in making decisions on traffic violation. We tested, we piloted, of course, and the results are impressive, like 95% of accuracy. So the machine will take the decision, which will the judge confirm, or it was also his decision. And then it stopped. So there is a proof of concept, technology is working. Now we have to roll out through the system. Judges are against that. They are thinking about 1,000 different reasons why this is not good. They're like postponing voting, and it's not in place. So we have the system, it's perfectly working, it's only supporting, and they don't want to roll it out. So that's why we have come with this idea of training everybody to understand what is behind the application of AI. And for me, that's the productivity, but I will go deeper later in the discussion if you allow me. I would like to suggest that we just talk a little bit about the productivity increase with the AI.
Thank you, Marta. Vincenzo, please.
Thank you. I want more to highlight on what Thomas said. The really strategic importance, even a precondition that is about the asset for AI that are the data. So when we discuss with the governments and they said, we want to do more on AI, but then they realize that they do not have really specific data set or even reliable data for doing that. And then, they are even surprised that it's really linked with that. So this aspect is really, really important, strategic. It's not only for AI, because even for the survey we had problems when we start analyzing the historical data sets. So that part still need a lot work to do, and we need to do in parallel with the other initiatives. So this is a red flag that I want to raise for all the governments, because still there is a lot of work to do in terms of really first cleaning even, because sometimes they have a lot of historical data, but you cannot use it. No. And if you try to use, then the results are very, very not accurate, or in some cases are even completely wrong or even dangerous for citizens. So this is something that I wanted to highlight. And then maybe during the discussion, I would like to ask you if then 1 minute, because also in the e-government survey, with a very limited budget, sometimes I'm thinking that I would like to go back to private sector, because when I hear this wonderful budget, I say, oh my God, I could do so many things on that. But with the limited budget, but with the advantage that as UN we have this, let's say, power for creating partnership, and also to attract talent and very smart researchers, that they really sometimes even work for really to share their knowledge, but for free. And we used AI in our survey to do some specific research on the e-government and on the digital government. So maybe at one point, 1 minute, I would like to ask you, if we can talk about that.
Yes. So let me jump to Gianluca.
And then
please.
I've done it as well.
I mean, of course, no surprise that Thomas raised very important issues that we are all concerned about. But I mean, for instance, it's no surprise also in our program we focus on AI ethics, but also on another topic that I want to open is the procurement of AI. Before to get to that, and actually we need to exchange about I'm just back from South America, where been also I mean, with the Commission now, the European Union has this new strategy that is the Global Digital Gateway, also to work more with partner countries across the world and exactly to build capacity. But of course, as soon as you arrive in any country, they ask you, oh, what is the latest AI tool I can buy? I say, well, wait a minute, to do what? No, we want to buy biometric system to check if the children are getting the social benefit. Oh, wait a minute. So what about data? What about interoperability? I know there will be discussion here. We have a lot of experience with a lot of also challenges that still we have, for instance, to have cross-country cooperation in Europe on these basic things or foundational things that we need to address. And in many countries, they still probably have to do some homework and then maybe enter into the AI world. But then, of course, there is a private sector that, is always good, but sometimes they want to sell their tools. So, and the public sector, the civil servant maybe, or the policymakers, they don't have yet the capacity, the skills to understand. So we need to really get into the procurement of AI, but also knowing that this is not like buying a chair. So we are buying something that can change the life of citizens, and so we really need to understand the implications in a longer-term perspective. And that's why we need to innovate also the way public procurement is done. And on this, again, I remember I was still in GRC when with colleagues in Brussels, we were discussing as part of the coordinated plan of action on AI that the European Union put forward. You know, everybody's focusing on the AI Act. Because of course it's, you know, journalists are looking at that. But on the other side, there is a quite ambitious plan of all 27 member states to work together or coordinate action on AI at in Europe and at the international level. It's exactly building these ecosystems, also in line with the Digital Europe program strategy. And in that coordinated plan of action, I was very happy because they created a new section. We were advocating for that, exactly on AI in the public sector. And then there is a program that is going to be launched soon called Adopt AI that is specifically focusing on the public sector and the procurement of AI. So I think this is an area where also we need to, as academics, now to put more effort in building evidence of what works and what doesn't work, what are the risks. And this is something, of course, the community should be involved very much.
Thank you, Joe.
I'll just be very brief.
Yes, because we have another question.
Okay, I'll be very brief. Because I think it actually reminded me of a ICEGOV keynote I gave a number of years ago, and it was about open data and policymaking. And at the heart of that presentation, and I think I want to bring to the conversation here, we're talking about decision making, right? So if we think about how decisions are made, who are making those decisions, we have to think about the integration of data into those decision-making processes for those kind of decision makers. So if those decision makers are not already relying on data in any way, right? And we know that some of our colleagues at the highest and sometimes the lowest levels have data available, but they don't use it. Okay, so we have to keep in mind that at its core, we're talking about decision making. So the example I gave, which was crisis decision making, a big part of what we're challenged in that project is understanding the context of crisis decision making and how might AI be able to affect or inform decision makers in that environment. So I'll just give one example because it's about one of the things that those who study emergency preparedness focus on is the stress that occurs in an operations center in the context of a crisis. There's a hurricane, there's a tornado, there's a fill in the blank. So we've got people, there's an active shooter. So there's stress in that room, there's 30 people, everybody's trying to figure out what to do. Now we're going to introduce an AI-enhanced decision-making tool. All right, what does that have to look like in order to actually be respected, I guess, and appreciated as a value add opportunity. So decision making, I think we have to keep a very center in our conversations about how and when AI can make a difference.
Thank you for this insightful discussion. So we have another question here and then there. So please, please, I will ask you to introduce yourself, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Jian Hong from UNESCO. It's my pleasure to be here. Good morning, everyone. You know, for UNESCO, we have endorsed the first global AI ethics recommendation last year, setting out 10 brilliant principles to ensure AI is being developed and applied by the company, being regulated by government in a really humanistic way, respecting everybody's human rights. And also, our colleague from UNIDESA has mentioned the newly published US bill, AI Bills of Rights. This morning I read about it. It's really exciting. I particularly noted that mentioned about to avoid the surveillance in the education, in the school, in the training related apps, etc. I think it's really, really very good practice to my point of view. So I wonder if you consider that this kind of Bill of Rights can be a really good practice to be duplicated by other countries in different countries' context. And also, I also want to know about your recommendations, suggesting how we really translate these principles. We are really having so many good principles. We are not a lack of it. So the question of how to translate them into practice and implement. Also, between global north and global south, I can see that AI is being so dominated by a few countries. And for the wide global south, they are really an object, you know. So how we ensure that ethics, human rights, and dignity, and all those good things can be ensured for everyone in the world. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So who would like to jump to the answer to this insightful question?
No, I don't want to answer that. I will leave to my colleagues, but I want really to acknowledge what my colleague said, because when I introduced this interagency working group, it's based on the UNESCO ethical AI recommendation. So that was the main pillar that initiated this big discussion in the UN system as a whole. So I want really to publicly acknowledge that.
Thank you, Bichon. So
go ahead. No. I just spoke, so go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I think that's a really important question that you ask. In this most recent proposal to the National Science Foundation that I referenced, one of the big questions there, one of the big gaps in our readiness is the translation of our ethical frameworks into governance structures, into ways to actually evaluate the compliance, if you will, of the various instantiations of AI against a particular ethical framework. And so I think that is part of the new frontier, right? I think the policies and the bills of rights are very, very important, but we do not have the tools and techniques to translate those into we don't have yet the translation into tools and techniques that can be implemented in the context. And I mentioned this earlier, I think, in my response to Elsa. At what point in the development process? Is it the data? Is it the conceptualization? At what point in the development of our various cutting-edge tools and techniques do we apply these ethical lenses? And I think we don't know the answer to that yet. But that is the question. Right.
So maybe because I mentioned the Bill of Rights because this was came out last night, but there were rumors it was coming in the last few months, and of course we are. As an European, and I'm very happy because this is also, let's say, helping the convergence with the European approach. So of course I speak on my personal capacity, but in the initiative I lead, I support the Commission and the EU institutions, colleagues in exactly trying to discuss and find a common, let's say, way of understanding these topics. For instance, we are discussing with Gabriela Ramos, and UNESCO was in our event we organized at the Expo Dubai recently, and there is more and more, let's say, cooperation on this, on trying to work together. Also because, this polarization we are witnessing today is also calling for taking a stance on whether we want, what kind of world we want for our children in the future. And definitely this has implications on what's happening in our regions, but also worldwide. So I think this debate is only started, but I'm very positive that we will get, especially now with the Trade and Technology Council negotiation, there will be a common way of proceeding, and of course within the framework of the international organization. So this is also a very good framework for discussion and also for capacity building, because then this has to be translated from a paper document into reality.
Thank you, Gianluca. Just for your information, I will take 2 questions because we still have only 10 minutes. I'm seeing many hands, so we have 1 question here and there. I'm sorry for Najat, I'm sorry for you, because we still have only 10 minutes. And I would like also to give the floor to our panelists at the end for the conclusion and for sharing some other experiences. So I'm sorry for that. We still have only 10 minutes. So please, question here, over there, and then come back to the panelists.
Hello,
Please.
thank you for giving me the floor. I'm Georges Lebeau, I'm working for the European Commission in the interoperability unit, and we have been working with Jean-Luc on use of AI, and also of colleagues. We are leading also an action on the use of AI in the public sector. There was one aspect that how you would recommend. I was thinking that there is an increase of distrust of the citizens towards government. It is something that we are experiencing every day in Europe, and how to ensure. I mean, you mentioned that the people, the judge, are not using the system, but also the recipient of the sentence, the people who are affected by the decision. How could you entrust, and there are some initiatives we know locally like Register, I mean, to ensure transparency as well, a sort of auditability. We know that AI is complicated because it's not deterministic system. You cannot predict the decision in advance. It's not, I mean, traditional IT. What are the methods you could use to ensure, I mean, trustworthiness towards the citizen? I mean, because we talk about efficiency, it's true that AI is used also for, I would say, detecting fraud, but this is still, again, it gives the sensation, and we have seen this in project, for example, in Belgium, that people were say, okay, you're using AI to target the people who are, I mean, just to punish, not to, for example, create new proactive public services, this type of things. But what would be your recommendation to increase the trust towards the public in general about the use of AI by the government?
So please, who would like to jump? How the public can trust AI, its results, and so on? Marta, please.
Just shortly, I think what happened with the judges and will happen as a resistance from the generally public servants to use the AI is that they're afraid that they're going to lose their jobs. I think that's one of the reasons, you know, because I don't know if we are going to win the battle with the machines at the end. But we had 2 days ago, we had this big AI conference in Serbia, and the Prime Minister said basically, and what is the bottom line, why we are pushing so much towards the artificial intelligence. So lately we had really great results, one of the biggest GDP growths in Europe for the past year, even during the pandemics. The levels of unemployment rates are declining, so there are no more people. So, but we have to work on the productivity of the country, of the economy. There are 2 ways. One of them is AI, so increase the productivity with all the benefits of the AI. The other one is to import labor. So we have to do this. We have to do it in a very smart way. It takes time. And that's why we have started this education, so people can see the benefit for themselves. They can see we're already using this AI for the so-called social card system, when we discovered that 50,000 people were receiving social benefits without the right to do that. So we are presenting these numbers, so we see the computer, the machine and AI is smarter than we are because we cannot see all the nuances there. They can discover patterns of fraud. There's so many things that they can do. Not to mention the robotic process automation that we're using in the courts, not to mention this, we're using also HoloLens and AI in the public hospitals. So doctors from the distance can do some surgeries, you know, for the patients. We are using AI for X-rays for different diseases. So there's so many good cases, but we're promoting these good cases so everybody can understand what's the benefit of that. Of course, we have to work with the data sets. We have to work with somehow to remove the bias from the algorithm. We're working on, you know, equal representation of women in the teams that are basically writing these algorithms. We are working from different aspects and different sides, and it will be a fight, a long one. So we are practically, as a government, helping the machines to help us. At the end, that is the bottom line.
Thank you, Marta. Thank you. Yes, please, Teresa.
If I can just jump in briefly, I think this is a really important question, and I think we have to remember that we have a trust problem in general, right? So the AI didn't create the trust in government issue, right? So how do we think about it? How do we understand it? I do think one of the frameworks that is important to keep in mind here is the intended use, right? So as we think about different intentionalities, right, there are efficiency and effectiveness purposes. So we have AI for efficiency and effectiveness. We have AI for public good. And we have AI for control and surveillance. Right? So as we think about different applications, different instantiations of AI, we're going to have to think about trust in different ways, right? And as we think about certain applications, which we intend to be efficient and effective, someone else sees it as a surveillance opportunity, as you saw with the, scanning the eyes of the children, right? So that's clearly could be interpreted in multiple ways. So I think the notion of intentionality has to be front and center, and recognize that what we intend, what is the principle that we're sort of relying on or being guided by, isn't always seen in the same way by the different audiences, the different people that we're serving. To us, it's efficiency and effectiveness. To someone else, it's surveillance. So understanding intent and being clear with yourself and others about the potential unintended consequences of a particular intended use.
Thank you, thank you. So I'll take the last question, please, and then we will wrap up for the panel. Please, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Alexandre Barbosa from CETIC in Brazil. Well, this was a great panel, very inspiring ideas, especially Teresa's approach for AI plus X, very interesting. Well, I think that there is something missing in this debate, which is a personal data protection. Because what we see is that AI-based solutions are being bought by governments from the private providers, the big techs, that are collecting data, like biometric data. We have a lot of solutions being used for face recognitions that we don't know what they are doing with this data. And in this stage that we are, most countries, they don't have an AI governance model or legal framework based on bias, transparency, or ethical issues. We have some recommendations like UNESCO has, but we don't have really legal frameworks that can guide private sector in this development. So I think that we need to debate how private sector is providing solution to governments, AI-based solutions. And I would say that at least in Brazil, because we have implemented AI indicators in our ICEGOV survey, and as I said yesterday, the most developed branch of the government is judiciary. They are very advanced. Rather than that, it's chatbox and very simple AI applications. But in the judiciary, we don't have really legal frameworks that can apply for the development of the solutions. So I would like to hear from the panel how we do this without legal frameworks at this stage right now. Thank you.
Thank you for this great question. So, Gianluca, please.
Yeah, well, actually, this is an open new panel discussion, but I mean, somehow was embedded in what we were saying. Of course, without a data governance, it's difficult to talk about, ethical use of AI. So, of course, I mean, here I can say although I'm not anymore in the Commission, but what the European Union is doing, and because, I remember a few years ago, we were in Fiesole with some American friends, and they were telling us, but you are shooting on your foot with this GDPR or with all these regulation. And then now, of course, we see, and that's what everybody say, GDPR de facto became a standard worldwide. Even in Brazil, actually, I know colleagues are helping for the new data protection law that they are defining. But even in China, the data protection law is somehow echoing a bit. So I think now, of course, we are hoping the AI Act is going in that direction, because there are different schools of thought. Of course, some say regulation is always, let's say, hindering innovation. Others say, well, it can be, if you have a good and sound regulatory framework, you can actually promote, let's say, innovation as well, so also in a fair way. So this is where also with the, I was mentioning the Global Digital Gateway, one of the let's say, the new way is trying to make sure that countries we are working with are GDPR adequate in the sense, so that we can have, the same level of data protection that is at the end what is at least the starting point for having, at least starting the discussion on AI. So.
Thank you, Gianluca. Vincenzo?
Yes, really 30 seconds. First is that in the principles that UN are working, one of the key is the right to protection, the right to privacy, data protection, data governance. So in the big picture, in the overall framework, this is really important. But the other two things I want to say is first, and we didn't speak too much, but really when we talk about AI, we really have to think a new business model where the PPP, private and public partnerships, and of course academia is part of that, should really lead this process, because otherwise it will be very difficult to move. And then the last one is about what Teresa said at the beginning of his very inspiring keynote speech, that really we are already full of AI application, and we didn't know even that, because it depends what we are talking about. So some level of application that are already in place, we don't need even to talk, because we are already using, and we don't know that even when we are using our smartphone, there is a lot of AI in this device, so. This is also important to understand that some solution can be immediately implemented, even with public administration, without creating issues in terms of privacy, issue in terms of other, no. So on that is something that need to be better clarified. And then 1 second to say, please come on Thursday. We will also present the work that we have done on the report on using deep machine learning for a GDI and with the complex network analysis. Thanks.
This is great. This is great. So I apologize. I saw many hands raised to ask questions, but we are out of time. So I would like to give you the floor, please, for a final comment, 1 minute each, about the panel, about the discussion that we have had. If you have anything else you would like to add, please.
Just to say that we've just touched the surface. And I don't know, I would like to have this conversation on October 5th, 2032, in 10 years. So see where this AI plus X will take us. So I'm thinking about AI, biotech, blurring the lines between the digital, physical, and biological world. So it will be interesting to follow.
Thank you, Marta. Vincenzo.
Well, I would like to be in 10 years, but I'm not sure where I am, where I will be. But no, I found really very interesting also some good ideas for us. What we will work more based on our also capacities with academia, with our partners, with even private sector on this. Because there is, I think if we also from our side, we can show how to use some AI application and how can be really more effective and efficient doing some kind of job on this, on practical way now. That will definitely help. And I do believe also can added value of the work that we do now on digital government issues, and trying also to provide better analysis and data also for for the governments and for the practitioners in order to also improve the work that they do. This is my aspiration.
Thank you, Gianluca, please.
Actually, I take the invite of Marta, and so of course we cannot solve all the problems today, but maybe next month in Belgrade we can keep discussing, because you know, and Sal introduced me with my new hat of you know, inspiring futures that with the hats, because we don't have one future, we have several futures. Also, it depends on how we shape and build our future. So, and of course. One of my last jobs at JRC was to, you know, foresight scenario on Digital Europe 2040, and now recently I was also part of the task force that for Vice President Šefčovič that is now in charge. I mean, we were very happy because you've been advocating for foresight to be at the center of decision making in the EU. So he's in charge of foresight in the Commission, and he does every year the strategic foresight report. So this year was about the twin transition. So at the Horizon 2050, so we made, you know, it's not scenario building. We were discussing at dinner last night with some of you, but it's mainly trying to understand what are the trends and what are the risks and the challenges that policymakers have to deal with in what is actually already the present. How we make sure that the digital transition goes hand in hand with the ecological transition. And this is something that also when we talk about AI we need to address. Of course, this resonates very well with the topic of this conference, and so on the social, economic, and environmental prosperity. So thanks again for the invitation, and congratulations for the conference. So, but I think this could be, well, must be the issue to be addressed in the future, also regarding artificial intelligence.
Thank you, Gianluca. Teresa, please, final word.
First, thank you very much for the feedback on the talk. I'm really glad to hear that it resonated with so many of you. I appreciate the comment about AI plus X, but I didn't create it, so I want to be very clear. It's a wonderful idea, but it's not my idea. My job is to execute. So my vice president and my provost, this is their vision. So I'm executing, but thank you. I believe in it, but I didn't create it. So I do think we are at the very beginning, and I think when I think about digital transformation, I think about the continuous improvement cycle, right? And as we're talking about the policy and legal frameworks, we also are talking at the other end of our conversation about workforce development and changing or integrating these new ideas, these new concepts into academic curriculum. So as we're beginning to understand what are the legal frameworks, we also need to be understanding how do we implement those frameworks, and how do we adapt them over time? How do we train our professionals to think newly about these new legal requirements, about these new risks and these new potentialities? And so I think you know, we have sort of swirling, intersecting circles of development and change over time. And I think that's what makes this exciting, right? So with this constant cycle, I think, of reflecting on the potential of a particular technology, in this case AI, and reflecting on the challenges associated with digital transformation and our potential to use it to create public value. So thank you very much, as Gianluca and others have said. Thank you, Sal, and thank you to the conference for the opportunity to share these ideas with you. I look forward to hearing other questions, maybe at the poster session tonight.
Yeah. So really thank you for your question. Thank you for your insightful ideas. I think we learned a lot from this panel. I think many hands was raised, but we can discuss during the rest of the conference. I would like to thank you again, and please join me to thank our guests. And enjoy the conference. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
civic participation to drive innovation and user-centric reforms in the public sector. And secondly, what the current e-participation or engagement trends are in design and decision-making, and which may or may not work in terms of tools and approaches. But let me introduce the panel. The lady in white is Dr. Nibal Idlib. She is the Chief Innovation Officer at ESQA in Beirut and has worked on a number of openness, transparency, anti-corruption initiatives throughout the Middle East and North African region for a few decades now. Next to, we have Julienne. She is heading up Urban Mobility, which is a partnership of some 140 plus startups, tech companies, and cities throughout Europe, focusing on, naturally, mobility. Then we have Majat, the gentleman with the little Saudi flag. He is the head of analytics and intelligence operations and digital transformation at the Saudi Ministry for Municipalities, Rural Affairs, and Housing. And last but not least, we have our co-organizer from the Digital Government Authority in Saudi Arabia. This is Yasser Al-Amari. He's Vice Governor, DGA, and he's also heading up the unit responsible for MyGov, the national portal, and a number of national e-participation initiatives in Saudi Arabia. And then I will not forget my colleague Antonio Tavares. He is a member of UNU-EGOV and also a university professor at the University of Minho and their department for, let me get this right, Antonio, School of Economics and Management. So this is the panel, and we're going to jump straight into it. We're going to have a panel discussion around a number of sub-questions, and then we're going to open up the floor and try and engage you as much as possible. How does that sound? Everything good? Excellent. So to start with, engagement and participation, whether or not facilitated by technology or not, is got multiple facets. Yeah? It is not a single area, it's lots of sub-areas. It can be direct or indirect. It can be indirect in terms of users being involved in testing solutions, or it can be direct in terms of co-creating or co-designing such solutions. It can involve local communities and stakeholders in terms of improving community livability or in terms of urban planning in our cities and towns. It can even be co-creation or engagement in terms of policy making, decision making, even prioritizing of budgets such as e-participatory budgeting. Now, naturally, this means that e-participation has a technology angle, so emerging technologies. And it means that there's a number of different tools and methods out there. So the first question is really around how we're combining the different elements and tools into these multiple areas of use. So let me start by showing a little bit of a video in terms of some of the results in the Ministry of Municipalities, Rural Affairs and Housing around one of these aspects, which is Fix My Street. So if you play the video, please. So Fix My Street we're starting with because it's both local and very hands-on. So Majad, what are some of the experiences that you've had in encouraging cities in Saudi to take up a centrally provided tool like the one you have from the ministry? And how have the cities tried to encourage users to actually report things in that then makes value out of the solution you provided?
First of all, very good morning to all of you. Thanks for being here, and thanks for having me. And thanks for the organizers for the invite. Let me start with how this is, started first, and set the grounds how this is was also enabled. First of all, we had in a platform called Beledi, which is a translation for municipality, in order for us to address all the requests that comes from citizens for the municipal, let's say, services, in order to centralize all the municipality, because in the past people were going for each municipality to order a request, either for, let's say, commercial activity or construction activities. Probably 2 years ago, we had this direction of addressing a national problem of what we call visual pollution. That's where under that can the Fix My Street can probably fit in. The app at first it was only focused on requesting the services and not much of an engagement. And that's where we wanted to open the way, let's say, for people, for users and citizens to participate in for detecting what are the problems and where they are and so on. At the beginning, the app was some sort of, let's say, limited focused and limited participation of, let's say, 400, 500,000 at that time. They are the active users of the application. We introduced another angle where they go and can help us see what is the priority of city management, since MUMRA, or Ministry of Municipal Affairs, is responsible for managing the city overall. That angle, we introduced the citizen participation in order in a concept of snap and send. And that's where you saw it here. And people started to engage in what we prioritized as areas that we want to focus on for fixing. For example, the potholes in streets, or the general cleaning aspect, or the lighting, or so on. That's from the aspect of the, let's say, areas we want to focus on. Another area where you said is the engagement of other, let's say, parts of the value chain, which is we have lots of cities. We have 17 main municipalities in Saudi, and we have more than, let's say, 260 sub-municipalities. That come as an engagement on enrolling all of these on the systems in order for them to manage afterwards. Another element is to engage, because we are seeing as a value chain. So we are speaking about business, where we identified the main areas we want to fix. Second, main, let's say, beneficiaries, which is the amanas, or the municipalities. And then the contractors. Those are also another people that we wanted to onboard in our systems to have, let's say, the fixes that is going to be reported. So with all that, we arrived to the, let's say, cornerstone of that value chain, which is the individuals, where they can access and share their, let's say, reports. That sums it all. After that, with these priorities, we came with the outdoor, let's say, campaigns in order for people to participate online and social media, let's say, participation, call to action, with the areas that they focus more and they feel the pain more. And that's where we started coming to these, and there's lots of details I'm happy to share afterwards.
Yeah, excellent. So you first attracted the municipalities, got them on board, then the vendors that they're using, but then you tailored the solution in terms of local conditions before you did the help with the promotion for the communities to then snap in. Excellent. Julian, from a mobility perspective and from urban mobility and your partners, which is both startups, but also communities and cities. How does the Saudi experience reflect to your area and the European context from your perspective?
Yes, happy to answer that, and good morning, hi everyone. So thank you, Morten, for the introduction. Maybe just to provide a little bit more context about why I'm here as well. So as you mentioned, I work at the European Institute for Innovation and Technology in essentially what we call the Urban Mobility Division. And what we do at what we call, the acronym is EIT, we're co-funded by the European Union, and we do lots of things to support a more sustainable urban mobility future, which includes investing in companies, investing in startups that do sustainable urban mobility. We also then take it the next mile, which is we take the companies that we support and we match them with cities across the EU to do demonstration projects and pilot projects to really see if we try out the solution in a real-life environment, what would that actually look like? So whether it's working with cities to test new digital solutions that they can use to engage with their citizens, or then, as you mentioned, right, engaging with end users on new urban mobility solutions. That's kind of really the perspective I take on citizen participation.
Yeah.
And I think the Fix My Street example does very much resonate with me, not only because it's about mobility infrastructure, but also because I think one of the questions that we discussed is around kind of the new tools and technologies that are really exciting for me. And I think this area of crowdsourcing and citizen science is definitely one of them. Of course, citizen science is not a new thing. Of course, we've always been going out and engaging with people and asking them to provide data, but now there's a lot of really interesting tools that allow us to do that in much more fine-grained and accurate ways. So one of the things I love, it's called Telram, and it's a company in Belgium, and they create a unit that you put in your window, and it counts cars and bicyclists and pedestrians as they go by your window. And so a city can apply to be a part of this program, and then they get lots of people, hundreds of people in a city to put this unit on their window, and now all of a sudden you have this amazing map of traffic counts that we've never been able to have before. There's another solution also about crowdsourcing data like that. It's called Ping If You Care, and it's this tiny little unit that you put on your bicycle. And then when you put it on your bicycle and you go for your ride, every time you feel a little bit uncomfortable, you just tap it, right? You tap, 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 tap. And then at the end of the ride, you have a little bit of map, and then you can go and annotate. Why did I feel unsafe here? Why did I feel unsafe here? And similar to the Telram solution, all of this data goes onto a map that everyone can see and analyze. And I think that's where it becomes very nice and social, which is you're not just creating data, but what we found is that when people generate the data, they want to have conversations about the data. They want to talk to their neighbor who's counting the data. They want to talk to the other person who is also capturing data. And then you start having real conversations as well. So I think this hybrid of e-participation, but also very human participation with real conversations is really important.
I mean, this is, if I may add here, I mean, I described probably the, let's say, the foundation of that, and that's definitely resonates with what you just mentioned. I mean, that's afterward resulted in lots of other, let's say, for adoption. For example, I mentioned the 400 or 1,000 or 500,000 application, let's say, active people or users, and then we arrived to 3 million in 1 year. That people are adopting more, and they are downloading, and they're sharing more and more. The average you've seen on like 4,000, let's say, cases, that was maybe below 1,000 before. And that's also, in sometimes during the campaign, arrived to like 10,000 reports per day. That's also has its implications on the operations afterwards, how this is gonna be, let's say, managed, all the vendors, how this is gonna be routed to. Lots of other questions. How can we know the frequent, let's say, areas where the hot zones, where the reports are reoccurrent, and lots of others. And those some sort of solutions that we explored in terms of AI utilization of dashcam, for example, for instead of reactive mode that we're supposed to receiving the let's say cases, to proactive mode of detection through either dashcam or sometimes what they call, I mean, the application you just mentioned is more of a road, let's say, quality or experience quality. That nowadays there are some experiences we are exposed to in the US, and we also took our, let's say, initiative into it, is that a mobile phone can detect the, let's say, vibration that the car moves, and that's for mobility, in order to, let's say, measure or give an index of a street experience. And that's they call the ride experience index.
So in short, don't introduce Danish-style speed bumps because that will definitely make the car go up and down like a massive pothole.
Big time.
So it actually tempts me to add on a tech question to both of you. You talk a lot about data and how that can be used both to prioritize which streets needs to be filled, which has potholes to be filled in what area you prioritize, but also where you redevelop. But from both you, Julian, and from you, Majat, how do you see traditional technology that is going to be around for a bit longer because it works well, you don't need to change it? And what type of technologies or new concepts are you curious about and see may have potential in the next 5 years, for instance?
Well, I think both of those are very important. So the technology that has been around for a long time that I'm very, very excited about is, I mean, it's the most humble text message and voice memo. I actually think some of the best technologies are not the new ones, but actually the ones that are underutilized in the world. So the text message, a WhatsApp message, where you can actually ask people about their opinion. I've had focus groups on WhatsApp before. There's all sorts of ways that you can engage with people who don't want to learn how to use a new web interface. Maybe they're not literate and they're very used to using voice memos. And I think we can really tap into these types of existing tools that people already have. And then in terms of what comes next, yesterday at lunch, I sat next to a gentleman named Lorenzo Madrid. And he mentioned, oh yeah, well, a couple of years ago I gave a conceptual talk about using Second Life to engage with people. And I don't know if you all here remember Second Life. It's this virtual world where you could create an avatar and then you go and you interact with people and you can buy property, you can do lots of things. And everyone at the table, kind of their head kind of swiveled and they're like, oh, have you done that? Have you done that? And he said, no, it's very conceptual. But I actually think now we have the tools to start doing that in real life. So in the second lockdown in Belgium, I bought an Oculus headset, and I was just completely blown away with how realistic these worlds can now become in your living room. And certainly in urban mobility and in urban development, that's one of the biggest challenges, is that we're asking people to engage and provide feedback on things that they've never thought about before, things that they cannot really in their mind imagine, right? If you've always lived on a 15-lane highway, can you really imagine what it would look like if you were to convert that into, I don't know, a tramway with bicycle lanes? And if you can't, then how can we actually ask you to provide input on that? So I think this virtual reality and actually having people be able to see and immerse themselves in new environments and then provide feedback is definitely something I'm very excited about.
What are the type of technologies that you have already worked with, or some of the type of spin-offs that you've had from your experience at the ministry?
I mean, if I want to mention the traditional ones, is say we have always the what we call 940. That's the main area through phone that people can go and report. However, I mean, with the introduction of the apps and the type of data that they're given, and let's say the technology penetration levels at the kingdom, arriving to like very high 90 plus, let's say, levels, that give us a more, let's say, freedom and migration towards the technical tools, or let's say more technological tools. That's definitely gives us lots of different sort of, let's say, visibility about location. Since I mean, the ministry deals with a lot of GIS-based information that give us a lot of visibility in how the city is run, where this is located, and assign to it multiple layers of data in order for us to take a decision. Regarding the technologies, I mean, definitely there are a big area of what you just described, of either dashcam that has a potential to people to crowdsource even the dashcam, because it's not supposed to be run through the ministry resources, but also you can engage people that's roaming around the city is to share their, let's say, experience, or where they see there is, let's say, a problem that they can share with the video, or the video models that's going to be developed through AI to be centralized in a portal that they can raise and analyze and generate auto, let's say, incident reporting. So that's where I see the future more through the participation, I mean, with the individuals.
Okay, excellent.
beside other, let's say, technologies that can happen.
Yeah. I'm definitely going to come back to both of you, but also to Nibal and Antonio. But Yasser, at DGA in Saudi, you've identified an improvement potential for Saudi Arabia and the public sector. So traditionally, like many other countries, public authority has been very good at providing information. So publishing legislation, publishing open data, being on social media. But the improvement potential is more in the two-way dialogue. Naturally, as a digital authority, you're not the regulatory authority for rural development or for financial issues. But you've developed a new platform the last 2 years called Taful, which is providing sort of a toolkit at a single one-stop shop to try and help encourage more co-creation, engagement, in addition to existing platforms around legal consultations on regulations. So what are the type of inspiration you had for that? How are you working with other entities to try and encourage them to do more of these type of more engaging, more co-design, co-creation, engagement initiatives in the kingdom on various topics?
Thank you, Martin. Actually, we have an amazing application of e-participation around the world, and we are trying to get the best of those applications and see what is more suitable for our country, our people who live there. Maybe here we are seeing this from different angle. We are seeing this from quality of life. We are trying to add more services that related to the people who live on the ground. We have actually a good success story, which is my colleagues here, Majid, talk about Fix My Street and how things is going on and how the people, they participate on fixing their neighborhood. We have another success story as well in the justice and the security. We are trying to trying to open up on the people to share with them what we have actually from services, enhancing our services, taking their opinion in different angle. It's just not only only for services. We have different angle that we are trying to push, even government, to publish their information, publish their data, to let those people trying to get the full benefit of this data. The main obstacle in this or challenge that is the trust between the government and the people. And this is the most obstacle that we meet. We have a success story. We have to build on it. We have to see that we are here. We are trying to help those people to have a good service, the best of those services. We have amazing success story with Fixing My Street. We are trying to build on this success with other government to learn from this agencies and to have a sharing knowledge between them, and by the end to have a one framework, standard and governance that they should to follow, just to by the end they have the good services and enhancing those e-participations.
Thank you for that. So DGA sees themselves as this facilitator to help other authorities. We'll get back later to the role of governance and policy making, so don't worry about that, and I'm sure there'll be some questions from the audience. But you raised something around trust and representativeness. So in Europe, already 20 years ago when e-participation came up, there was fears around digital exclusion or increased exclusion because it's the same chattering classes, elites that are now just also vocal on electronic platforms and tools. So Nibal and Antonio, you've both worked in different regional contexts. Antonio, you in Europe, Nibal, you in the Middle East and North Africa. How do you see the issue of ensuring representativeness and across the different channels, whether they're digital or not? What are the type of things that has come up as challenges, and are there any solutions to it that you've observed from your work, for instance, in ESCWA with member states in the Middle East? And Antonio, you and our colleague Judy Backhouse is working with the World Bank on engagement guidelines. Any thoughts on that? Any traps that you've seen should be avoided, and maybe some ideas around how to avoid them?
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much for including me in the panel, and thank you for DGA and ICEGOV for the invitation. Yes, for sure, there are some challenge for e-participation in the Arab region or in other region, I believe. And what has been said, two magnificent examples, I mean, about really participation at local level, which is really amazing, because we believe that e-participation is very important tool for development. And here, I mean, the two examples mentioned by the two experts, I mean, they are really very touchy and very beneficiary, let us say, examples. But let me say that at national level, I mean, if we are working at national level, there is more, I mean, and if we would like to include everyone, here it's more, we have more problematic issue, and the first one that appears is the inclusion of all society. And we have seen that for e-participation, I mean, we need infrastructure, we need ICT infrastructure, and yesterday, just we have seen the digital divide between countries, and we know that a digital divide exists among countries, but also within the country, especially between rural and urban area, also between elderly and young people, also between maybe women and men in some cases, in some contexts. Then inclusion is one of the challenge, in fact, of e-participation in many countries. And this is one, then the infrastructure. Infrastructure is very important to be reached to all people everywhere, to all target group, and to all citizens. This is one. First a challenge, but I would say that there is also the capability of making the e-participation, the digital literacy, let us say, that people are able to interact properly. We have seen simple example, maybe it is simple, but it has very added value. But I mean, there are the participation sometimes need minimum capability in technology to interact with the others, especially when we speak about co-creation. Co-creation is fantastic, especially for young entrepreneurs and so on. But we have to have to ensure that people have the capability to participate for the co-creation. It is for sure a very good opportunity for a new job for young people. I mean, when they are participating and co-creating, and for government, it is very important because they have the expertise from the ground, and that which will be complement the work of the government, because government has limited resources in a way, either in technology term or even in human capital. Therefore, I mean, this e-participation, the co-creation, it really enhance the capability of government, and it is but it's provided that people have the capability and the ability to develop and to use the technology according to specific standard that either the government do or the community do or any intermediary organization do. Then the capability also, it's very important of people, I mean citizen as well as maybe government official. Government from other angle, this e-participation, government sometimes they don't have the, how to say, the synergy, they don't have the enough capability to absorb all this new technology and how it will be used in-house. They have their own business, this government business, which is not necessarily e-oriented, but added to that, you have to include the e-participation, then you have to have the government official should have a new capability as well. Then the capability from government side as well. It is very important to absorb the participation given by citizens. And here you may rely on some tools, some technology, AI, whatever, that help the government official to absorb all of this. Then this is the capability also, I mean, it is one of the challenge that we have to address when we speak about e-participation. Then inclusion, I would say capability and also, I mean, maybe the use of a proper technology. This is also, I mean, maybe there is some, based on experience, we might have today some lesson learned from developed country on what are the best technology for this application, for this kind of application, and so. This is what I have for the time being, but we can elaborate more after
so
maybe
I
you
hear
and
you saying there's both the digital literacy, there's also the sort of creative thinking, entrepreneurship, the understanding of the public sector, depending on what type of engagement you're talking about. So we talked actually in a session yesterday about the second type of sort of divide, which is young people don't understand government. And it's not about the technology, it's about understanding how government operate. So again, maybe in some ways it's also a focus on first day's keynote where we were talking about the future is hybrid. It's not just about the technology, it's also complementing it. Antonio, from a Portuguese, a European perspective, from your work with the World Bank, how do you see the risk of exclusion and how can we ensure representativeness from your perspective, particularly also from your work with public administration and public policy, which does not necessarily focus on technology at all, but more on decision making?
Thank you, Morten, and thank you for the invitation to be here. I think part of this has to do with the fact that the World Bank invited us to cooperate in a document. The document is about to come out. I'm taking the opportunity to do some publicity. So it's entitled Civic Tech, Transparency, Engagement and Collaboration for Better Governance. And what we do here actually goes beyond the European perspective. We try to gather examples from the global north, the global south. We take examples from different types of technologies as well as different types of ambitions in terms of the use of e-participation tools. And clearly what we find, sort of the diagnostic that we get, is that there is a huge imbalance that should be obvious for all of us. The International Telecommunications Union reports that 63% of the population of the world have access to the internet, but 96% of those that don't have access are in developing countries. And so the idea that we can have all digital, it seems far-fetched, at least in many, many countries. And so the idea is that we can have a sort of a multi-channel approach that relies not only on online, sort of through computers and apps access, but also the use of telephone, the use of face-to-face interaction seems to be crucial. And I know this goes beyond e-participation and to participation in general, but seems to be crucial in terms of inclusion. We also stress the issue of outreach campaigns. So the idea that if you have a problem that you want to apply an e-participation tool to, first of all, you have to understand what the problem is and what's the most appropriate tool to that specific problem. And while doing this, you need to engage stakeholders. So everybody that potentially is interested in that issue needs to be contacted and needs to be involved in the solution. But beyond this, obviously, it depends on what your goal is. If the goal is to report the deficits in public services like potholes, then the level of ambition is high, but it's not the highest. If, on the other hand, you want to have all stakeholders involved in decision-making, or some sort of co-design or co-implementation of solutions, then inclusion becomes a big issue. Again, not only through sort of non-technological means, but also the idea that you develop, for example, platforms that are accessible in terms of language. They use plain language access. We find that very often platforms do not have that profile, and this creates clearly a barrier. And sometimes it's not even a digital barrier; it's a language barrier, or it's a conceptual barrier. So the concepts are not understood by the users. And lastly, and for this first part of my intervention, I would say that you also need to involve civil society organizations when you're designing these solutions. So many of these countries have civil society organizations, but when it comes to the moment of designing the solutions, they are not included. One simple idea, and regarding the examples that we've been addressing here, is that if you have neighborhood associations, they will be the most interested ones in terms of what the type of work you're looking at. And so that would be sort of my advice for the time being. There are other issues that I would like to mention, but I think for now that's enough.
I was actually gonna just ask you, Majed and Julian, from sort of the bottom-up perspective, working with local levels, what are the cities, any tricks from the cities, for instance, in Saudi on how to ensure representativeness, or what is your thinking at the ministry, and what are the type of thoughts you hear cities talk about to ensure that they engage the local communities?
Yeah,
and Julian, from your perspective, both from a tech perspective or an entrepreneur perspective, or any hacks the cities have done in order to ensure full engagement or representative of engagement.
If you allow me here, I mean, I will share how this is like done probably on the grounds from business perspective, how this is like, I think the key is the like three main point is to consolidate in order to assure, let's say, three main points in order to assure representativeness and inclusion for everyone is to consolidate first. That means, in our experience, lots of different, let's say, cities, they have their own apps in the past and so on. So the people will be confused, or the application will be specific for certain thing. So in order to consolidate, for example, in Baladi platform case is having it as a sectorial platform for the whole kingdom. And that's done with the DGAs. So now everybody wants anything regarding municipality, that's the go-to place. So, and that's also complements with other municipality, let's say, requests. So at the end, you'll arrive to an understanding, this is the place to go. So consolidation. Second is simplification. So given that the nature of the case is across the kingdom, more or less will be similar. So and also the input is coming from different areas. So choosing a golden template, this would be very beneficial. And afterwards, simplification and re-engineering the user experience multiple times. This would help a lot in order for inclusion and to bridge the barrier of digital literacy, for example. In our case, in the past, the experience had a lot to, let's say, data requirement, or you need to be registered or to the platform and so on. We bridge that through, if you have similar, let's say, cases of a 43 visual pollution that we identified, you just can report it directly. You don't need to sign in or anything. We just need to know where and what. Yeah. That's what we would not, let's say, need to know who and other details. So we speak about consolidation, simplification, and also expansion through other channels. For example, in the context of Saudi Arabia, we had already like other channels that people go and utilize. For COVID, for example, we had an application called Tawakkalna, and Tawakkalna has an access almost to 90+% of all the country, let's say, citizens, because they were obligated in order to enter any place to show Tawakkalna as a status of let's say, vaccination. Expanding a channel for reporting and so on through partners. So that's where you need to consolidate, simplify, and also expand through partners. That will give us lots of, let's say, feed, either from such an application or even other entities. We partnered with other government entities who have, let's say, caliber on the ground. For example, Ministry of Interior, they have lots of individuals on the ground. They can report through their applications that they're using. So all this should strengthen the accessibility for all the and the inclusiveness for all the, let's say, citizens.
Yeah. Julian, any thoughts on this topic from what you observe amongst your partners, and what would that be, if any?
Well, one thing I was excited to hear, I think both of you talk about, and also yesterday in the keynote, was around the topic of user experience. And I think the more that we really understand the value of user experience, the better off we all are. Because I think sometimes we can get so lost in the different functionalities we want to have that we forget that if people can't figure out how to use those functionalities, they may as well not exist. So I think that, there's a trend now where we see more and more civil servants being trained in user testing, in human-centered design. These types of things I think are very exciting for me. And very practically, even when one of our partners is launching an e-participation campaign, I will often just send it to my in-laws, I'll send it to my colleague, I'll send it to a friend, and just ask them 10 questions. Do you understand what this is for? Do you know why you're doing this? Would you participate? And then we give that feedback back to the partners. I mean, I think these very basic just tests for language, for interface, these are really, really important. And then the second point I wanted to mention is maybe just about how I'm starting to think about representation. Because for e-participation, I do find that there's oftentimes a conflation of e-participation and online surveys. It kind of seems that these two things live hand in hand, and when you think about e-participation, everyone's like, oh, let's take a survey and let's put it online, and we've done e-participation. And of course, when you're doing a survey, when you think about representation, you're thinking about sampling, right? You need to have gender balance and age balance and all sorts of things. But actually, when I think if we want to move up into deeper levels of e-participation, for me, it's not so much about demographics anymore. It's actually about how we get a diverse set of points of view into the conversation, regardless of who it's coming from. So if we're doing a consultation about parking in a city, right? It's people, mothers with children, it's people who really, really love their cars, people who really, really love having 5 cars, and having all of them in the room together, and in a very idealistic, utopian way, thinking about how do we use e-participation tools to facilitate debate and discussion, and then co-create a solution that everyone can live with. So the representation for me is more about diverse points of view. At least I'm moving more in that direction and less about demographic representation. But
would that also cover what Antonio was mentioning, that sometimes you don't necessarily want to throw technology at it? So for instance, in a Danish context, a lot of local community consultation does not involve any technology other than sending out a digital letter to the digital postbox of people saying, please come to City Hall or to the community center, because the experience over the last 20 years has been that, well, people prefer and are more actively engaged if it is a physical event or if it is part of the local newspaper debate. Is that part of what you also see in amongst your city partners, that some of them are no longer necessarily using e-participation technology, but using classical engagement methods that have been around for centuries?
It's very hard to replace human contact. I think during COVID, we saw a lot of governments move into e-participation platforms, and now that it's starting to wane a little bit, we see that it's harder and harder to get them to continue going back to those platforms. And so I think I really advocate for these hybrid versions, right, where you engage with people, you build relationships, and then you bring them online, you train them on how to do these things, they go and they train their neighbors. There's a really great example from UN Habitat where they're working with children in creating worlds in Minecraft when they're trying to co-create public space, and then they go and build those in real life. And so, right, I think just because they're e-tools doesn't mean that you have to do it sitting alone in your room by yourself. I think it can still be also a social activity.
Yeah. We've talked a lot about sort of the very local sort of types of engagement around improving local communities and etc. But before we open up to the floor, we haven't forgotten you. I'd like to move into something that is also part of e-participation, and that is how government and regulation of engagement, for instance, come into play, but also how engagement can help improve regulation and speed up transformation, or the type of digital transformation that we would like to see of the public sector or in our smart cities and communities. So Yasser, from a regulatory perspective at DGA, how can participation and e-participation help you formulate the changes of the public sector that you're looking for, both in service delivery or even in formulating new regulations, or in terms of ensuring ethics in AI, and even in linking that to the ambitious sustainability targets or digital economic diversification that you're trying to do in Saudi, and which is not a unique problem to Saudi, but something we see in all economies today. How do you see that play out from a regulatory perspective, and where you're sitting?
Actually playing a role in the middle between the government and the people, and just make sure to have the right link and the right translation between the government and the people who need this to develop their life and services. Early this year, we are trying to have a change management program within the government itself. We launched a program that related to inform those GAs and inform people what is meaning by participating in some legals or laws or even services that you need to be there in the government. Actually, it was difficult in the beginning, and then it became a business as usual. Once that the main obstacle, as we said before, trust, and the second one is the privacy as well. Yeah. Sometimes the people who is working on the who's in the street, he don't know that once I want to take your opinion or to have a survey, that means I will take your data. Yeah. And this is we don't want to create a new issue or problem that once we are open the e-participation, that we will create another issue. So we have this arrangement, we have a good arrangement, we have a full of let's say a framework between the government and the people, and we have an amazing let's say initiative from different GAs. They have different practice, they have different standard, they don't follow the same standard. So we take the best of them and create a one standard that related to the government that will allow those people to participate easily and make sure that we will not have this issue, which is data, privacy, trust, and those stuff. And we believe all the time that this technology, it's all the time, it should be served this humanity and should be served those people. Yeah. And then once those people, they take their opinion, they interview them. We take some random people from different cities in the Saudi, and we take some issues that related to them directly, and the simple way that we have to sit on the ground and discuss with them and see where they are suffering from the services, from the law, and whatever. And then we create this framework and make sure this framework it will be continuous. And we are trying to developing this framework by having one initiative that you talk about earlier, which is Tafa'al. It's not only that it's a technical platform, no, it is a program. One of the main pillars is the technology that will have one access for the whole e-participations, let's say, initiative from different GAs. We are just starting this year we are trying to learn more and having to add more participation. But actually, the main two things that we should address, I think, trust and the privacy. And one more thing, that once we are trying, we have some pilot initiative that we are trying to have an AI to help people. We address some issue that with some of them that, let's say, is this pilot with using AI to have a real e-participation or not? This is another story that we should take it later.
Exactly. So some of the classical examples around petitions to parliaments, two good examples from the UK was the Scottish Parliament, which provided feedback on every petition and said, this is what we got, this is the different perspectives, this is the decision because of. Whereas Downing Street did something similar, but there was no feedback. So Downing Street ended up closing theirs down because people didn't come back, because it was feeling like they were going into a black box. So a classical example. But another thing you're mentioning is this level of trust, and as Julian was saying, you want to hear the different opinions out there. Antonio, you were mentioning sort of indirect engagement with stakeholder representatives like civil societies, representatives of youth, representatives of people with disabilities, gender, rural communities, etc. Is that a potential tool that could be used if the individual citizen does not yet trust the government or the technology? Would that be a relevant avenue to go down to help build trust over time, but still get that indirect input from representative organizations?
Absolutely. I would argue that if you engage already established groups, you may have a better chance not only of securing that level of representation that we traditionally think about, but also have sort of a more pluralistic view in terms of perspectives, which may not be quite evident if you just do surveys and you sort of use traditional forms of representation. But saying that, we need to keep in mind that some groups in society are not able to organize. And so this is also important, that we balance sort of the collective aspect of representation with the individual aspect of representation. I would say that in terms of regulation, because you mentioned the issue of regulation in the previous question, one of the issues surrounding e-participation is the idea that we can develop sort of regulatory pluralism, where the regulations reflect in some way sort of the people that will be targeted by that regulation. And this can be sort of accomplished through e-participation means. So we can sort of do this to develop regulation around it. And I think the advantage of this is not only that you get regulation that reflects people's preferences and expectations, it's also better for government to manage the expectations. And I think above all, and particularly in democracies struggling with sort of strong polarization issues that we see in the US, we see in Brazil, sort of these countries, you can actually get people to talk. Ideally, this should be done face-to-face, obviously, because I think people respect each other more when they're face-to-face, right? Yeah. The technology has that issue that people tend to sort of be more abusive or sort of aggressive when they're behind the computer. But what we write in the report is that we should find out ways to sort of bring this deliberation that we see in face-to-face initiatives to online means and online platforms. How to do this effectively it's still an ongoing discussion. There's some good examples, but they are not abundant. There's not a lot of good examples on how to accomplish this. But I would say it's promising.
Yeah.
We know a lot, if we go back, we know a lot about sort of public consultation type of e-participation, and even the tools that you developed, the 311 systems in the US, all these sort of complaints management systems are well understood, and we sort of know what they do and how good they can be. But it's far less understood the deliberative type of tools that we are trying to develop. And I think that's where we're going, sort of with research, not only academia, but the relationship between academia and business has a promising avenue for it.
Yeah, no, that's very interesting because we were talking about service design and usability earlier, and that was one of the experiences we had in the Danish government, that you may actually, you understand your indirect feedback loops, you know the complaints from the call center, but how do you then use that insight to make decisions in the IT department for what needs to be prioritized for the website or the online services or the call center and so forth. So again, the indirect engagement of people in its various forms is well understood, including through community groups. Julien, you were sitting nodding and also like about to raise your hand, so I think you have something you want to contribute here. So what is your thinking on this topic?
Well, I think that's right. How do we move into deliberation and discussion in online forums, I think is really the nut to be cracked. Right? We can go online and we can get one-way information, but can we actually get people to discuss with each other and change each other's minds? And then you as a government, or we as a government, or whoever as a government, right, actually has information about what types of interventions might actually be acceptable for different parts of the population. And so I think that's quite interesting. And I'm reading a book right now called Conflicted, which I would highly recommend, about how do you have productive discussions. And one of the examples they use is a Reddit forum. It's called Change My View. And what you do on this Reddit forum is that you go on and you put in a point of view, and then people have to disagree with you in a constructive way. And if they change your mind about that topic, then you give them a little badge. And so I think there's really interesting examples now of how we start thinking more about having discussion and debate online and not just having it be a one-way flow of information. And my hope for the future of e-participation is that we can really do that better.
It's putting up the alternative case, playing the devil's advocate, so to speak, and where data can actually help predict those scenarios. The point about new tech, augmented virtual reality, how that can help inform people of how does this architectural, beautiful rendition from the architect look in real life, because how does that tree actually shade on the bench or not, depending on the day? How does that look in terms of the parking available in my newly, nicely semi-pedestrianized street? So some potential there, but it needs to plug into existing processes. Nibal, from the Middle Eastern, North African perspective, both as an expert in the area, but maybe also a little bit as a citizen, what's your take on this?
No, I would like to mention, to catch up on this discussion about this dialogue between public and citizen. I mean, today, I mean, we are speaking emerging technology and everything, and there is many government today, they are really thinking seriously about metaverse and how it will help really in facilitating the interaction between citizen and government. Okay, maybe not necessarily in Middle East. I know that Saudi Arabia, maybe they will jump in such technology, as they are relatively well developed in technology as compared to other Arab region, but other Arab country. But I mean, globally, I mean, this metaverse is promising for the enhancing the interaction between government and citizen via this metaverse. And for example, you have many. There is some intention of government, like Korea, for example, to use metaverse for really having a forum for discussion with people. people, I mean, for discussing many issues using avatars, this immersive technologies, I mean, will help, in fact, to make the interaction more real, I mean, between citizen and government, even online, I mean, even if it is online, but it is more human, let us say, semi-human. Then I think the metaverse is promising from this angle, and there is also some attempt also to use it for having kind of offices like the public sector, to make a kind of twin of the public sector as online as metaverse, and later on citizen can come to this metaverse and make their interaction with the government through the metaverse. Then which is also, I mean, this is a future, a little bit for the future, but I mean, it's starting to be developed. There are many trials, and I myself think that it is really coming sometime. Maybe it will not be generalized 100%, but for specific cases, it will be very much used. For urban planning, it is very interesting to use it for urban planning, the metaverse as well, as you can make the simulation of what new airport will be, or how the city will be changed, I mean, or the new city of any new city that it is under construction, that it will look like, and people come and try it and see how, if they have any comment, and to give feedback to the government. And I wanted to highlight this issue of metaverse, as it is promising for enhancing the interaction between government and the citizen, even if it is not necessarily will be implemented immediately in many countries.
But then let me take a page from Julian's comments and play the devil's advocate. But we have digital twins in a lot of smart cities, which is essentially doing simulations on a city. So if we change something over here, what impact does it have? We also have classical tools like teleconferencing. Is there not already technologies out there that can do a lot of what the metaverse is being hyped up to potentially solve? Just an idea. No need for an answer. This is not a panel on metaverse. But any other thoughts before we open up to questions from the panel?
I wanted to add one more point regarding the participation and usability, let's say, improvement. And this is, I mean, from perspective whether it's in person or whether it's through technology, either direct or indirect. So if it's direct, I mean, at least from experience, is taking the value chain of let's say, the services, a service delivery. That's where let's say, type of improvement dictate how this interaction should be. From experience, let's say, if that's a user journey through online service or so, sometimes focus group can work best. Sometimes it's like individual people, they are trying what they call UAT, or user acceptance test. They go and utilize the whole service, let's say, on their own and give you feedback. That's one human, let's say, interactive way of design and co-designing. And here the beneficiary can be an individual, can be an expert, can be let's say, contractor or company, or even else. On another side, also through technology, there are technologies where, let's say, for example, free text. When you receive lots of free text in incidents, there are technology called, for example, topic modeling, can help you to analyze that topic modeling and hear from people through hundreds of thousands of, let's say, feedback sessions, or they reported through during the incident reporting, and summarize that into certain topics. This helps you to listen to them and reflect that to the process you are doing, whether simplification, consolidation, or even a redesign. That's one of the uses that where technology can play a role in co-designing, whether people are either direct or even indirect, they're not aware of their contribution to the design itself.
Excellent. Now, we've got about 40 minutes left, so I'd like to open up the floor. I see there's a couple, so just the lady up on, next to the camera, the lady on second row, and the gentleman on right there. If you take those 3 questions, then we'll have a discussion around that, unless it's observations or something you want to contribute. That's also okay.
Okay, so thank you for a very interesting discussion. My name is Tove Engvall at the University of Agder in Norway. I want to raise the subject of climate change, and which is, we both require to do transformation of societies, but also adapt to quite dramatic risks and hazards. So and that is also an area where it's very important to have a conversation between the government and people and different stakeholders. So I wonder if you are doing any initiatives in this area, and in that case, what and how you work with that.
Okay. We had a second question from the gentleman there.
Thank you. Whilst I've got the mic, and then the lady. Piers Koenraad from the Centre for Public Service Innovation in South Africa. I just wanted to thank Antonio and Julian for raising this issue of conversational participation, because that is what participation is, not one-way conversation with or without a feedback loop. I was interested in hearing some examples, because we're currently engaging with 2 civic tech initiatives, and their names would immediately say what it is about. The one is called GovChat, and the other one, Let's Talk, where we're trying to facilitate 2-way conversations and not chatbot 2-way conversations between citizens and government, specifically in low connectivity areas. Because we talk about digital divide, but then suddenly we jump to metaverse as a solution for conversations, which is not possible within that environment. So I would be quite interested to hear about lessons learned in this environment, because that's what we're grappling with at the moment, is designing these kind of solutions at the coalface. My question is about the first part of the conversation. Most of the examples are singular solutions for singular problems. And therefore, what we create are digital silos in our service delivery. Are there any examples or experiences in terms of dealing with complex challenges such as climate change and e-participation in this environment, and not just digital silos? Thank you very much.
And then we have the lady on the second row.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I would like to congratulate the panel for sharing with us great initiatives. My name is Najat Zarrouk. I am from the United Cities and Local Government of Africa, based in Morocco, but also member of the UN Committee of Experts on Public Administration since 2010. While listening to all this different perspective, I see that e-participation is requiring a holistic approach and long-term reforms based on the whole of government and the whole of society, and also a clear vision, a strong leadership at all levels of governance, not only at central or national level, but also at subnational level. We need resources. I see what we are doing in Saudi Arabia. It is possible in other countries, empowering societies and communities and having a strong institutional framework, including laws, standards, and also regulation. My 2 comments is the first one is how we are making sure to empower the subnational level. Meaning by this, the local elected officials, the mayors, and also the territorial managers. because sometimes we are outsourcing such reforms or based on public-private partnerships, how we make sure that these reforms and initiatives are encored at the subnational level, the ownership of these reforms and initiative. And I had the honor and privilege to review the Tawakkalna initiative. Congratulations for this achievements and harvest. Thank you very much.
Okay, so there's a couple of things, so let me try and summarize. I hope I get it right. There was questions around initiatives that you have spotted dealing with, for instance, climate change, or looking more at a conversation in a local context. And then there's a couple of specific suggestions around, or questions around, how do you empower local decision makers, and how do you ensure that they take co-ownership of driving a conversation or a change through engagement at local government level, both in a first world and an emerging context, global north, global south, for simplification. Any takes, any thoughts?
I will answer maybe the last question, or I mean, I will comment on the last question, maybe other can contribute. I agree with you, Madam Najat, Dr. Najat, about this holistic approach. I mean, there is a need to have, for e-participation to make it happen on the ground. There are very good examples from top-down level, I mean, from at local level. But I mean, there is a need to have a kind of strategy for e-participation. And this is for sure, it is a direction that when the government take, they have to put in place the fully-fledged level needed for e-participation from the angle of regulatory framework, from legal, from capability in enhancing the capability of government official, as well as maybe even having some awareness workshop for citizen. This is really very much needed. I mean, in addition to the technology, making sure that we have the proper technology needed for the e-participation. Okay, we mentioned according to the level of each government, I mean, or each country. Just an example, I mean, for example, recently the Jordan government, they have announced the e-participation policy for Jordan, and it is in a way quite comprehensive. They build on other strategy related to digital transformation, especially for technology spread in the country. And but also, I mean, they tackle the issue of institutionalization, how to make it, I mean, and how each government office, government agency should have a kind of responsible person to tackle this issue and to start to initiate the e-participation at the government level. Also, in addition to that, there is, as we have done for e-government strategy or whatever new e-strategy that we are implementing in the government, there is a need to have kind of standardization at national level. And in each country, there is different mechanism of making it happen. I believe that there is this kind of strategy should be also, I mean, raise some issue that, as the one that mentioned, for example, that it is two-way communication, it is not one-way communication. Some standard of what is e-participation for the government, what it tackles, and how the conduct of employees should be, for example. This is also an issue, that how government employees should interact with this flow of information coming, because we have the examples here, it's more at local level that were mentioned during the session, but we can also have some example of participation in formulation of strategy and legal and the formulation of laws, which is completely different aspect, because it is at national level, it is not at local level, it's different dynamic, it is not the same dynamic as local level. Then I believe this holistic approach should be embedded into a kind of strategy for the country as a whole.
Actually, I think Julian has something to contribute, but I just want to pick up on this local versus central government. What we see in Latin America, for instance, or in Europe, is that engagement has traditionally been more successful at local government level because it is everyday problems. It is something we know, it's something we feel related to. This is also, I think, the reason why Fix My Street and urban planning initiatives tend to be so successful compared to national engagement. So although you often have a trigger, so in most countries, including in Saudi Arabia, consultation on new legal drafts has a trigger. It is mandatory that you do it as an entity, but you do not have that trigger necessarily at local government level. So maybe there's a regulatory tool for central government to say, you must consult on certain policy issues at local government level, and if you don't, red card, yeah? And you can follow up, yeah? Maybe it's something that one of the one in the keynote panel yesterday afternoon, there was a comment about plugging into local community networks through local leaders and how you have democracy at local level in many cases, even if a country is seen as not being very democratic in a Western liberal sense. But you have these consultations happening, particularly at local level. So maybe that's a solution. Just before giving over, in terms of the sustainability issue and engagement on that, I haven't personally seen any engagement issues on the sustainability and the climate challenge as such. But what we see in the Nordic countries, and I believe in Norway also, is that local urban planning in areas at risk of negative impact of climate change, it is being built into the local urban planning dialogue. So for instance, my dad's decided to retire to the middle of nowhere, Denmark, town of 7,000 people, but it's at risk of climate change because it's a portal city, and they've actually put in different models and different physical boards along the coastline to show these are the type of options, these are the areas that will be affected based on the projections that we have. How are we having a conversation around how do we do the flooding protection? You see the same in Copenhagen at the moment, and I will be very surprised if the Dutch, the Swedes, the Norwegians, the Finns, but also in emerging economies are not doing very similar, but it's wrapped up in normal urban planning and local conversations rather than the climate change per se. Yeah? Julienne, you looked like you had something you wanted to get off your heart as well.
Maybe just two examples that I can share. So the first one is I'd like to introduce you to my colleague Adriana Diaz, who's sitting right there. She's actually my colleague who works on Horizon Europe grants and research projects, and one of the projects that she's working on is on net zero cities. And I understand as part of that you've created a portal that allows cities to exchange on different strategies to engage with citizens, specifically on net zero cities. So maybe in the coffee break you can share more about that. And then the other project I might mention is I recently went to sit in on a conversation about a really, really big pan-European engagement process called the Conference on the Future of Europe. And I don't know if all of you are familiar with it. It's actually very nice. It's led by, I'm going to get in trouble here, the European Commission and the European Parliament. And what they've essentially done is they've done this hybrid version. So they've created this online platform using the Decidim open source e-participation platform where people from all over the EU in 27 different languages can provide their input on a wide range of topics. Their ideas, their questions, their concerns, and then they've actually fed that into a very, very robust citizen jury process. So they've actually gotten a representative sample of 800 citizens from across the EU and put them in these very, very high-intensive, in-person deliberation discussions on topics like nuclear energy, like transportation. And I think that model works very well because what they also do is they bring, let's say, 15 people in to talk about nuclear energy. They bring in experts to make sure that they're educated and aware of the different facets and the different points of view. And then at the end, the people people as part of this working group actually need to come out with a series of recommendations about what they think should be the future path forward. So I think that's kind of maybe an interesting model of how you kind of cross silos and then you bring in leadership from the highest levels, but then you also have a little bit of a discussion and online and in person.
Just as a follow-up, particularly on this sort of role and the holistic approach that came up in two of the questions and also related to sort of overarching things. So thinking out loud, as we sometimes do, Antonio, you, for instance, worked with colleagues in Poland about mapping urban properties, so using cadastral data, mapping up topographies, land use, etc.
Yep.
How could that type of data and that type of scenarios be provided from, for instance, a central government authority or the research community to local authorities to help them have a facts, knowledge-based deliberation around what does that mean for the future of what's the situation now, what are the scenarios, how could that potentially feed in? And then a similar question to you, Yasser, from the DGA perspective or from you from the ministry. How can you help from central government provide the tools and the data to help local authorities to set the challenges and take co-ownership in order to have that dialogue in the local communities that then aligns to certain national challenges or strategic objectives? Antonio.
Okay, so I was going to mention that project was financed by the National Science Center in Poland, and so it's financed by the national government, but we're actually looking at local governments, and I will explain how that's done. So we get remote sensing data, satellite data, over time, because there's a Copernicus database in Europe that provides sort of pictures of the evolution of land uses in European countries over time. We have 2006, 2012, and 2018. So we are able to map what the differences are in land uses. And we find interesting things, not exactly surprising, but for example, for Portugal, we find a much higher density in the use of eucalyptus trees, which are terrible for the environment, if you know that. And we are able to pinpoint which local governments are doing the worst, because we overlay the municipal boundaries on the data that we get from the remote sensing, and then we track the evolution of the land uses in all these municipalities. And we have done that for Poland, Portugal, Sweden, and we're working on Norway, actually, right now. And we are doing it for 8 countries in Europe. We are not doing it for more because the money is limited. we would do it for all of Europe, but the money is limited and the project is ending in mid-2023. But the point is, with sort of technology plus funding from national government and academia as a contributor, we can actually have some sort of contribution, not only to how municipalities use their land, but also in terms of climate change, because these land uses obviously have impact in terms of climate change. While I'm not a climate change specialist, I must say that, we do have that in mind when we propose the project, and we keep it in mind. I would also like to add one thing regarding the silos. If you know the literature in participation, not e-participation, but participation in general, which is very much political science, sort of hardcore literature, you know that one of the biggest challenges is to scale up solutions. So the reason why we find a lot of solutions applied at the local level, it's because it's easier. You gain at so many levels. You solve people's problems. You engage people in the solution, in a way that as we scale it up, it becomes much harder to do it. For example, while you can do participatory budgeting at the local level, and we kind of know what the steps are and what kind of things to expect, it's much harder to do it on the national level. Portugal has tried that, but it's not the same thing. We are not sort of getting the same kind of interaction that we do at the local level with sort of people's engagement in the solutions that we have at the national level. And I think that cuts across many of the solutions that we identify in the report and that we see generally.
Yeah, I think also Nibal's point here about the organizational culture is important. We were doing some work with the World Bank in India where they were looking at, they had a very small program, about 100 smart cities, all with between 2 and 5 million people, and 500 smart villages. So tiny in Indian terms, massive if it was a Danish or Portuguese term. And they found that the organizational culture, in particular in the cities, defined whether or not they looked at their smart city initiatives in silos like mobility, waste, planning, or whether or not they merged it in the true sense of the smart city concept to get these interactive flows of data to see if I do something over there on mobility, what does that mean to waste and pollution over here, and so forth. And the organizational culture and the leadership that was mentioned was key drivers. So if the leadership did not understand the potential of the concept and the technology, it was harder for the staff to go. And then also the capacities to absorb a new concept in some cities end up being led by the vendors and saying, here's a solution that will fix the world's problems and all your city's problems. So there was less critical analysis if the organization and the leadership did not have a certain level of engagement. Vijat, Nibal, and I'll get back to you because I have a question as well. And then we want to ask some more questions.
I want to comment on the central government versus the local government, if you allow me, anybody.
Yeah,
yes.
please.
I mean, when I probably mentioned consolidation, I forgot to mention without compromising configurability. Okay. So at the end, each, let's say, local government has its own DNA, its own, let's say, processes, its own strategies that we should not forget about. The centralization serves the better infrastructure, let's say, for investment and so on. But I mean, at the end, the owner on the grounds are the local, let's say, governments that they need to manage their own business the way they want to do, or the way that they strategize to do. It's about governance on the way that what they need to see, how they need to see it, and at the end, they are the owner of that to call the shots. Let's say how the reports need to be generated, what things need to be KPI'd, and so on. So that's a capability should be provided for local government to utilize, and also to provide the visibility in order to take and make decisions. That's some sort of the let's say two-way communication between the central and the local, and it gives. I mean, the centralization in terms of a user experience and familiarity and so on, and investment, that makes sense. And the local government configurability and customization, that makes sense, and reporting and KPIs, that makes sense for on a local level. So that's the first, let's say, part of the question I would like to add on. And also regarding the climate change, I might be probably just speaking of a let's say, limited concept, since this conversation usually it's mainly in, let's say, advanced or, let's say, first world countries. In other emerging countries, this is of a new topics that being, let's say, adopted and taken care of. Probably on it relies big time on science and data availability, and probably that could be a challenging case in areas that where data is not always, let's say, available in details. But speaking of municipal assets, and this is something very recent that we are adopting, and we are seeing how this is going to impact citizens, is to see the impact on people through their incident reporting, which is massive. Like we are speaking more than 1.5 million, 2 million a year of reporting of municipal, let's say, municipal, let's say, incidents or so. and scrape weather, let's say, data, and see any correlations there, if there's any causal, let's say, relationship there, and the impact on assets, and therefore the quality of life and daily interactions and mobility and so on. So that's one of the, let's say, initiatives towards either acquiring data or utilizing the current data that's available, and how that reflected on climate change, what we are experiencing. Since this is not of a, let's say, bigger conversation, but it's more of taking a step or towards that in order, let's say, to consider such a case.
Nibal,
I want to just comment about central versus local. I believe the e-participation solution is completely different. I believe from the design perspective, from the beginning, when we have a solution, when we are speaking about participation in terms of legal framework or strategy, for example, formulation of strategy that the government announce and put for the comments from and feedback from the citizen or from specific community, it might not be all citizen. The design of the solution of e-participation should be completely different than the one that is adopted for local government development and the co-creation and all these issues related to daily basis development. Then I believe that structure, the design of the solution should be completely, it's another structure, another target group, another strategy that you will adopt for your solution. Then e-participation, it doesn't have all the time the same set of canvas on you, how you will develop your solution. According to the level that you are targeting, you will design your solution. And here there is, some work to be done from development perspective, that you have to develop a solution adapted to the problem that you are dealing with and that you are opening for public, for consultation and for opinion. Then this is what I want to add, that it's not the same perspective.
I mean, particularly at local level, you will have a multiple variety of community issues or contextual issues based on your physical location, etc., which is something we see reflected a lot in the smart community type area. We have some more time, so let's take a second round of questions. We have Thomas down here, we have Eriko up there, and the gentleman Sale, and then we have a lady on the back. Oh, 5. So quite short, please, otherwise we don't have time to answer. So we'll start, just answer them from the top down, and then we'll take it. Thomas, the microphone is coming down this.
No problem. Maybe can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
I'm wondering if from your research and experience you see the positive effect of local level participation on polarization. We are terribly divided along political lines, often ideological lines, this impairs our ability to solve problems we share. Yes, but when we are co-sharing the space, living space, cities, we sharing common problems, common aspirations. Question: is local level e-participation increasing the incidence of people working across political divides to solve common local problems? Just one more sentence. Our study of smart cities shows that very few of them have embedded e-participation mechanisms.
Okay. Sale, you have a microphone.
So thank you. I would like to jump also in the discussion about the tools and share also some experiences. So we did several data analysis of e-participation, and from different perspectives. And what we found, and you can find that in some of our publications, and I would be very happy to share that with you, is that the data can be seen in three types of information that we can find in the data that people are posting, that citizens are posting. We have the semantic part, which is the contextual part. We have the temporal part, and we have also the spatial part. And what we are working on, and you mentioned, Nibal, the tools, in how we can build affordances for citizens to help them categorize this information when they post their comments on certain topics. So it is very important first to understand or to categorize what people can say in these platforms, and second, how we can give them the tools to express what they want to say. Otherwise, it will become very difficult to extract the data, to analyze it, and we raise the question of the data. So we need to give them the affordances to facilitate this expressiveness. So this is what I want to share with you. Thank you.
If you, JP, and then the lady at the behind sail, and then Eriko at the end. We have less than 10 minutes left, so try and keep it brief so we have time.
Thank you, Morten, for the wonderful panel, and thank you all for the examples and your insights. This morning, Gianluca mentioned a Kofi Annan quote on digital divide from 2002, and then said that we have many of the same problems today. I was part of a APEC workshop in 2008 in Lima with quite a few different countries on e-participation, and many of the considerations were the same as discussed today, that many of the successes were at the level of engagement, such as your wonderful road quality program. It was difficult to engage citizens in the more policy-making processes. There was this question of whether citizen engagement would lead to a change in government or whether the government was listening. And so my question is whether you agree with the premise that there's a lot of the same challenges as 15 years ago, and if you agree with the premise as to why you think it might be and whether it might need a reconceptualization of e-participation or whether it's how we go about implementing it.
Okay, thanks.
Hello, thank you very much for giving me the floor. My name is Xiaoling Zhang. I'm from the UNDP. First of all, I want to appreciate the conversation about the hybrid and also the holistic approach to e-participation. We are very used to saying that, the last mile of service delivery, perhaps this is about, the last meter to the conversation table, because we have seen that some of the e-tools has, actually become a barrier in terms of the digital literacy for e-participation. Second, my question is actually in a different area. I want to understand perhaps if the panel has any experience or good examples of using e-participation tools in crisis communication and engagement with the citizens. Thank you.
Okay. And then we have a last one from Eriko, just 3 rows down. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. My name is Eriko from UNU, and my question is about democracy. Over decades have had a promising that e-participation will foster democracy, citizen empowerment, the influence of citizens in decision-making. However, as the colleague from the audience mentioned before, we are still discussing single tools to single problems in cities and governments. So my question for the panel is, what extent e-participation are fostering democracy, citizen empowerment, or only legitimizing government decisions already made? Thank you very much.
Okay, so let me try and sum up. So there's a cluster of questions around whether or not, particularly at local level, engagement is facilitating more across the opinion divide, collaboration and sharing of opinion, or whether or not it's dividing like we've seen in some national discourses, both in Europe but also North America and elsewhere. And I'd like to tag that on to Sale's comment about the semantics. So the tone online in terms of physical, and whether or not there's tools around that. So that's one thing I'd like to hear. And then there was about the specific issues around engagement in terms of crisis management, which is a topic I haven't thought about before. Because crisis can be both environmental, they can be natural, it could be a political crisis, it could be a crisis in service delivery. Yeah? So how can you use this in different sort of crises? I do like to add that I think it is actually okay that you have engagement on a single issue, but also on holistic issues. You can do both. The one doesn't exclude the other. Yeah? I sometimes believe that it is better to break things down. We talk about it in IT development, that you break the problem down in bite sizes so you can deal with it so you don't get, overwhelmed. Any thoughts on these two? If we start with the first one.
Yeah, I will talk about the holistic view and solving the specific problem. I think all the initiatives today around the country, they solving the specific issue that related to some services that related directly to the people.
Okay.
This case also in Saudi Arabia, we have different initiatives, and they don't have, let's say, a clear direction, a clear, let's say, standard and regularity that will solve the holistic view. This is why we just launched this program that I'm talking about, having the change management program. We call it reform and e-participation program. We are considering this issue that all the attendees they talk about, and they just assuring that today we are just solving a specific problem. We are working to have a holistic view problem that will affect the whole nation.
Okay.
This is what we have. We have, let's say, a long road of this clear roadmap. We have tools. We have data. We have the people. Also, we have a society or let's like a volunteers council that from each city that they will help and give us a new, let's say, thought and opinion about and their opinion about how we develop e-participation around the country. It's just not about solving a specific issue.
Okay, so that's a holistical angle. Anyone else on this holistical angle before we move on? No? So,
yeah, I mean, let me say maybe it will combine a little bit with this issue of democracy. I mean, this e-participation linkage with democracy. My thought, it is a thought that I share with you. I am not really, I cannot say, but I mean, my thought about that, it is, I believe the government will not go towards e-participation unless they have, in a way, their political agenda it is in line with their political agenda. Then I believe the decision towards going to e-participation will rely on the government decision, and according to their level of democracy, they will adopt it or not at national level or at local level. I would say that at national level, it needs, of course, I mean, if e-participation well implemented, it might lead to better democracy because you increase the reach, you increase the participation of all citizens and so on. It might lead then to better democracy, but I believe the government, if it is not democrat by nature, will not adopt it, I mean, at first stage. Then for that reason, sometimes, I mean, local level is easier in this term because it is more developmental oriented rather than political umbrella. It doesn't have really this political umbrella. This is my thought about this. And I have also another thought about the crisis, if I may.
Yeah.
I witnessed some examples. I'm living in Lebanon, and 2 years ago we had really had a problem, I mean, in Lebanon, that there was the destruction of the port in Beirut, and it was really catastrophic. I mean, for all people, myself, my houses were affected. My house was affected. But anyway, in this area, I mean, NGOs in Lebanon are very active, and they really were very responsive to propose some apps online apps to report on the cases of the different people and also on the aids needed for people. Okay. It was very, very important from social perspective because, I mean, this application helped people to get any help they needed in a way if they are connected, because sometimes the connectivity was an issue. Just example of crisis.
Yeah. So if you bear with me, we are running out of time, but I'd like to just focus on the last element we haven't addressed yet from the audience, and that is we see a lot of polarization in public discourse, and as Antonio was saying, particularly when we're sitting behind the screen and we're sort of anonymous on Facebook or on Twitter or whatever the profile is, we tend to be a little bit more confrontational and we don't listen. So at local government level, and in line of sort of the examples you were putting up, Julian, about please convince me, is local dialogue, local engagement between different interest groups and different communities facilitated by the local authorities or not, or with local authorities, is that a unifier? Or do we see the same polarization even in local decision making in terms of why is this street prioritized in that neighborhood and not this street in that neighborhood? What's your thinking here and what have you observed from your perspectives?
Can I mention something about that? Because I think what's really interesting here, and I'm very happy that we can mention it at the very end, is on quality. The quality of the conversation and the quality of what people are saying online, that is something that you can control as the facilitator and the designer of a participation process. You can ask questions in certain ways to get information that you want. So if you're at a forum and then everyone is saying, we want more trees, that's not really useful information, in my opinion. But if you say, I want more trees because of this or that, and it hasn't happened because of this, the elaboration of people's points of view, I think, is what's really important. And I actually think that's maybe where e-participation might give a little bit of an edge. So in a previous life, I was a researcher, and I did some research about the quality of input in person and online. And you find that when people are online, they have a little bit more of a chance to deliberate, to think about themselves, to delete and rewrite what they're saying. Whereas if you're in an in-person meeting, maybe you feel a lot of social pressure to say or conform to a certain point of view, or you just say what's on the top of your mind. So I'm not sure exactly where I'm going with this, except to say that the quality of what we say is very important. We can guide it. We can help people give higher quality responses. And maybe this is actually where e-participation can give a little bit of an edge.
It reflects well some of the research I was involved in a previous life for the European Commission about European participation and the state of affairs in the first 10 years of this millennium, where it was really around trying to ensure that also the conversations stay on topic and that you play the devil's advocate. A little bit what you were saying, Majad, about this is a change management process. And it's about facilitating the change and say, okay, you have that opinion, but what about the alternative? What's your thought on the alternative? Why don't you like the alternative? And get that conversation going. And the role of the local authority is not necessarily to make decisions in that discussion or participate in creating opinions, but just facilitating by raising the alternative point that has already been raised by someone else. Is that sort of the thinking you had there?
No,
you're nodding?
I have nothing to say.
Okay. Is there any last-minute quick observations on that? Is that the way to go? The local authorities being facilitators, raising the questions, pulling the cats back in line or playing within the same discussion field so it doesn't go in a million directions? There's no microphone right now. Yeah.
Just two main actors that we used to forget is the political parties.
Political parties.
And the civil society.
And civil societies.
Yes, and thank you. Right.
Okay, so civility. So stay on topic and have a polite tone.
Let me restate one thing that I said earlier about that, which is hybrid. Make it hybrid whenever possible.
Yeah, for sure.
So put people in contact face to face before you go online, because then people will be more civil.
Yeah.
If you know the people, if you share the problems, you will be more civil online. And sometimes if you try to do it purely through platforms and through technology, it might be much harder to accomplish.
Right.
Okay.
I agree.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for your questions. I hope we managed to answer all of them. Thank you to the panel, and thank you for your patience. Just a little bit of housekeeping. It is lunchtime. It lasts till, let me check, 2 o'clock. There will be a couple of sessions related to this topic coming up. So there is paper session 13 and 15 on frontier technologies and inclusion respectively. And also on
Yeah,
Thursday morning, we have a topic and a keynote on digital humanism, which I believe is quite linked to inclusion and some of these engagement in principles. So please look at the program. There's lots of more sessions. Please be back in session at 2 o'clock. Lunchtime, it's in the same place as yesterday. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bom dia. Hi, everyone. I'm Teddy. I'm so sorry I can't join you in Guimarães this week, but I wanted to give a brief virtual presentation to help introduce the topic of meaningful connectivity and help illustrate why it will be so important to use this topic and to understand the kind of connectivity that people have when we're thinking about these issues of digital inclusion, e-governance, and bringing more of human life online. And so for me, the fundamental question comes into the consequences of connectivity and what we see as the differences of what the human experience is based out of what kind of connectivity they have. And therefore, why it's so important for us to think about more than just bringing people online, but thinking about the kind of internet access they have and the ways that they're able to use the internet in their day-to-day lives. So to start my presentation, I wanted to bring in 3 characters and talk about the kind of connectivity that they have. So to start, here are Amina, Carolina, and Rodrigo. Each of them access the internet in a slightly different way and have a different kind of connectivity. Amina, for example, she just has a basic phone, one of your brick phones with a number pad that she uses on a regular basis, but she is able to use a computer at school every day. Carolina, on the other hand, she has a smartphone, but in her village that she lives in, there's not a lot of 4G coverage, so the connectivity is spotty or slow, doesn't load content particularly well, but she is able to use Wi-Fi at work on her device and other devices in her workplace. And then we have Rodrigo. Rodrigo shares a smartphone with his brother, Pedro, so he only gets to use it at nights and during the weekends when his brother's not using it. And his time is really limited in terms of the ways that he's able to have a device that connects to the internet. And so you'll see, you can probably already guess out of these 3 stories, each of these 3 people would have an entirely different online experience, an entirely different relationship with the internet. And so by consequence, when we think about these digital innovations in terms of e-governance, how each of these 3 people are going to interact with those innovations, what potential good or bad consequences might come out of those projects, is deeply influenced by the kind of connectivity they have. And that's why there's been a lot of work paid around the idea of building into a concept of meaningful connectivity. And so from work that I've done with other colleagues, we've been working on trying to define what does meaningful connectivity look like. And for us, it really boils down to 4 key aspects. And they're described here in a single sentence. Meaningful connectivity is when a user has access to a smartphone with a 4G mobile internet, along with an unlimited broadband connection at home, school, work, every day. And so there are 4 key pieces here that are quite important. We, for example, focus on smartphones as kind of a key tool that is a difference between just simply consuming information, which can be done on pretty much any device, and starting to be able to create content and contribute to human culture online through a smartphone or through another device. But that's the one that we measure at an individual level in terms of thinking about meaningful connectivity. Then it's 4G mobile internet, which is kind of the first technological standard for mobile internet that has expectations of speed. And so it's thinking about how fast is someone's connection, can it really enable someone to do the things that they want to? And in a lot of cases, things that people want to do is they want
Microphone, please.
Yes.
Yes? Very good. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this roundtable. My name is Alexandre Barbosa. I'm the head of the Regional Center for Studies on the Development of the Information Society, CETIC, which is a UNESCO Category 2 center for Latin America and Portuguese-speaking countries in Africa. And we are linked to the Brazilian Network Information Center in Brazil. Well, thank you, everyone, for being here. We have been 2 very busy days. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, in special UNU, not only for organizing this year edition here in Guimarães, but also for keeping the community of academics and practitioners on for us to debate topics. We are going to have 4 very honorable speakers, but I will change a little bit because our first speaker could not come to Guimarães, so we are going to present a video, and then I will introduce the 3 speakers here in the room. But before, our topic today, activity in Latin. Debate around digital inclusion, very much marked by a binary approach of having or not having connection. But, you know, connectivity advanced in many, many regions of the world. And today, I would say, sufficient to discuss having or not having access. And until very recently, around 50% of the global population were not connected. But according to ITU estimates for 2022, 34% of the global population is without internet access. And this represents exactly 2.7 billion people without connectivity. Latin America is above this average. And of course, that when we discuss today digital inclusion and its implication for electronic government, this is an issue that goes beyond the binary state, as I have said, of having or not having access. It includes several dimensions related to quality of the internet, the type of device. You know that the connectivity has increased thanks to the mobile network. So even in Latin American countries, the low-income population are having access only in the mobile. And mobile device, it's very good to have access to read your emails, but it's not enough for many activities, and it is indeed a barrier for digital skills. So besides the quality of the internet and type of the devices, we have to see online performance activities, digital skills, outcome benefits that we can have or can achieve through the use of digital devices. And in this context, that we are going to discuss today the concept of meaningful connectivity that emerges and does consider indicators that qualify the internet use, such as the possession of appropriate devices, not only mobile, for instance, high connection speed, no limit of data cap, data packets, a frequent use of internet, like daily use. So low meaningful connectivity can also affect access to digital government, and particularly among low-income and vulnerable groups of society. And in Latin American countries, we still face multiple barriers to provide affordable internet access. And the proficient use of the internet among certain group, particularly vulnerable group of society, still face the challenge of lack of digital skills on the top of limited access. So based on these multiple inequalities, the session's objective is to discuss the main challenge for achieving meaningful connectivity in Latin America region. You may know that Latin America is one of the most, if not the most, unequal region in the world. We have not only among countries, but inside countries. Brazil, for instance, is a very unequal country. And having said that, I would say that this roundtable will address related issues linked to meaningful connectivity in our region, Latin America, and the implications of this new concept of meaningful connectivity for digital government, right? So with that, I would like to introduce our first speakers that is going to make a video. Teddy Woodhouse, he could not, as I said, be here with us today, but he has kindly recorded a video for explain this so important concept. So Ted is a consultant and researcher based in the UK, and his main field of activity is ICT for development, ICT for D, including digital inclusion through affordable and meaningful connectivity as a foundation for inclusive digital societies. His expertise spans a range of research methods and themes across ICT4D and telecommunications policy. He first joined the Alliance for Affordable Internet, A4AI, in the early 2016, and has since then helped co-author a number of publications, including 4 editions of a very important report that you may probably know, affordability report from the A4AI, and other relevant publications focused on the cost of exclusion research series to estimate economic consequences of digital gender inequality. Ted holds a MA in International Relations from the University of St. Andrews and a Master in Global Politics from the London School of Economics. With that, I would like to ask our technical team to run the video from Teddy, please. Can you help us with the video, please?
Bom dia. Hi, everyone. I'm Teddy. I'm so sorry I can't join you in Guimarães this week, but I wanted to give a brief virtual presentation to help introduce the topic of meaningful connectivity and help illustrate why it will be so important to use this topic and to understand the kind of connectivity that people have when we're thinking about these issues of digital inclusion, e-governance, and connectivity they have. And therefore, why it's so important for us to think about more than just bringing people online, but thinking about the kind of internet access they have and the ways that they're able to use the internet in their day-to-day lives. So to start my presentation, I wanted to bring in 3 characters and talk about the kind of connectivity that they have. So to start, here are Amina, Carolina, and Rodrigo. Each of them access the internet in a slightly different way and have a different kind of connectivity. Amina, for example, she just has a basic phone, one of your brick phones with a number pad that she uses on a regular basis, but she is able to use a computer at school every day. Carolina, on the other hand, she has a smartphone, but in her village that she lives in, there's not a lot of 4G coverage, so the connectivity is spotty or slow, doesn't load content particularly well, but she is able to use Wi-Fi at work on her device and other devices in her workplace. And then we have Rodrigo. Rodrigo shares a smartphone with his brother, Pedro, So he only gets to use it at nights and during the weekends when his brother's not using it. And his time is really limited in terms of the ways that he's able to have a device that connects to the internet. And so you'll see, you can probably already guess out of these three stories, each of these three people would have an entirely different online experience, an entirely different relationship with the internet. And so by consequence, when we think about these digital innovations in terms of e-governance, how each of these three people are going to interact with those innovations, what potential good or bad consequences might come out of those projects, is deeply influenced by the kind of connectivity they have. And that's why there's been a lot of work paid around the idea of building into a concept of meaningful connectivity. And so from work that I've done with other colleagues, we've been working on trying to define what does meaningful connectivity look like. And for us, it really boils down to four key aspects. And they're described here in a single sentence. Meaningful connectivity is when a user has access to a smartphone with a 4G mobile internet, along with an unlimited broadband connection at home, school, work, every day. And so there are four key pieces here that are quite important. We, for example, focus on smartphones as kind of a key tool that is a difference between just simply consuming information, which can be done on pretty much any device, and starting to be able to create content and contribute to human culture online through a smartphone or through another device. But that's the one that we measure at an individual level in terms of thinking about meaningful connectivity. Then it's 4G mobile internet, which is kind of the first technological standard for mobile internet that has expectations of speed. And so it's thinking about how fast is someone's connection, can it really enable someone to do the things that they want to? And in a lot of cases, things that people want to do is they want to watch and share videos, have video calls, do Zoom teleconferences, even though if those aren't our favorite parts of work, having the ability to do that can be so crucial to someone. So that's why we think that speed defined through the lens, easy to understand, of 4G mobile internet is so important. And then it's also really important to have an unlimited broadband connection at one of those kind of daily institutions in your life. And that can be at home, where it's kind of the easiest to use, it has the greatest amount of privacy as well for someone. It could be at school, it could be at work, or it could be another place of study like a library. All of these institutions are really important in building together kind of a constellation of connectivity in someone's life, where they know that I might be traveling at the time, for a few hours, but I'm going to come to a point where I know I can do kind of more intense work or more intense activities on the internet because of the quality of my connection at this institution or at this place. So it's really important to have the confidence of knowing I'll be able to have that kind of connection at least on a daily basis. And that's that last part, the daily basis. We really expect this technology not to be built just so we have something nice and shiny and fancy in our lives, but because people use it. And so that's the importance of measuring use. And we hope that people want to use it on a daily basis so that it delivers something positive in their lives and there's a reason to connect on a daily basis. And so it's through those four aspects of owning a smartphone, having a connection with sufficient speed, like a 4G-like connection, an unlimited broadband connection point somewhere in your daily life, and using it on a regular basis, that we think are the four ways that we can, from a policy level, understand and measure when someone has meaningful connectivity. And so why might this topic, why might this idea be so important? And it's in part based out of research that's been done of what I like to think of as the connectivity illusion. And so some research was done by the Alliance for Affordable Internet that looks at 9 countries in the recent history, in kind of the past couple of years, comparing what is the percentage of internet users in that country, and then what's the estimated percentage of people in that country that have meaningful connectivity, so have access to all 4 of those things that I mentioned in the previous slide. And here we can see consistently across all 9 of these countries, there's a huge gap between that top level number of the number of people who are using the internet and those who have meaningful connectivity. And so a framework like this can be so helpful in understanding and reminding us that those different profiles that I introduced earlier of Amina, Carolina, and Rodrigo exist in reality, that those people are representations of people in our own communities and in our countries. And when we design projects, when we think about what is possible, we also have to think about what's going to be possible for these individuals as well, and for the kind of things that they want to have in their life. And so that's why we think it's really important to keep in mind the connectivity illusion that we might have in top-level numbers that are a little bit too simplistic and just measure a simple binary of online or offline. And this concept, in addition, can be really helpful for us to understand some disparities that start to emerge under the national level as well. So this table brings together some research done by A4AI that I mentioned earlier, plus another report by the IICA that compares rural and urban estimates for meaningful connectivity. And what you see are huge disparities that start to emerge based off socioeconomic indicators. So for example, by geography here can deeply influence the odds that someone has meaningful connectivity or not, much more likely to have it if they're in an urban area than if they're in a rural area. Research has also started to show that these disparities exhibit themselves across boundaries such as gender and age and income as well. So when you start to multiply these various factors and you start to think about, okay, you know, a woman living in a rural area on a lower income, she is kind of in 3 ways least likely to have meaningful connectivity. And what are the kind of disparities that come out of her experience with these innovations that we're talking about as a consequence of the disparities in connectivity that she faces on a daily basis? And so this, for me, really underlines the importance of this topic. It's because we have to think about the interventions we make, not just simply from assuming people have good connectivity, because people throughout the world have different types of connectivity and different types of relationships with the internet. And we have to be adaptable when we design these solutions to those different profiles of connectivity. And if we don't, the key risk here is that we will just further exacerbate the inequalities that exist in the world that we're all trying to challenge and we want to see less of in the future, but we may create more of if we don't think smart about the kind of innovations that we're implementing. And just to really drive this point home, I wanted to pull out a little bit more from that research report from the Alliance of Affordable Internet that I mentioned earlier, because in that report, there's a comparison between those who answered a survey and had just basic access and those who had meaningful connectivity. And then asking them, did you access healthcare online? Did you seek information on government services online? Did you take a class online? And there are a few other activities, but for now, I'll just focus on these 3. And across all 3 indicators, we see here a pretty consistent trend that demonstrates those with meaningful connectivity are more likely to use the internet to do these activities. And that is, the internet is more likely to lead to the kind of positive outcomes that we're all thinking about and that we're all trying to achieve. And so this really helps pull the thread together in terms of thinking about if we want to have digital innovations and better governance through technology, we have to think about the availability of that technology in people's hands. And it truly does go down to what kind of device do they have? And is that device adequate? Is the connection fast enough? Is it reliable enough? Are they able to use it on a regular basis that feels secure for them? And if we don't answer these questions, we can anticipate to see other surveys like this exhibit similar disparities based off of the kind of connectivity someone has. And so thinking about all of this, and I'm just going to think about kind of what I see as the horizon ahead when we think about meaningful connectivity and what's going to be really important going forward. And my co-panelists are probably going to talk about this better because they're going to be there in person to talk about it as well. But from my perspective, I think a key part of this is to start seeing changes in policy. And so we want to see changes that happen kind of at the international level with international organizations and happen with governments as well to embed these meaningful connectivity targets and the relevant data collection practices so that we collectively can start measuring the differences in connectivity and understand what are the consequences of this. So there's been some initial research in this area that I think really starts to demonstrate the consequences of connectivity. But more evidence makes that point clearer. And as more innovations come in, we can start to see where innovations might be addressing these disparities in connectivity well and what other projects might not be addressing them so well. And I think that's going to be a huge transformation that I hope we see through projects such as the kind of universal and meaningful connectivity baseline project led by the UN Envoy for Technology and their office, and through other projects as well. I also think from a researcher's perspective, that is kind of my background as a researcher, thinking about meaningful connectivity, how does it fit into a whole framework? And so for me, it's thinking about meaningful connectivity and its affordability, so the cost that someone has to pay to get that kind of access, and also what is their social environment. Hopefully it's supportive, it's secure, it's safe for them. And all of these three pieces together, in my mind, come to kind of what I would define meaningful access. And so then that becomes the transition point where we start to see people able to genuinely use the internet in a way that transforms their lives. And that's what I think we're all reaching for together. And so that's kind of my overview of meaningful connectivity as a framework, why I think it's so important for us to keep it in mind as we're thinking about digital innovation and innovation in governance, and why I think it's a crucial part to have this conversation today. So thank you again for letting me borrow a few minutes of your time, and I hand it over to my co-panelists to take you through the rest of the conversation. Thank you again. Gracias. Obrigado. Ciao.
Muito obrigado por este vídeo ao TED, e acho que fica muito claro para todos nós a importância deste conceito. Um dos exemplos da Colômbia, 75% da população tem acesso à internet. Mas que acesso é este? Apenas 25% tem um acesso qualificado. Os países da África estão avançando, como nós vimos, mas muito baixo nível de meaningful connectivity. Acho que essa introdução foi uma aula básica sobre este conceito, e agora, então, eu gostaria de chamar... sorry, I didn't realize that I was speaking in Portuguese. And I guess probably you didn't realize it too. Huh? Yes, you did, Shanhong. Thank you so much. Well, I think that this was a very good introduction to this concept, and it is indeed very important to perceive the difference between having connectivity. A lot of people have connectivity, but what type of connectivity is this? And with that, I would like to invite our three speakers to join us here. First, Professor Gonzalo Bustos. Please, Gonzalo Bustos is an associated researcher at the Center for Studies in Society and Technology, CETIS, at the University of San Andrés in Argentina. He's also an associated researcher in the International Relations at Flaxo, Argentina, and professor at University of San Andrés on digital governance, intellectual property, and international relations. Gonzalo has a degree in political science, a master's degree in regional integration, and he's a PhD candidate on social science. His research areas are in geopolitics of cyberspace, state preference on digital governance, and cyber diplomacy. Welcome, Gonzalo.
Hello. I don't know if this works. Yeah. I'm going to do it. It's 10. How you doing? Thank you very much for your presence. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you for my colleagues. Thank you for the organizers. Thank you to UNESCO. Thank you to CETIC. It's an honor to be here. I come from South America, from Buenos Aires, from the University of San Andres, the Center of Studies for Technology and Society. And I would like to focus on some insights and some lessons that we could gather from applying a very interesting framework that we will appoint again and more deeply tomorrow. But I'm going to use it as a way to address the question of meaningful connectivity. The question on itself and the ROMETS framework by UNESCO is universality, but it gives us some insights to address the question. So maybe we will have more about lessons than insights. So maybe I'm overselling with this. So thank you. Let's see. This is our research team, a collective effort. It took us like 8 months. We applied a framework developed by UNESCO for 2 years, and it has 300 indicators. We applied the small version of 109. So at the same time that we create the research, we do the research, we had to create a multi-stakeholder advisory board to help us to socialize the results, but also to get the result, to get the evidence, because it's not easy to get evidence about access. And this is one real issue that we had to face in order to go beyond universality and reach connectivity. So this is the team. I don't want to bore you with this. The investigation is not yet published. It's about to be, but we don't have the date yet. So this is like an advance. We use some primary sources, interviews, and group discussions with the members of the MAV, the Multi-Stakeholder Advisor Board, that has that work on field related to access. We use a traffic light scale in order to visualize quickly for policymakers and to create a sense of urgency regarding what topics are critical. So in the 25 themes of the ROMETS framework, we see that Argentina has 15 yellow label themes, 7 in green, and 3 in red, 3 critical, one of cybersecurity, the other data protection, and the third, equitable access. So this is the focus of my presentation. Some figures to put us in context, because Argentina is a quite complex country, a federal country with 24 districts and enormous disparities between the districts. 85% of the population has some sort of connectivity. That is the 75 in Colombia, whereas this is the 85. But we don't know what kind of connectivity that is. We don't know the quality, we don't know the speed, we don't know the prices that the people is paying for the same amount of megabytes per second available, and we don't really know what's happening in terms of use. We have certain images of a big picture of the use, and we don't see certain gaps like gender, but if you go deeper, we start to find it. But the main barrier to a meaningful connectivity is territory, geography, regions. There is enormous disparity between the center of the 1/3 of the country, 1/3 of the population lives in Buenos Aires. So imagine what would be the price, the options in terms of supply and the offer of connectivity packages, and the rest of the country. So we had to gather different sources in order to get a full picture. The second row already shows us some differences between universality as a big concept and going forward and deepening into the idea of the meaningfulness. So at least 20% of the people doesn't have fixed internet connection, and we don't yet have addressed the question of what kind of fixed connection they have. So when we look at mobile connectivity, we see that still 1/5 of the population still uses 2G, and 1/5 uses 3G. This overlaps with the poorest regions, so it's a digital divide that deepens the divide that already exists in structural terms. So the universalization road began 25 years ago. Argentina has a history of being pioneer in certain things and being and discontinuing the policy. That is the main trend in every aspect, not only digital. And in particular in digital, we see it because there is not a consensus between the two biggest political coalitions that exist in the country. We have a very polarized system, political system, and every time a new government rises, it rolls back what the other one did. So what we see is 25 years of universalization, but with a lot of discontinuity. And different preferences. I would like to include the question of preferences. What we all see all the time regarding this kind of question is maturity models, and that is capabilities focus. And we see how much capabilities does a country have developed, but we don't focus on preferences. Yesterday, the question about what is lagging behind was raised, and the question was good, but the answers were great. And well, lagging behind exists, but it's a question of capabilities. But there's also a question of preferences. There is not single path to universalization. There is not a universal path to universalization. And we see different preferences in Argentina competing in terms of what access is. It's not only access or skills, it's also political parties that choose one or the other thing. So it's quite difficult to address it only from a digital perspective. It's also very political and very geopolitical. So the last 15 years have been more harmonized, and we see constant growing, a constant growing of the numbers and the universalization numbers. This is what I mentioned before. There is marked variations across the country in terms of region and in terms of provinces. We have, at the national level, we have states, we have provinces, but the regions gather 2 or 3 or 4 provinces, and when we go deeper than the region and we start to look at the provinces, what we see is a difference between a factor of 10 between the top tier and the last one. 10 differences. I mean, for example, in terms of the cost of the connectivity, and in terms of the velocity of the connectivity. So the framework that UNESCO developed, the RoamX framework, has 5 dimensions: access, the openness, multi-stakeholder participation, and rights, and a crossover, the dimension that deals with gender and different issues. And I'm going to focus particularly on the access dimension. Like I said, we use the traffic light scale, and what we see is that the main train is yellow, and the critical aspect is equitable access. So it's the thing that Alexander mentioned before. How do we deal with equitable? But affordability is also, it's like could be orange affordability, as we will see. But if you look at the big picture, affordability is quite good in Argentina. But we have real problems in terms of, when we compare with other countries in the region, we have a very, a more expensive mobile device. It's more expensive to get a device in Argentina. Let me just say it in those terms. Sorry for my English. I'm going to focus on each, but particularly on affordability. So we don't have really the data that we need to address the question of going beyond access. We know that access is differentiated between the qualities that are available in each region, but we don't know what the people do with that. And when we start to use other sources beyond the state official statistical authorities, we use private sources and civil society sources. We start to gather some insightful things like, for example, recently Teddy mentioned what happens with the specific use of the internet. Well, what we see is that although there is not a gender gap in terms of connectivity, only less than 1%, and that gap even reduced itself in the last 2 years. What we see is a lot of difference in terms of use. Women use much less. For example, this is an indicator, quite a specific indicator, but you get the picture. Online services, bank online, the woman uses half of what the men use it. So that is an indicator quite alarming, because it's an indicator that shows you that women have difficulties addressing themselves as economical actors in the digital economy. So even though they have the same connectivity in general terms, they don't use it the same way to become socially productive. So it's quite difficult to look at from a universal, generally perspective. In terms of connectivity, what we see is a lot of barriers in terms of affordability, particularly in fixed connectivity. What the official statistics shows you is a mix between fixed and mobile broadband, and we don't really go beyond that. So you have to use other sources, and the data is scattered and it really doesn't shows you a picture. So in terms of equitable access, what the other main barrier to meaningful connectivity is age. The age and the region. These are two factors. The rural and urban divide also exists and overlaps with the region because the poorest regions generally are the more rural areas or with less developed urban areas. And in those areas, there is a lot of people that are over 65 and they don't have any kind of connection. When we start to see why this is, for example, what happened with the pandemics, you see? This is, I wanted to use the light, but I cannot. Look what happened with the pandemics. At least 10% of the connectivity raised. That is a good indicator, and even in the zones, in the regions where the connectivity was quite low. For example, below 80% in the Pampas, that is the main region, the central region, but it went up like 10%, but still we don't have which kind of connectivity do they have. In terms of region, this is the gap. You see, this is the richest country, the richest national state in the country, the federal capital, and the city of Buenos Aires, that is. And these are the rest of the region. And we have very rich provinces in those regions, but they do not focus still and going beyond universality. So look at the gap. This is going to deepen the asymmetries between the provinces. And it's going to overpopulate the urban centers, but because it's the only place where you can get a meaningful connectivity. And if you go deeper, if you go in provinces, you see the difference. At least one-third, a factor of one-third between Formosa and federal capital. Formosa has a lot of rural areas with a lot of age population, and they don't have any kind of connectivity in 70% of the population. So if you look at the big picture, in a federal country, it's not only important the gap between universality in a general term and in a general sense and meaningfulness, also the regional divide. We don't have the data, but imagine how much people in Formosa has meaningful connectivity. If the ratio is 1 to 4, 1 to 3, like the Teddy images show us, imagine what will happen in Formosa. Probably 5% of the population has meaningful connectivity. And in a country where the capital has 100%, 110% of unique subscribers. So policies are done in federal capital. The country is ruled by federal capital. God is everywhere, but it attends in Buenos Aires. It's what the phrase we use. And you see why. Internet users is kind of the same trend, but look at the age, 65. It's half of the population is outside of the web. So this is a way to show you the defining preferences I show you, the evolution of the policy making. If you look at the education, that is a critical area to look how universalization policies are being deployed. Well, what you see is that in 2015, the government changed, and they stopped looking at universalization as a focus on use, in access, and it started focusing on skills. But it was not a new layer add to the previous one. It's not access and skills, as it should be. It was one or the other one. And this you can see it in terms of resources. Of course, it's not only a matter of preferences, it's also capabilities, because the budget of the area dropped down on 90%. 90% less budget available. So the focus was skills. But of course, the focus also was developing in an individual perspective of the internet. So I would say that it's not only going beyond access, but it's keep focusing on access. You cannot choose one or the other. It's a necessary condition. It's not sufficient, but you had to focus there. The previous program, the Conectar Igualdad, had 105 million dispositives from a one laptop per child perspective, but with non-proprietary software. And then in the last 2 years, during the pandemic, we went back to the situation, but the budget is much, much less.
Gonzalo, you have 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay. See, I'm ashamed to show you the data from 2016, but we don't have any more recent data. And you see the gap in the private schools for the kids in the primary level. Those kids were probably about to go or not go to the university right now, after 7 years. And this is the moment where the one laptop per child was suspended. 97% of the private schools had internet, 3% of the public schools had. So this is a tremendous gap. And in the in the colleges that, in the schools that effectively had connectivity during the pandemics, at least 30% didn't have a regular connectivity. So we have between 20 or 40%, depending on the statistics, of schools with, without connectivity, and those that have it, 1/3 of them, they have it on an irregular basis. So key data is still missing. We need new data to address universalization and meaningfulness. You cannot do it with the data we have available. So we try to develop some recommendations in terms of policymaking. Maybe afterwards we had time to address them. The framework of UNESCO focuses on developing recommendations for policymakers. I have a few to show you. But the three challenges that we identify, well, the sources that we use to overcome the barrier for those who do not use internet yet, I mean the non-internet users, are these three. The order is different according to the source, but those three are the same, mentioned in every survey we study. So the lack of digital skills is clear, but also the lack of relevant content. It was quite important. The lack of relevant content in a survey scores 70%. So you don't have relevant content, you don't go to the internet. So we should focus also in developing certain content for especially the elderly people, who is the main driver of this factor. And second, of course, affordability, and particularly fixed connectivity. The state developed a universalization program that tries to focus on the poorest population to access to certain packages of data, but the process to access to that benefit is quite technical and quite digital. So it's a lot of people who couldn't assign to this. So we developed 63 recommendations. I don't want to bore you. I already have done probably. But the main is deepening statistical databases related to internet universality, and now we say meaningfulness, because we don't have yet done that. I wanted to worry with that. This is another thing. We should strengthen public policy for internet access universalization, and we should develop some sort of multi-party consensus. We talk about multi-stakeholderism, we talk about multilateralism, but the real issue here, and we try to address it by making different policymakers from different parties to join the map, and we accomplished that, but the participation of the two parties was quite different. We had to somehow try to level things up, but one of them participated in a more intense way than the other. And this is a political gap, and it overcomes with the digital. So geopolitical and political perspectives should be included in the discussion. Preferences are so important as capabilities, and continuity is so important as deepening what we have. Also, only with continuing the policies, we are already making a big change in Argentina and in the countries in South America, in the global south, because the continuity policy is a big, big, big trend. So that's it, and thank you for your patience. Sorry for my English, and love to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gonzalo, for this very comprehensive overview of the Argentina situation in terms of connectivity. Now I would like to invite our second speakers, Manuela Maia Ribeiro. Manuela is the coordinator of the Brazilian National ICEGOV survey at the Regional Center for Studies on the Development of the Information Society, CETIC. And since 2007, she has been researching how governments can improve their relationship with their citizens using technology, including digital transformation of public sector services production and delivery at the local, regional, and national levels in Latin American context. She also researched government open data, transparency, and electronic participation. Manuela holds a PhD and a master's degree in public administration and government from the Getúlio Vargas Foundation, and a degree in public policy management from the University of São Paulo. Manuela, you have 15 minutes.
Yes, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. My presentation is here. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here today. My presentation for this session will be divided into 3 parts. First, I will share the situation of internet access and use among the Brazilian population. In the second part, I intend to show data on internet activities and the use of digital government in Brazil. And I will also present the results of a qualitative study about connectivity in small Brazilian municipalities. Okay. But first, I would like to present the Center of Studies where I work in Brazil very quickly, I hope. The Regional Center for Studies on the Development of Information Society, CETIC.br, is a department, as Alexandre said before, of the Brazilian Network Information Center, NIC.br. NIC.br is a non-profit organization that is responsible for the management of the .br domain name. And CETIC was created 17 years ago in 2005 to measure and monitor Brazilian society's access to and the use of information and communication technologies. Since then, CETIC has established many activities related to the development of information and knowledge societies, such as the production of statistical data on technology use, capacity building programs, the creation of a sector for methodological innovation, and publications of many analyses of socioeconomic implications of digital technologies. In 2012, CETIC became a Category 2 Center of UNESCO, and our scope of operation started to include Latin America and Portuguese-speaking countries in Africa, especially for capacity building activities and sharing knowledge about monitoring connectivity. Regularly, CETIC has been carrying out national surveys in many sectors in Brazil, including schools, enterprises, internet service providers, government organizations, households. Here you can see the names of the surveys, and you have many of them. And one aspect you can find in all surveys is that CETIC produces data beyond ICT access, because we adopted the perspective of digital divide levels. The first level is related to ICT access in the infrastructure, including types of devices and internet connections. We are also looking for the digital divide among internet users on the second level. Internet users can still face challenges in using technologies such as lack of digital skills, as Gonçalo said, or diversification of online activities. And more recently, researchers included the third level of the digital divide, concerned with the benefits and positive outcomes of technology use in people's life. So we are engaged in monitoring the use of ICT in Brazil and highlighting digital inequalities that remain in our country. Here I bring some indicators from the last edition of the ICT Household Survey. Every year we collect data on how individuals are using or not the internet and other technologies. The methodology was based on face-to-face data collection. In 2021, we interviewed more than 21,000 people in Brazil. In the last year, 82% of households had internet access. And among connected households, the survey identified that they mostly had fixed broadband. Still, in some regions and areas, mobile networks, such as rural areas, for example, are important to guarantee internet access. We also observed that people are using less computers in households. By computer, we consider desktop computers, laptops, and tablets. The presence of households without a computer is more frequent in households with lower socioeconomic status. And 81% of the Brazilian population were internet users in 2021. Most of them were mobile-only internet users, 64%. My main idea here is not saying every number or every result, but my main idea is to highlight that remains digital inequality. My main idea is to highlight that remains digital inequalities according to some variables, such as age, family income, and region or areas where you live in Brazil. For all indicators, or for almost all actually, about internet access, the most vulnerable population has less, in general, access to different types of devices and better connections, and better internet connections. Here, I would like to talk a little bit about internet activities. Again, the idea is to show that there are some activities that many internet users are doing, such as sending instant message, talking to people, using voice or video programs. But there was other initiatives, other activities. Oh, here I can see better. Other activities like looking for information related to health. It's not so common. Half of the internet users looked for information on health or healthcare services. And here again, there are some gaps. In general, people who have access to computers, not only the internet on mobile phones, can use more or are doing more activities than people that don't have access to some devices or some types of internet. I would also like to highlight the box here, the idea that TED said something about this, but it's very important to say when you have data about the population, some variables as income, level of education, race, and others. Here is just an example that appears all the time in the survey. Black women carried out financial transactions at much lower proportions than white men, for example. It's just an example, but you can see in other online activities the same gap. And now I would like to talk a little bit about indicators related to digital government. For ICT household survey, 7 out of 10 internet users in Brazil were EGOV users as well in 2021. So I will explain what's digital government e-user for the survey in the next slide. But here I would like to highlight the difference among the many variables that we measure. For example, more people in urban areas than in rural areas use the e-government. The same results for level of education, age group. Again, the same digital inequalities we can also find in this case of access to digital government services. And we also have data about if the person who is using a service, not only EGOV service, but also other online activities, if he's a user by mobile phone or by other types of devices. And in general, we have the results from the other box that almost of all EGOV users access. Let's explain another way, I think it's better, that when you have access to computer and mobile phones, you are more likely to be an EGOV user. That's the main idea. And on the other side, 60% of EGOV users for this survey were internet users exclusively by mobile phones, of course, you have other variables linking it to age, level of income, level of education, as I said, the area that we live in Brazil, etc. And here, why I said, I'm going to explain who is the eGov user for this survey. So we have this indicator, internet users by type of information that they looked for or they carried out, that actually type of information regarding public services that they looked for or public services that they carried out online in the last 20 months. Here we have 2 years just to show the difference before the pandemic and now in the pandemic. But I would like actually to highlight the public health. You can know exactly the services that people looked for or carried out in the last 12 months. But the other indicator in the last slide is measured by this. If an internet user said that they carried out or looked for information in one of these topics, public health, labor rights, or maybe personal documents, we are saying that this person is a eGov user. So if you say, yes, in the last 20 months, I looked for information about government tax and fees for this survey, you are considered an eGov user. And I would also like to highlight not only that there are different levels of services that people are looking for or are carrying out, but also the age group, for example, you can see the difference in the use. For example, people from 16 to 24 years old, in general, they use more services related to public education. In the case of population over 60 years old, they looked for information related to public health. So the main idea here is to show you that there is no one universal, using the words of Gonzalo, universal eGov user. There are different needs, there are different people there that they need to access public service, they need to access the government activities, and they really need to, it's also important to know who they are and what are the barriers that they have to access government. In this sense, I would like to share with you this qualitative studies, Frontiers of Digital Inclusion, Social Dynamics and Public Policies of Internet Access in Small Brazilian Municipalities. I want to say only this time because the name is too big, but this study was supported by the British Embassy in Brazil, the Brazilian National Telecommunications Agency, Anatel, and CETIC. In Brazil, small municipalities still have lower levels of connectivity when compared to large urban centers. Both British Embassy and Anatel were concerned with connectivity levels in these locations. And in the case of especially the federal government in Brazil, many investments were made to expand broadband internet in Brazilian territory, especially locations that are not so close to urban centers. So in this study, our goal was to explore how socioeconomic dynamics and local capacities influence the population's internet access in Brazilian municipalities with up to 2,000 inhabitants. In other words, we'd like to verify the types of challenges that small municipalities were facing to your population achieving connectivity, meaningful connectivity. The study was based on two phases. First, we created 4 groups of municipalities based on 2 dimensions of connectivity to guide the selection of seats to be analyzed in the next phase. So we could interview groups of municipalities with different levels of connectivity, helping us to understand the characteristics that explain high levels of connectivity in some small cities in Brazil. the first dimension about the presence of broadband connections and mobile connections use the data from Anatel, and local information technology capacities was based on indicators from two CETIC.br surveys, ICT providers and ICT electronic government. In the second stage, we interviewed local internet service providers, governments, and civil society leaders in 20 Brazilian small municipalities. It was 5 municipalities per group, and from all Brazilian regions. We also carried out discussion groups with individuals and totalizing 60 interviews and about 160 participants in the discussion group. Here, you can see some findings from the survey. From the connectivity level, we observed a recent expansion of internet access in the municipalities, in the small municipalities, especially fiber optic connections. However, difficulties to guarantee internet access or change radio connections remain in rural and remote areas in the municipalities. 2 minutes. Oh my God. So I think but I think the most important to say is that there are socioeconomic vulnerabilities yet that prevent certain groups from having higher internet speeds. They have problems with activities carried out online. There is no so diverse as in other groups. And reports of internet sharing by individuals with lower socioeconomic levels were very common in this project, in this study. Income also affects more vulnerable groups in accessing devices that fit to their needs. And skills are important barriers to advancing connectivity for individuals and organizations. And people over 60 years old, as I told before, and those living in rural, remote, and hard-to-reach areas have lower digital skills and abilities to diversify their use of technology. So we have good news related to there are more cities with good connection, but we also have people or especially vulnerable groups that they are not using the internet as they could. We also asked about digital inclusion policies. We observed that few local governments had this type of initiatives, such as free Wi-Fi or public spaces with computers and internet access. Regarding the digital government, the analyzed small municipalities provide more informational than transactional digital services for their population. In general, transactional services are restricted to tax services. And at the level of the broadband supply, we found different organizational and administrative capacities in local internet service providers and local internet service providers. This difference influences access to funds, financing of their activities, and the provision of more internet services to society. So I have to say, I just mentioned a few finds, just a part of this study. I really recommend to visit the CETIC website and download the publication. It is available in Portuguese and English. We can discuss more about this later, of course. And this is my last part. Here we summarize the 4 challenges for increasing meaningful connectivity in Latin America countries from a data production center perspective, of course. First, it is crucial to have disaggregated data and more indicators beyond internet access. I mean, we need to know the digital inequalities in a country, in a region, and citizens that are struggling to benefit from the online environment, and data are fundamental for that. Public policies need to be targeted at different levels of digital divide. There is no one solution for all digital inequalities. as Gonzalo presented before, and a multi-dimensional perspective of the digital divide as CETIC used demands multi-dimensional actions as well. Yesterday, I saw the presentation of the 2022 UNU government survey, and the third challenge here is aligned with the main survey results. There is room for providing digital public service, especially more advanced services, and at the same time, it's essential to have different channels to access public services, especially for citizens with difficulties related to internet access or low digital skills. Last but not least, I really like this expression, we highlight the importance of different levels of analysis regarding digital inclusion issues. Some perspectives focus only on the individual level or the government side only. From our experience at CETIC, understanding digital government initiatives is increasingly a matter of knowing more about different levels of analysis, including information on how society uses ICT, government initiatives, regulatory aspects, and other broader themes that impact connectivity. Thank you very much for your attention. Now I'm available for questions and comments. If you want to know more about CETIC projects, here you can see my contact and the website for more information. Thank you very much for the patience.
Thank you very much, Manuela, please.
Thank
now
you.
I'd like to invite Professor Maria Alexandra Cunha. Professor Cunha is a research and professor at School of Business Administration at Fundação Getúlio Vargas in São Paulo, Brazil. And her line of research is information technology management, where she leads academic research in the field of ICT governance, digital government, smart cities, smart governance, and digital democracy. She's the head of the Center for Public Administration and Government at Getúlio Vargas Foundation. She holds a PhD and master degree in business administration from the University of São Paulo. Professor, you have the floor. 15 minutes.
So good afternoon, and before I start, I would like to thank Alexandre, Gonzalo, and Manuela for the invitation to participate in this roundtable. And I truly believe that meaningful connectivity is a crucial topic when working on digital government, as Gonzalo said. I will walk you through some studies we have been developing in Fundação Getúlio Vargas and in Brazil around EGOV services exclusion. Not digital exclusion, but EGOV services exclusion. Alexandre gave me 3 hours to explain all the theoretical aspects and methodological procedures. But after, I would like to talk about the challenges for achieving meaningful connectivity and implications for the digital government. The first article I want to present is Gendering the Digital Divide, the use of electronic government services and implications for the digital gender gap. And it was written by 5 women, led by the first author, Javiera Macaya. Manuela and I, we were part of the team. And the paper explores the gender differences in the use of EGOV services in Brazil. We worked on data from the ICT household survey. Manuela has just explained the survey. And I must say that these data are the most important, largest and robust data we have in Brazil on ICTs and society. And in this study, we highlighted the differences between men and women using EGOV services. In Brazil, we have equal rates of internet access by male and female users, but when we look at the use of EGOV services, we have more male users than female users using the EGOV services, exceptions for education and health services. And that even among people with higher education and higher income level. And because gender is a determinant of inequality, we propose gendering the EGOV debate. So the title of the second paper is the first article was published in a journal, an academic journal, Information Polity, and is available in English. The second article, or the second study, is Electronic Government Services in Brazil, an analysis based on measures of access and user internet skills. And it is published in English, Spanish, and Portuguese in a Brazilian journal, Revista de Administração Pública. In English, I think it would be Public Administration Review. And our aim in this study was to understand how measures to promote internet access and users' competencies influence the use of EGOV services in Brazil. As in the first paper, we worked on the data from ICT household survey, and we find 4 user groups, but I think that it's less important than the other result, that it's for social class C, middle class, D and E. The increase of the use of EGOV services is strongly related to the internet access location, home, work, and mobile for class C. It means if a user has no internet at home and or at work, the use of EGOV service is lower. So we propose, and we also saw that the use of EGOV services is influenced by the user's internet skills, but I believe Gonçalo has already talked a lot about this. So actions that facilitate individual access to the internet are more effective than in libraries or in cyber cafes or in telecenters. The third study is digital exclusion and EGOV services. It was presented in an IFIP EGOV conference in Italy, and we, because digital default has been presented as a guide for the development of electronic services in Brazil, we wanted to understand the specialized use of service channels. So we work on the databases of service requests in the available on the city's open data portal, City of São Paulo. And we combine them with socio-demographic data from the city's districts, from the census, Brazilian Census Bureau, and São Paulo City has 4 channels to interact with citizens: citizen service centers, the web portal, the phone with a special number, 156, and an app. We treated more than 1,100,000 requests of services. And we found a significant correlation between income level of the districts and the type of channel used by citizens to make these requests. Well, guess what? The app and the web portal are more used by people living in the wealthy districts, and the phone and face-to-face interaction are the first choice of people living in the poor districts. But we also find that the face-to-face interaction has the most extended average service period among the channels. So the same service can take twice as long or up to 10 times longer on average when requested in a face-to-face interaction. So actually, the poor districts have a much longer time to see their requests solved. And we produce some recommendations. We present this study to the City Hall, and we strongly highlighted the need for multiple channels for citizens to interact with governments, but one single user experience, no matter what channel the citizen do prefer. And summarizing the studies, we found some determinants of exclusion in EGOV services: gender, internet access, location of the internet services, devices, user internet skills, space, and there are studies pointing out race or color, age, and so on. And we can see that it's related, well, infrastructure availability is not enough to explain and to solve this problem of exclusion in EGOV services. So I truly believe that meaningful connectivity is a powerful and helpful concept, but we have some challenges for achieving this meaningful connectivity. One is the dissemination of the concept among the practitioners, among the ICT experts and ICT enterprises, and even among the academics. We have to develop indicators for the three theoretical dimensions. I believe we have data in Brazil on infrastructures, some data on infrastructures and use of internet, but not all the indicators we need. And we have to establish a process and procedures to collect this data. And the implication for digital government, of course, digital infrastructure. Without digital infrastructure in the country, we can't access internet, of course. But I believe digital government strategies in all levels, federal level or national level and state level and local level, so subnational levels, have to consider meaningful connectivity as a principle or as a goal. And that's really hard because this digital by default and this principle and the perspective of connectivity as a binary dimension or have or don't have is much more used, and we have to face some cultural and social aspects that won't be solved by the meaningful connectivity. For instance, about gender, we have to overcome like the social role of women in society, and that's not an easy aspect to solve. So I didn't write questions because I didn't know if it would be the time for questions, but thank you for your attention, and I will be glad answering any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
3 hours in 15 minutes.
In 13 minutes.
30 minutes?
No.
13. Wow.
Yeah, 13 minutes. Well, I think that the three presenters showed us the importance of having meaningful connectivity to improve the use of electronic government. I will open the floor for questions, but before you raise your hand, I think that Gonzalo has made a very interesting comment that the government is in the capital city in Buenos Aires and they don't maybe know the situation in the rest of the country, or maybe they do, but and also Manuela showed a lot of data, disaggregated data. So my first question goes to Gonzalo and Manuela. Gonzalo, in your opinion, what's the relevance of having disaggregated data? Like you showed that in some provinces in Argentina or subnational level, the level of connectivity is much lower than in Buenos Aires, for instance. How Argentina is dealing with the data disaggregation, and how important do you think data disaggregation is for policymaking? So this question goes to you and Manuela, because in the first presentation, Ted is not here to reply the questions, but his video was really very interesting, showing that more than having access, we have to be aware of what type of access we are talking about, what type of speed, what type of data package, what type of device I'm using. So I would like to hear from you both the relevance of having disaggregated data.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you for your question, and thank you for your expositions. I really like them. The problem is that we have over-representation of the urban areas. So when we do policies, we measure our success or failure according to what is happening over there, not only because it is the most powerful hub in the country, but it's also the one that participates more in politics. So it's overrepresented, at the same time is more visible in terms of policy. You see the political actors are being left behind or being included. You don't see that in the rest of the country. When you look at the media, not only social media, but not only traditional media, but also social media, it's always focused on urban areas, in particular Buenos Aires, maybe Rosario and Mendoza, and not more than that. So the problem is that if we don't go granular or capillary, we will think that we are doing okay. And on the one hand. And on the other, we will continue to deepen the difference between the regions and the capital. And I live in the capital, and the incentives to stop being the most powerful region in the country are not there. So if you want to try to be federal, you had to go at the national level. But the national, sometimes, in terms of politics, it goes turns around the provinces and goes directly to the citizens. So the programs are dealing with, because they expect to be voted at the national level, and there is certain competition with the provinces. So where we see certain autonomy of the provinces, without the necessary capabilities to uphold the autonomy, is in education. Education, after the 90s, Argentina delegated all the education to the provinces. So in terms of what the national state does is create certain contents for the teachers, not more than that, and the provinces accompany that. In that area, in that regard, we see certain complementation between the national and subnational level. On the rest, well, we see that the provinces depend on how much money do they have. And the richest provinces, maybe they can uphold and champion universalization policies, but the rest cannot. So why do we need, although I love the idea of thinking what is a principle or a goal, why do we need it? Because otherwise we will keep thinking that we're doing okay. Basically, it's because of that. And we're not. We are in a critical point. And I'm not going to address the question of data protection, data breaches, although that what we see is a concentration. So in the urban areas. So it's a federal government, but territorially concentrated. And it's impossible in terms of mindset to get out of that silo, of that walled garden, if we don't go to the provinces and maybe if we don't go to the rural areas. So this could show the disparities in order to, maybe the government could create certain universal funds specifically addressed to make that the provinces that are again left behind in terms of affordability, in terms of meaningfulness, could catch up. So otherwise, we will think that it's enough what we're doing. But I want to address that we should keep. It's not enough to talk about have or have not, but still the have or have not allows us to see how critical the situation is in the interior. So it's not dropping that discussion, it's adding new layer. So multidimensional and multi-layer. I don't know if I answered something.
Yeah, you did. In fact, evidence-based policymaking needs data and needs disaggregated data, like you mentioned. Regional disparities or rural versus urban disparities, socioeconomic class. So I agree with you. And Manuela, what's your views on this issue of data disaggregation?
I said during my whole my presentation that's very important. And from the digital government perspective, for many years, studies was based on government initiatives. Most of the time, the theory was looking for, oh, the governments are doing something or not. And every year, more and more studies are concerned with also the side of the citizen, how they can access public services. But many times they use the idea of UNU-EGOV user, that's it. You need to know their needs and have only one solution. So I think disaggregated data is very important to change that, to show that there are different realities, different uses of the internet, and it's also necessary to have different policies for them, policies or maybe new ways or new channels to guarantee public services, for guaranteeing public services. So in this sense, I think disaggregated data is very important for public policymakers and people that they are thinking how to improve their public services, if they need more than one channel or what channels are that, and so on. So And in the case of CETIC.br surveys, this is very important to know where are the digital inequalities, where are the certain groups in Brazil that they don't have access or they don't are using online internet as they could. Alexandre and I, actually, we are always trying to say that's very important to have this type of data, because you really can know exactly what are the gaps. And it's not only sometimes between male and female. Sometimes you need more and more information to understand different groups, especially in Brazil, that will have, as Alexandre said before, an unequal society, an unequal environment. It's very important to know what they are, and for this disaggregated data can be important to guarantee that you know, that you really know. I think I repeat that, but it is important to repeat that because sometimes, I would say people say, oh, you have user experience. Okay, who is your user or something like that, and there is no difference. And many times people say, oh no, people are using internet as, okay, do you know them? Do you know their difficulties or needs? And in general, no, just everyone is using internet. I think everyone, I think he probably heard that. And with disaggregated data, you can say, no, there are some people that are using, they have these socioeconomic situations or not, and thinking about different public policies for them.
Yeah, thank you, Manuela. You said as you said in your presentation, having different types of indicators and different dimensions are really relevant to understand the meaningful connectivity issue. Because if you don't have disaggregated data and that approach different dimensions, you may say, well, 90% of my country has internet access. Like in your country, you said 90% of households having access, but what type of access?
Yes.
What type of use? Who is using? Men, women, and young or older generation. This is really very important.
Can I compliment? I would
yes,
like
please.
To compliment. I think we need disaggregated data also because we have huge inequalities in the cities. So we need disaggregated data and specialized data. Because São Paulo is always in the top 5 smartest cities in Brazil, and I always think a smart city for whom? For me, for Manuela, for you, that we live in São Paulo, but of course it's not the same over all the districts we have in São Paulo. So it's very important to have disaggregated data and specialized data.
Yeah, thank you very much, very important. But you showed many, I guess 3 papers published.
Not so many, 3.
But very important topics in very important journals. And I would like to hear from you, Professor, as you showed in your presentation. What actions, in these papers that you shared with us, can you identify any actions that could really mitigate this existing digital exclusion in terms of the usage of electronic service? Did you identify any key aspects?
Yes, there are some initiatives around digital infrastructure, like the implementation of 5G, and around EGOV services. The city of São Paulo is implementing user service centers in the periphery of, in the border of São Paulo city, not in the center, but in the border to improve the delivery of services in a face-to-face interaction, supported by ICTs, but in a face-to-face interactions. But the problem, I believe, that we have there is that this digital by default concept, and is that why I was really excited with the presentation from Delfina and Vincenzo, about the inclusion for default and not digital by default. I think this is a very important concept, and hybrid by default as well. Because, of course, São Paulo has, I don't know the rate, but most 9% of the territory covered by internet access, or more than that.
More than that.
But the people don't use EGOV services because they don't have the capabilities, or they don't want, or it's too hard for them, I don't know.
Or they don't have the skills.
Oh, they don't have the skills, or they don't have money to pay for the internet that the city provides.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Okay, so we still have a couple of minutes for questions. Yes, please. We have one question here. The microphone is arriving.
Thank you.
Please identify yourself.
Okay. My name is Eduardo Francisco from FGV, Fundação Getúlio Vargas in São Paulo, Brazil. I have one comment. First of all, congratulations for your presentations, excellent comments, and so on. I have one comment and one question for you. The comment is based on the Ted Woodhouse presentation. I suspect that the number about the meaningful connection from Brazil specifically is wrong, because the national number is not inside the rural and urban numbers in the table that he showed us. Just a comment to be revised for you. And my question for you is, I continue to explore the data disaggregation used for meaningful connection that you comment. How can we face the challenge to have a municipality statistical significance of this meaningful connection? Because to do that, we need to have these indicators, these questions, inside the national surveys, national census. How can we do that? We have to address what kind of shareholders in these discussions. And if you have information about other countries, if you have this information in a municipal level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is an interesting question, because it is very difficult to have data for cities unless you have a census. By the way, Brazil is now conducting the 2022 national census. Otherwise, samples from cities, even if you have a very large census, you don't have data for municipalities. We need a specific data collection instrument, a survey, inside, let's say, you mentioned São Paulo. Yeah. São Paulo is, since it is a very big city, and we have, for the case of the ICT household survey, the sample is proportional to the size of the population. So for the metropolitan areas, you still can have data disaggregated by some metropolitan regions in case of this particular survey in Brazil. But you cannot have for the whole cities, all cities in Brazil or all metropolitan regional areas. So this is a very complex situation, but the ideal is to have data that represents the universe of a given city. But this is very costly. It's very difficult to have samples for every single city unless you have a national census. Related to, Ted is not here, but I guess that the reason you may have found the table that he showed not correct is because the time reference, maybe he's using an older database. I can check and tell you later, but we do provide data for the national and urban versus rural, and even macro-regional levels in Brazil. But we can check if the data is correct or not. I don't know if I want to address any issues related to Eduardo. If not, we have one question here from Sean Hang.
Thank you, Alexander. Congratulations to all of you for sharing so solid research. I think the gaps you have identified in Latin America is really universal. It's relevant to all the other regions, as I can perceive. I particularly like the focus on you shed light on the content aspect and skills. As well as the social environment, because the information on internet are heavily regulated. By even distorted by different actors. In some countries, the users they can be living in full of the lies, conspiracy theory, disinformation, rumors. I mean, you can remind you. You don't forget what happened during pandemic, all kinds of rumor. Mm-hmm. So in this way, I mean, connection is meaningless and can really harm our users. So I think that's that micro environment of information, free flow, transparent, healthy information ecosystem is so crucial to ensure you can enable this connection to be meaningful. And also language issues. I mean, some they cannot just understand relevant content. And also the literacy, you know, also I think those social group, I mean, young people now they are, my daughter, they start to have the e-class in France from 7 years old. I mean, and those online services, many apps, short videos, they are really trigger those kind of addiction of children who are so, I mean, it can do harm to their brain development. Of course, they can also help them to search for knowledge. So how to make that a balance, to pay attention to these special groups. Plus, as I already mentioned, the old people, they are already left behind. And also gender issue, I really like this aspect. And imagine 2/3 of the unconnected population are women. Mm-hmm. But that's all the data we have now, and that's why I disaggregated the data, as you already highlighted. Exactly, I mean, so it's powerful when you said to us that women are using only half of the online banking service. It's so telling, it's so alarming. We knew that how women are being lagging behind from this connectivity. I mean, looking ahead to the future, now the UN is still developing this global digital compact. I would think it's a real opportunity to think about having this broad paradigm shift of connection, meaningful connectivity to be a part of global social contract, to really make this to be more aware by countries. It's really just a comment and also really my appreciation of your research. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shen Hong. Any other question? Yes, we have another question over there.
I'm trying to eat the microphone since the beginning.
Thank you very much, and congratulations, colleagues. My name is Xiao Ling. I'm working for United Nations Development Program in New York. So I think what stood out to me as an evaluator is that how this concept of meaningful connectivity, its usage or potential usage as a conceptual framework to evaluate the effectiveness and impact of development interventions, especially in terms of digital transformation in rural area. I think the presentations of all the speakers have highlighted the level or the unit of assessment at individual as well as at household level. But I want to add another layer, which is at the community level. I want to say this because, as you know, because of all the challenges that the rural community and remote community face in the countries, a lot of countries, for example, Bangladesh, which has the digital union centers, the Bulgaria has the library network, and then Egypt has the post office network, which has been used as the one-stop shop for digital access for rural communities. So I wonder what's the panel thinks in terms of using this digital or meaningful connectivity as a conceptual framework to assess the effectiveness of those development interventions in the remote areas. And perhaps, more importantly, perhaps, is that, what kind of combination of development interventions, those targeting individuals and households, as well as those targeting communities, what kind of combination we need in order to promote the digital development in the rural area from a rural development perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I think that, let me ask one question to all of you. This meaningful connectivity is a new concept for you? If you raise your hand. Yeah, for the half of the audience, is a new concept. And this is a very important concept. And before giving the floor for your final remarks, and then we conclude, I would like to take these two comment and question to say that Shen Hong has highlighted many important dimensions that is linked to this concept, like content, accessibility, digital skills, literacy. So this is really very important. And your question related to how policy can really take this concept and implement for all to remote locations, vulnerable groups, minorities. So I think that this is although it may be not new to most of you, but it is indeed very important because many policies around the globe are targeted to give access. Well, I'm going to give you 4G, 5G coverage. I'm going to give you fiber optics, but we have to develop digital skills. We have to develop inclusion, develop content. All these dimensions are embedded in this concept of meaningful connectivity. So I will give the floor to my dear colleagues to maybe address your final remarks, and I will start with Professor Maria Alexandra, and maybe if you can address the comment and the question, and then we finalize. 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Alexandre. Hearing the comments, I was thinking about the challenge of we have to develop universal indicators to evaluate and compare regions and countries and cities around the globe. But at the same time, we always have the local context that it's really important, and we have huge differences among the countries, and it's a challenge that we haven't talked about during the 3 presentations. Thank you very much.
Manuela?
Okay. Maybe I would like to comment the last question, because I coordinated, I don't know if you saw that, but there is a survey, the name is ICT Public Access Centers. I coordinated the 2 editions. It was about, that we call in Brazil, telecenters. There is another name for that, but telecenters, okay. And telecenters, and there were, in maybe 15 years ago, there was or 20. There was many national programs in Brazil related to guarantee access through this type of centers, as in other countries. I think it's libraries and other space like in Brazil we had telecenters, and I was so happy to participate in this survey because we found that many people went to telecenters not only because of the individual internet access, but also to ask people how to use the internet, how to increase their digital skills or to socialize with community and discuss. Nowadays, and we observed that in the qualitative study that we did with small municipalities, many local governments said they don't have anymore this type of public policy, because in general they were from the federal government or state governments in Brazil, so they don't have this type of, and at the same time they say, okay, the population has problems to access the internet, we know that, but there are no digital inclusion policies to deal with that. It's only focused to increase the infrastructure, as you said, in households and for meaningful connectivity. Of course, it's important to have access every time if you want to access the internet, but sometimes it's also important to know how to help people to increase their digital skills. Telecenters and other space like that can be a solution, for example. Now we don't have so many programs in this area in Brazil, actually, as in other years. But I think it's important to think about the role of telecenters of community level, as you said. And in the qualitative study, it was very important for people during the pandemic to have the support of the local governments. Some local governments, they called people if they have problem, for example, to access emergency aid. They create a space that they helped people to use the mobile phone, to use the app, because there was an app, there was an online, there was a digital service. And as they know, there are many vulnerable groups that they needed to access this aid, the emergency aid. They created a solution in the local context. They created a space that people went there and they have to use the app to access the financial resource. So it is important to think about community level, but from our surveys in general, the government initiatives are more related to the individual level, and there are not so many programs, at least in Brazil, related to telecenters or other space that people together can use the internet or can discuss or can learn together maybe how to deal with this online environment.
Thank you,
and
Manuela.
thank you. Sorry, I think.
Thank you very much. Gonzalo.
Thank you.
Remarks.
Yes, thank you for your questions and your remarks. I will try to address them all while I wrap it up. First, Argentina has also done its census in the last few months, so we'll have nice results next year. And the ROMETS framework is focused at the national level, so I cannot give you, although I show you some results about the provincial level, the subnational level. Well, City of Buenos Aires used to be a city. Now it's a subnational state on its own, but it's a city. That is the only municipal I can give you, data I can give you. But it's an outlier. It's different from the rest of the country. Sorry, I cannot give you more data. But regarding skills, content, great questions. Shanghong mentions the fact of the gap, the gender gap in related to online services. She mentioned something like that regarding. Yes, no, it was you. You mentioned white men against black women and the different uses of financial services. The same gap. So that is important. But at the same time, women use internet more for education purposes. And not a lot more, 4-5%, 38 to 34. And to work, men use it more. So work and banking, both are indicators of economical activity. Women are lagging behind. That is quite important. But in education, it's quite different. Actually, women are more educated in Argentina than men. So that is quite paradoxical. You know, see, they're more they're more educated, but they had less skills in terms of digital skills to use that knowledge that they had. So yes, we should address that. Content, that is a key question, because I really like what Teddy gave us as a platform. You know, this is like the minimum the level of discussion to address meaningfulness. Okay, but it is not enough. Not even that is enough. If we want to transform the concept of digital gap and go beyond, that is still a have or have not discussion. We must go to skills and to content. I'm not sure, I don't know. I'm not sure that the people driving this information is the people that is not digitally skilled. I think that they are certain. This I base myself something. And Alessandro Barico wrote a magnificent book called The Game, and he says that there is a lot of people that they have the skills, the digital skills, but they are not in their mindset. They are not integrated to democracies. So there is a kind of a schizophrenia that makes that people do know how to use the internet, but they do not use it in order to become better citizens. So we should address the question of content as a driver for better citizens. And we're not doing that. And I think that is a big problem. In Argentina, the discussion about content moderation governance has been recently incorporated into the discussions of in digital governance, and not in the best way, as an emergency measure to deal with what happened in the last month, the attempted assassination of the vice president. So like a patch to try to do something to stop what is not comprehended yet. So I think there is a big risk in regulating based on necessity and not based on or principles or goals. I love the question of goals or principles. I don't see them as antagonists, but at the same time, I would rather go with a goal. A goal easier to measure. Principles, well, they get lost in the track. We don't use the framework of the community. We don't have that framework. We should, but we have a very liberal mindset. Not so much in terms of championing democracy, but we do have a very individualistic perspective, particularly in the urban areas that define the concepts for the rest of the country. But we should embrace it. If the main driver behind digital meaningfulness connectivity are urban areas, probably that won't happen. And if we embrace that, maybe we can achieve a different sense of not only limited to the individualistic perspective of meaningful connectivity, but maybe a community can have a meaningful connectivity, and the individualistic perspective can be satisfied by the universal scale that we are using. And it's quite important. We should not drop the discussion about universality. This is, insist, a new layer. And to wrap it up, I would say that, regarding the skills, SETI's just two female researchers, really interesting work they have done. They compare Argentina and Uruguay and their programs, like the different versions of one laptop per child. Uruguay is kind of like an outlier in that regard. Argentina has done well, but with discontinuity. And they compare the two cases, focusing on the skills. That will be published in the next 2 or 3 months. So I encourage you to visit the SETI's site to see what they had to say about skills. And to finish, I would like to insist on the point that we need to visualize the policy options. There is not a single way to address universality. And if we don't show that there are different paths and maybe illustrate how those paths can be achieved, we will champion the same way. Well, the problem with municipalities is that being caught up in the rationality and the framework and the framing of the smart cities. That is a competition to be ranked above the city next to you in order to attract more investment. That is not the only function of those kind of rankings, but that happens. And that is a problem. If we frame the discussion in terms of competitiveness and not also in terms of the inclusion, we have a problem. So I would like to finish by saying that we need some sort of bank of good practices regarding universality and meaningfulness that show us the different paths in order to achieve our goals, and it should be multi-level, and not only multi-layer and multi-dimensional, also multi-level, because Argentina has federal policies and national policies, and they compete with each other, and subnational and municipal, and of course regional. In the last 10 years, the region lost all, for me at least, all its capacity to create consensus in the regional level. We lost the organizations that could be a platform to discuss. We need to address that. I think we are orphans in terms of spaces where we can gather in regional terms, and much more orphans in terms of global south. This is wrap it up. I mean,
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I do really hope that you can leave this room thinking about the importance of meaningful connectivity. It's not only the mindset of having and not having access, but what type of access. So thank you again, Gonçalo, Manuela, and Maria Alexandra, for this good presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, I don't need that. Okay, hello everybody. Dear participants, you made it to the end of the second day. And this is an achievement you can feel proud of. So this is the last session of the day. I'm not sure I hear myself through the things, but you know, any professor should be ready to address an audience of 150 people is written somewhere in the prescriptions of what a professor should be. So this is the last session of the day. This is a panel discussion with a keynote speaker. So we will stay together for the next almost 1.5 hours. And the topic of the discussion should be how to generate more value out of what we call digital governance or e-government. I have a short announcement to make. This is a translation device. We miss 13 of those. So this is something trivial. But if you have a translation device somewhere in your bag or somewhere forgotten, please return it to the people outside. Okay, I did, Luis. I'm okay. Good. This can go. Now, I'm Yannis Haralabidis. And when I'm not doing other things I like, I teach and I research at the University of the Aegean in Samos. That is in Greece. And I will be the moderator of this session. And the first thing I have to do is to invite our keynote speaker. For today, for this session, this should be Tony Shannon, a medicine sector professional at the beginning, qualified in medicine in University College Dublin. It's not bad to have a doctor around, any now and then. But now in charge, and he will tell more details on that, of what we call transformation of the state in the lovable nation of Ireland. Tony. I will step down and give you the floor based on the instructions we have exchanged together. They don't need to know. Okay.
Very good.
Please.
Okay, thank you.
A warm welcome for Tony Shannon.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation to be here. It's obviously a big honor for me to be invited to an event of this stature at the UN University. As I say, it's a real honor for me. It's also a very great honor to be invited back to this beautiful country, this beautiful city. So I'm very appreciate the invitation. I'm going to introduce myself as Head of Digital Services in the Irish Government's Chief Information Office. And we are involved in some work that I hope you might be interested in. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about my story as to how I ended up where I'm doing what I'm doing. And I'm going to talk about the mission I feel we're on towards a digital commons this digital decade. And in doing that, I'm going to explore the theme of digital public goods and infrastructure. And as I begin, I want to just set the scene by saying, I believe that we are now at a time and a decade and a moment that matters. And what I mean by that is that the people we serve and the planet we're on is calling for our help this decade. This is a decade that's going to change things one way or the other. It's a decade where there's full of complexity in the air. There's a lot of change in the air. There's a lot of churn in the air. The world is being upended as we speak. But I'm here because my, I suppose, own story is one about the belief in the power of digital to make people's lives better. I believe it can make the planet better. I believe that the need for a digital commons has come and is here amongst us now. And that is a digital commons for the common good. And we're here to try to address that challenge. And it's a major challenge, but it's one that we're rising to. And yet, we need to be careful of this challenge. It's challenging work, and I'm going to talk about the gap that we need to bridge. There's a gap that we need to bridge that I'm going to mention. So just to take you back to my own story as to how I got involved in this kind of work, I'm from a very traditional Irish medical family. All my ancestors are doctors. And I ended up at the clinical front line for 20 years doing emergency medicine. So I know all too well the challenges that are there at that clinical front line. And in doing that work, I began to understand the sheer information intensity of the healthcare sector. And you will know, most likely wherever you are, that your healthcare sector is under pressure. And there's major pressure to work harder, but actually the challenge should be to think smarter rather than working harder. So I got involved in that challenge around digital healthcare for about 10 or 15 years. And as I came to change out of the healthcare sector, it was clear to me, despite my efforts, that what you have is a dysfunction in the health IT market that is actually holding healthcare back across the planet. And this magazine article is from the United States, where they have the most expensive healthcare system in the world. They throw billions and billions of dollars at the electronic healthcare record market, and it's full of dysfunction. You can't share data between things. And I worked there as a doctor in an ED over there, and I saw it. What I tried to do then was to try to learn what was going on. Why was there such dysfunction? And it was clear to me that actually the issues that we're facing aren't obviously just technical issues. There are people and process issues, but there are socio-economic issues. The economic model we've been chasing, around chasing GDP as the be-all and end-all, is wrong. And if you don't know this book, I'd highly recommend it to you. It's Donut Economics by Kate Raworth, who talks about a safe space for humanity between the social foundation that we need to give people and the planetary boundaries we need to take care of. And as you can see, all countries around the world are challenged in this area. But it's those kind of challenges that this 21st century asks us to stand up and address. And again, from the same book, another great piece of learning, a great visual diagram that explains that actually if you really want to understand the economy, there's 4 key players you need to think about that haven't been well articulated. Number 1, there's the role of the household, you and your family at home. There's the role of the state, which we now know from COVID obviously plays a vital important in people's lives, although that had been downplayed for the last couple of decades. We know there's a role for the market. Of course, that plays a key role too. But for too long, we have neglected the role of the commons. There's been a tragedy of the commons. We have not looked after the commons, and as a result, we have suffered. So there's a call now to challenge that and to look after that commons. And so that's where my own career took me. After I began to move toward beyond just pure clinical medicine, I ended up at this forefront of this digital health initiative, trying to set up a small non-profit called the Ripple Foundation, where we were aiming at effectively a digital commons for healthcare and building core components that could be reused by others, open source components. And as I looked around to see who else was doing that as part of the work that we were doing, it was clear to me we were not alone. So we came across people like the Digital Square, who are doing fantastic, very thought-leading work in the healthcare arena globally, and their mission around global goods, and we had very interesting exchange with them as to where their mission was going, and clearly thought-leading and absolutely very noble work in the right direction, addressing the needs of healthcare. And yet, when I looked further, I found this paper that actually I think is a landmark paper that changed my way of thinking, and I think will go down as a landmark paper from the UNITU around their single Sustainable Development Goals digital investment framework for whole of government, and it makes a couple of key points. It talks about the patterns that are out there, from agriculture to healthcare to education, and it talks about the fact that if you look there, you'll see patterns, common workflows, common building blocks that all need to be reusable and reused. And that for me was a moment where it was clear to me this isn't just a healthcare challenge, this is a whole of government challenge, and we need to try to align our efforts. That then led me to understand the initiative around GovStack that we became engaged with as I moved into the Irish government in the last 2 years, and we're now actively trying to engage with that, and I'll mention our work in that area. And I believe GovStack is one of the leading initiatives in this area. But I've been asked to just talk about my understanding of things like digital public infrastructure and digital public goods, building blocks, the like. Very good article actually on the GovStack website about this. For somebody like me who's in government in a digital role, I believe digital public infrastructure is our primary job. It's to put the infrastructure in place to allow services and solutions to be made available to the public to change people's lives for the better. And that can be made up of a couple of areas, a couple of different elements. One might be explained as digital public goods that are good for towards sustainable development goals and largely based on open source and open standards, which are all a good thing and the right thing to do. And equally, and perhaps just or more importantly, this idea of building blocks that would then allow you to build digital public goods. And I'm particularly interested in the overlap in between those idea of open source building blocks. And I believe those open source building blocks that we're now going to be looking at are the ones that are going to change the world as we speak. I won't have time to mention the principles of digital development that are enshrined in some of this thinking, but essentially this is the right way of doing digital public services. And I have to, again, give credit to elsewhere. I'm just here to mention the fact that, for instance, the Digital Impact Alliance, DIAL, are doing a fantastic job, and in my view, internationally leading job of showing how this could and should be done. So you go to their catalog, you can see the Sustainable Development Goals, you can then see how those translate into generic workflows, and then generic building blocks. This is explaining to people who would otherwise find this complex and difficult how this can and should be done. That can translate into products, and that then translates to a whole plethora of projects around the world that are actually showing how this could and should be done. And again, this is nothing to do with me, but I'm just giving these people the respect and the kudos they deserve for the thought leadership that's happening around the world in the right direction. So, having said that, and again, I want to just emphasize, this is the internationally leading way this could and should be done. I believe there's a gap. And I just wanted to talk about the gap because I think it's important to articulate why I believe that there's a gap here. And I believe the gap extends in different directions depending which way you look at it. It might be between the way the global north and the global south do business. And I'm giving credit to the global south, who largely make up those projects as being the thought leaders here in a lot of what they're doing, rather than where money is more readily available where I'm from. And equally, there's a challenge between East and West, and capitalism and authoritarianism as to the way you do things. But either way, no matter what way you look at it, our challenges are universal. So we need to acknowledge that there's a gap, I believe, and we need to do something about it. Just for a moment, let's just talk about why there's this gap and why this is tricky. So this is a very useful framework if you don't know it. It's one variant on a diagram from what's called the Keynote framework. It talks about the world in 4 ways. Stuff that's simple, stuff that's complicated, stuff that's complex, and stuff that's chaotic. There's lots of stuff that's complex. An emergency department on a Saturday night is complex on the edge of chaos. So is a football game if there's a rush in the crowd. A lot of our world is complex. We don't necessarily understand complexity as well as we should, but the key to understanding complexity is to look for patterns. And if you identify those patterns, you can take advantage of those patterns. So let me look down at a level. Okay, I've talked at a global level for a few minutes, and let me talk now at an EU level. And the patterns are the same. At whatever level you look at this, the patterns are the same. So Europe has a challenge, and it's acknowledged to have a challenge around technology and a gap there. It's been called out in a recent paper during the month about the need for better technology and better infrastructure. And I would make the case to colleagues at a European level that actually the principles in this paper at a UN level and SDG level are universal. They apply as much to the EU as much as an EEC as anywhere else. So absolutely the same principles apply. And if I then go back to look at the components that are available in the commons, what I want to do is make a connection. So what you have here are components in the commons that are maybe coming from outside the EU. But if I then segue across to look at another set of components in the cloud, you may begin to see the overlap here in terms of these are ideas of common component catalogs. This is from the Linux Foundation. The Linux Foundation ran a European open source summit in Dublin 2 weeks ago, and this stuff is on the move. The components are in the cloud in a big way, open source components, massive shift in that direction. And it's something we need to be mindful of. Not only that, but those common components in the cloud are shifting the industry. So we have had a commercial off-the-shelf industry in software. That has shifted in the last decade or so to software as a service. And now we're in a time of a shift towards commercial open source software as changing the market fundamentally. And if you look at the finances on this, you'll see the trend is a clear trend. What I also want to make clear is that there's overlap here too between the big tech suppliers, and a lot of the big tech suppliers have their European, Middle Eastern, African headquarters in Dublin, and a lot of them are setting up open source program offices because they understand the power of open source to transform the world of digital. So too, at an EU level, we're looking at open source OSPO offices across that area. So the nation states are beginning to look at the power of an open source program office. So what I'm making the case for is that there's common purpose emerging between the market and the state here, and common ground. And that then sets the scene for what's happening in Europe this decade. So Europe has said that this is a digital decade. We want to transform the lives of people this decade. We want to ensure the green agenda, the Green Deal is delivered this decade. So this is a decade of going digital and going green. So a lot is at stake this decade to get this right. And there's a major opportunity, but there's also a challenge in that for Europe. And I have to say, with respect to my colleagues at a European level, and I am involved in quite a lot of calls at a European level now through the role that I'm doing, I feel that there's an implementation gap there. There's an aspiration, a real noble aspiration around the single digital gateway, the once only principle, et cetera, but there's an implementation gap as to how we make that happen. And there isn't enough to talk about how we can mobilize this building block approach to make it happen and make it happen fast. The conversations are there, they're just not quite mature enough yet. We might discuss that later. So then to bring the issue down a further level, down to a small country like Ireland. And Ireland's only a country of 5 million people, not very big. But it's where we aim, obviously, to look after our people and our planet too. There's no reason why the Sustainable Development Goals don't apply there, don't apply at home for us, and equally we're trying to comply with EU and EC obligations and direction there too. So we're facing this challenge of how do we deliver for people and planet. I want to just talk to you before what's currently happening as to what's happened in the last couple of years that's relevant in terms of the world of open source. So gov.ie, which is the platform on which digital services and information has been delivered, is effectively built on an open source tooling. COVID Green was a COVID tracker app that was built, and again, based on open source code and then given away so others around the world could reuse it. And the digital COVID certificate was made available at short notice because of some foresight of the EEC to make available open source libraries that made this all happen quite quickly. We've done all that in the last 2 years around COVID, but now there's an important shift I want to mention to you about life events. What are life events? Simply put, these are important times in people's lives, be they births, marriages, deaths, moving home, moving country. And this is an area we believe needs focus. At least at our level it does. We're trying to do this with the building block approach, and we're deliberately trying to aim to align with the GovStack initiative because we can see this is the future way of building systems. What does that translate to? It translates to our Build to Share program, which is already in place in the Irish government, trying to build a life events portal with 7, what I call the seamless 7 building blocks. Digital identity, a content management system, a system for collecting data, managing cases, messaging out to citizens, and then an information mediator with analytics. You can boil it down to those 7, you can boil it down to a core less than 7 if you wanted to. What's it looking like in terms of the design? You land on gov.e, you look for a service, you identify yourself, you authenticate yourself, and then you're asked to fill in data for what service or government need you have. And it's at these points in citizens' lives that we want to help make this easier, and then be able to issue the likes of digital credentials and so on. And this is not that groundbreaking, but it's something that we want to do right, and we want to do it in an open source way, and we want to enable the likes of a digital wallet in an open source way that can make citizens' life easier. So how are we doing? Again, I think I have to be honest, we also have a gap. So there's a gap between our aspiration to do this using code that we've already done and comply with the GovStack standard. We're not there yet, but we're trying actively to bridge that gap. So that's where we're at right now. So just as I begin to close, what I want to say is that, clearly I'm not here as an academic. I would call myself a practitioner in the science and/or the art of this work. And I believe that this is about changing people's lives. That's why I'm here. It's about making the planet better for my children. That's also why I'm here. And it's about using what I believe is essential, which is digital public infrastructure and public goods, to make that happen. That's why I'm here. So as I close, let me just repeat what I said at the beginning. We are, I believe, at a time in history, a decade, a moment that matters. What we're trying to do is improve the lives of people on this earth and the planet that we serve, or the planet that we live on. It's a challenge full of complexity, full of change, full of churn. I believe a digital commons is the way forward for the common good, and the time is now to make that happen. It's not an easy work. It's challenging work. There's a gap there. There's a gap that must be bridged. We need to mind that gap and bridge that gap. And again, that's why I'm here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tony. That was, as you promised, very timely indeed. So, let's have a couple of questions for Tony from the audience. You just raise your hands and I will arrange that the microphone will come closer to you. I have one. I have two. I have three. That's enough. Let's start from number 3, which is very close to you. I would like that you say your name, maybe, and okay,
Sure.
I will move on the other side.
Sure. Sharon Strover, University of Texas in the United States. When I think about a merging agenda between nation states and software companies, red flags go up. I was wondering, your take on this possible convergence seems really positive. Could you talk a little bit about why or some of the concerns that you might have, or how you're mitigating those concerns?
Sure. So, of course, I would have had those concerns. And I have had mixed experience of the big tech industry in my previous life, and seen how monolithic domination of a sector can stifle a whole market. So that goes without saying that we have to be careful about that. And of course, the big tech companies of this world, I don't need to name them, but you could call them the Frightful Five, for instance, have had a reputation of that vendor lock-in. And we have to be absolutely very wary of that. But where I am in Dublin, we have those people on our doorstep. And we have to, it's an interest to talk to them. And the question then is, are they seeing the light? Are they seeing the light that actually open source is a good thing, not just for their bottom line, but for the people and the planet that we serve? And of course, that takes leadership from the state to make it very clear to them that I'm really only interested in us doing business with them if they get that. I don't want to be tied into any vendor. I want them to compete on the services that they offer. If they get that deal, and I believe some of them are now getting that deal, then we can work together. And if they don't, then we shouldn't. And I'm not saying it's easy to deliver us all that, but those are the conversations we're having and we need to have. And let's just be open and honest about it, because I think if we ignore them, it's a little bit like ignoring the elephant in the room. So we just need to have that conversation. I hope that answers the question.
Satisfied? Okay, we can move to next. It was Azores. And then...
Thank you. Okay, well, I'm standing. Well,
please state your name and
okay.
origin, maybe.
I'm Lisa. I'm Lisa Garcia. I'm from the regional government of the Azores. And I've had the pleasure of working with Irish colleagues, so kudos.
Good.
I was wondering, do we in Europe have public procurement models ready for such a shift? Because what I keep seeing still is a paradigm where we keep running to monolithic contracts and then vendor lock-in, as you mentioned. So I'm wondering, what are your views on that?
It's a very good question, and the short answer to that is I don't think they are particularly fit for purpose. I think we have to, again, be open and honest about that. I think we're having conversations with our own Office of Government Procurement about that very issue, and I think there's an education there that's needed. I'll tell you what we are doing, though. So we're using, for instance, current frameworks that are readily available to actually, we've just gone out to tender for a series of support contracts, and they ended up with small Irish SMEs, small and medium enterprises.
Like open data, for instance, the multi-supplier framework on open data.
Yeah. So the idea would be that we have a small number of Irish suppliers who are now contracted to us to work with us to do this kind of work. Took a little bit of engineering, but not that much difficulty. And again, on the condition, and is written into the contracts, that we're asking them to come in and support us with this agenda around digital services on open source goods. And again, that's the terms and conditions on which they sign up. So I think it requires a little bit of bravery and a bit of just getting on with the current frameworks to make progress. I think you can. But do the procurement frameworks need to be improved? Yes, they absolutely do.
Thank you.
Can you pass the mic in front of you?
Thank you very much for a very inspiring talk. Building on the couple of questions before me, what would you see how can you categorize the challenges or barriers that you foresee for enabling such a model to actually achieve its impact? And the second part of the question, if I may, what would be the challenges to interconnect such a model with the data commons initiatives that will enable this to go to the next level of unlocking potential AI applications, etc., including challenges related to cross-border data flow in that field? Thank you.
Okay, I'll try to answer those. And I didn't particularly talk about open data, but you won't be surprised to assume that a lot of the principles here should equally apply. In terms of kind of the principles, let me just talk about it in terms of people, process, technology challenges. So I think we need to go with the change makers, as Kate Rayworth would say from Donut Economics. So I'm not necessarily waiting from on high for anybody to tell me this is the right thing to do, but I'm looking to make a move on it and look for others who want to work this way. So don't fight the incumbents necessarily, but go with people who want to make this happen. Process-wise, think about this in an agile way. At a European level, I'm frustrated that we do things too much a little bit of a waterfall way, as I see it. I don't see enough agility in the way that we're addressing these needs. And the tech, again, perfection is the enemy of the good. So I'm not looking for the perfect building block. Let's just try to iterate the tech. If we get this methodology right, and we begin to build services that are serving the citizen, we then begin to put citizens in charge of their data, and GDPR, etc., allows us to do that in a way that should safeguard the digital and data sovereignty issues that I know everybody's concerned about. But we don't have good enough citizen-facing applications at this point in time, is my view, and that's why we need to shift in this direction to then enable that open data type of initiative, which should make people's lives better in a way that they aren't taken advantage of. I hope that answers some of it. Yeah.
So let's thank Tony once again.
Thank you.
You can have a seat after 45 minutes of standing, almost. And let's now start to enlarge our panel. And I will ask first Nele Liosk from the nation and the country of Estonia. Please have a seat. And then Yolanda Martinez. Someone was surprised that you are in the panel. I saw someone saying, wow. Okay. She's going somewhere else. That was not in the plan. No problem. From the International Telecommunications Union. And last but not least, before the last, Tanush Bojwani from India. So now we cover a few more continents. And I have to tell you, we have online, so it will be appearing sooner or later, Ms. Marielza Oliveira from UNESCO. So let me have a seat as well. And I would like to have in a row, as you sat, to talk a little bit about your relation to the subject. You may comment on Tony, you may ask him again. You know, you have the floor, you can do whatever you like. For 5 minutes, though.
Yeah, you stop me when it's over.
I cannot stop you ever. I haven't done this ever.
But we and Tony and Estonia and Ireland are quite in the, I would say, on the same side. Right. But I would just perhaps go back in time a little bit. I'm not going to tell the e-Estonia story, so you don't have to be afraid of that again. But to see perhaps how the development or the push for the digital public infrastructure and digital public goods started in Estonia, that has become sort of integral part of digitalization in our country. And it was actually around end 1990s or the early 2000s when, and I was then working for the Ministry of Economic Affairs for my very short time as a public official, when we started to realize that our government organizations are actually applying for funding for the same developments across the governments. So it was a sort of a hint for us that actually their needs and their problems and potentially also the solutions to their problems are actually similar. Mm-hmm. That, of course, was related to digital authentication, signature, and data sharing. And this was then when we decided in Estonia, when we realized that, okay, instead of reinventing the wheel in every municipality or in every government organization, we are going to develop these central components together and we are going to reuse them. So in a way, it was actually about pooling resources.
I have to tell you, these days I was working in the industry and I was very happy with this duplication. No. We had some very good times selling the same over and over again to the government, to the same government, the same time.
Yeah, you would not have gotten much profit in Estonia, right? So
I was not in Estonia, but I had friends in Estonia, they were also happy.
So this was when our data interoperability framework was developed and our X-Road solution. And it worked quite well, I would say, nationally around 10 years. But then we realized that it's actually not enough. And yesterday we were, in the last panel, we were talking quite a bit about the impacts of globalization. And it was then when we realized in Estonia that these people that we have in Estonia and the skills we have in Estonia and that we could attract to Estonia are never enough to keep up with these technological developments. So this has become actually a matter of pooling resources globally. And around 2014, 2015, we made an agreement with our closest neighbor, Finland, that we would actually continue developing and maintaining some of these components that had become part of our critical infrastructure together. And this is something that we are actually looking, I would say, forward from the future. We are really looking at how we can pool resources to the developments that we all need together. There is a very interesting, hopefully, panel tomorrow evening from one of the directorates from the Europe to perhaps see how we can do that in the European Union and why not globally. We start to see some developments, and Yolanda and our colleague from the Public Goods Alliance will also introduce some of these initiatives that sort of have started to pop up, but we haven't really seen the scaling of this possibility. And
do we have vendors in the audience or service providers for governments? We are building a nightmare for you. This way, everything will consolidate.
This is a miss.
We have European Commission people, they say we buy once and then we reuse. Okay, would you agree that we continue with Yolanda?
Yes, absolutely.
Just to pick up on what Nele stated, and also Tony, scaling is, I think, one of the biggest challenges we have in the journey of digitizing government services. I have the opportunity to lead the National Digital Strategy in Mexico for 6 years. And I was very lucky to be in 2012 in the Government Digital Service Office in the UK. And it really changed our mind as a team that was just coming into government to see that office working. And it was incredible to see how they were focusing all their efforts in reusable software components, starting for GovUK CMS, initial pilots for GovUK Notify, so on and so forth. And for a country like us that is so big, 125 million people, and 32 states, and 2,445 municipalities, when we analyze how many platforms were available already in the inventory of systems in the country, how many services we have in our national catalog, the numbers were really scary, right? 11,000 government services nationwide to digitize. A lot of investments duplicated and with different prices among different technology vendors, and the payment were coming from the treasury. So just having a reusable software component investment approach, which is the pieces of the SDG digital investment framework that Tony referred to, makes so much sense. And that's what GovStack is about. GovStack is a community-driven initiative. When I get to know about this initiative coming from a practitioner background, it just makes so much sense because this is a global effort that tries to leverage best practices, having 4 founders, the government of Estonia, the government of Germany through the Agency of Cooperation, GIZ, ITU, one of the UN agencies responsible for telecommunication, but actually as well digital development, and DAIA, which is part of the UN Foundation organizations. And the aim is very concrete. Work together with a community-driven effort to have technical specifications that are standard-based, technology-neutral, that can be reused by any digital team around the world to speed up the process of focusing their efforts in having a very strong core stack to enable digitization of government services at scale. And the scaling is very important because, yes, we have a lot of resources already available, but the other challenge is implementation, is the capacity of digital teams, especially in low-constraint settings like local governments, to deliver, to really leverage the opportunity that open source can bring. So having the technological specifications saves a lot of time in procurement, but also having what we are co-designing right now, which is the GovStack implementation playbook, that gathers best practices in terms of digital service standard and delivery protocols to really leverage the capability of digital teams to use these resources and apply them in a very easy manner. The other aim of GovStack is to have a global sandbox, meaning a technological available cloud infrastructure with digital public goods that comply to the technical specifications are available, that combined with learning management system, courses, and peer-to-peer learning can really accelerate the process of adopting these approaches. And I think peer-to-peer is so important because in our case, it really makes a difference, the fact that we were able to visit GDS office and saw that team working. The fact that we were able to go to Estonia, back then it was David, the CIO, and to really see their meetings, their cabinet efforts, how they regulate, how it just really shortened the learning curve to make this a reality. These spaces like ICEGOV, and I'm very happy to have this panel in ICEGOV because this is a digital ecosystem effort. Usually practitioners are running the country, right? So we don't have that much time to think, not because we don't want to, honestly, because it's 2 a.m. and you're waiting for something that is happening tomorrow, a big launch of a service. But here we have academia, we have students that can really leverage this opportunity to help practitioners deliver. So I think we're going to see, hopefully, more and more this collaboration of the right measurements, and we have an entire discussion in one of the panels related to how make measurement easy to understand, to follow through for especially low-constrained countries, but also focus on measuring impact. And to conclude this initial round of intervention, we would really like first to share with you what we're doing in GovStat, but also invite you to be part. And it's literally very easy, as any open source community effort, is through active participation in the technical working groups. Right now, we have already 11 technical specifications available in the GovStack Kitbook, and tomorrow we have the kickoff of Wave 3 for technical specifications, which is going to be focused on geographic information systems, technical specifications, UX, UI, e-marketplace, hosting, and hosting, I'm missing one.
Yeah, I'm generating problems to you. I'm sending problems so that we move to Tanuj.
Okay, I'll continue with the following ways to get involved in the next round of interventions.
Thank you, Yolanda. Let's multiply Mexico's problems by 50 times now.
Yes.
Good evening, everybody. I represent, on one hand, the Digital Public Goods Alliance, which, building on Yolanda, is it's a convening of countries, organizations, anybody actually, anyone who is willing to contribute to this goal of building digital public infrastructure that Tony outlined, building blocks that become relevant to society and to progress on goals like the framing question that Yanis asked. This alliance was founded in 2019. I was one of the founding members, and our goal really is to share this common approach, this building block approach, but also the knowledge, the processes, the code itself sometimes around it, so that practitioners, like Yolanda mentioned, have a shortcut to scale, to implementing this in their own context and communities. The reason why I'm part of this alliance is because I've had, for the last 6-7 years, a ringside view in India, which, as you might know, is a very, very large country, 1.4 billion people. So any time I throw a statistic at you, it is going to shock you, simply because the base is that large, right? So in India, we've had a digital identity initiative from 2009, and this is a conversation I was having with Tony right outside, and I wanted to make you privy to that conversation, which is that, a lot of the things that the world, when you're not resource constrained, you will want to go for the best, and you'll go for the vendors who are established and go to big tech and take their help. But India is a large and a poor country, right? Our GDP even today is less than $2,000 per capita. So when we have to implement a digital identity system, giving everybody a plastic chip card with biometrics or whatever is not an option. $5 per person is not an option, right? Or $10, $50, whatever the quoted amount, was not an option. Taking proprietary servers is not an option, right? Even the servers on which the Aadhaar authentication system works are basically off-the-shelf racks. They're Linux enabled, all of them. And they've proven themselves. They do 50 million authentications a day. That's 50 million times somebody comes and puts a thumbprint on a device or generates an OTP to say I am who I am supposed to be. That's one, right? Like the whole open and digital public good and using open source came to us not because we were aiming for some higher ideal. It just was a necessity. And I think the advantages that came with that, the scale that got proven, the lack of procurement problems, right, that Yolanda's talking about, the lack of pricing problems because these things are essentially open and free. We didn't anticipate the problems and went there. We just had to. And now I think we've set an example for the world where a lot of this is being, we believe that we're in a place, like Tony said, a lot of the global south, not just India, but other countries, are in a place where the learnings we have building this in a resource-constrained environment become relevant for across the globe. And the Alliance, Digital Public Goods Alliance, is a mechanism for us to share those learnings out there. India is also a very complex country. So I really want to build upon everything I heard in the sessions. We talk about the digital divide, we talk about other things. In India, even literacy, it is not 100% literacy. It's 74% is the official statistic. But also, there's another statistic you might hear is that kids in India who are in the 8th grade don't even have a 4th grade reading level, right? So it's a very complex country. Internet penetration, funny enough, there's 600 million smartphones though, and I think sort of 90% of the country geographically has 4G. And it's funny because you think that these things, people need a basic education and etc. But you come to India and look at it. That smartphone is allowing people to leapfrog. That's allowing people to access services through voice, through video. WhatsApp is 400 million people in India. Most of them don't type. Right? They send voice notes, they send pictures, they send videos. So digital can also open up new pathways to solutions, to things that, to doing things in a way that we can't think because we are resource rich. We can read, we can type, we can do this, but sometimes just opening up the right infrastructure, distributing the agency to solve, can lead to solutions we've not thought of before. I'm going to stop here and give it
yesterday I phoned a friend in Greece, a banker, and I said, would you like to listen to something? He said, what? I heard in a talk yesterday that they have this new initiative in India to put people very fast into e-banking. Yeah. So they created 600 million new bank accounts. Yeah. The bankers get a bonus if they open a new bank account. In Greece, maybe they open 10 bank accounts per day, and that's good. So I said to him, well, how would you like that? He said, I'm moving to India tomorrow. Thank you, Tanush. Is it possible to have Marielza on the screen and the phone and the... This is the 5th person.
Oh, I'm trying to turn my video on, but somehow I made... Oh, there we go. Yeah. Hello, everyone.
We can hear you.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can also see
you.
Amazing.
Yes. Hi. How are you doing?
Yes.
Let me try to mute okay. Well, hello everyone, and thank you. First of all, let me say boa tarde de Paris in Portuguese, and I wish I could be there with you guys. This panel is super important, and we really feel that the transformative impact of digital technologies is really improving lives tremendously, and it's really due to how the internet has expanded access to information and knowledge. But we have a human-centered digital commons to build, like Professor Shanna was, Dr. Shanna was saying, and we need to address 3 challenges. I'll call those the 3 challenges that are the 3 building blocks from UNESCO's perspective. First, we need to close all forms of digital divide. Digitalization is not really benefiting everyone equally, and we have still 2.8 billion people offline, and a significant proportion of those who are online are still online in a precarious ways. We have women and girls, marginalized groups, poor and remote communities that are far from being the smart cities that we all like to talk about, small businesses, least developed countries. They don't really meaningfully access information and knowledge, and therefore they don't really derive the full benefits afforded by digital knowledge societies. And if we let this go, we let inequalities grow, and that damages our societies as well. And for us, at UNESCO, we talk about meaningful access. We don't just talk about access to internet infrastructure and devices, because this is access to the internet, but not necessarily access to information. We need to eliminate the barriers that enable, that impede people from actually accessing information or generating knowledge. If we want people online, as customers, as users, as data generators, we really need to foster local content that matters to them, enable them to navigate in their native languages, facilitate universal design that accommodates visually and audio impaired persons, and so on. And another major divide for us relates to the unequal capacities to create socioeconomic value from digital technologies and digital data in a responsible, ethical, and safe way. So enabling full access to information resources, empowering anyone, and everyone to play an active role in creating, exchanging, and using knowledge, we need to build capacities. That's, another challenge. A second challenge is actually also in ensuring that human rights are respected online as they are offline. While the internet and digital technologies have increased opportunities for enjoyment of the human rights to education, health, justice, and others that are public services that you governments deliver, we also get polarization, hate speech, disinformation, cybercrime, and other types of harms. So we must ensure that digital spaces are safe for everyone and for democracy, which is critically important. A third challenge is strengthening competencies of governments to lead inclusive and empowering digital transformation, and of citizens to participate in it. So we start in UNESCO, we work with all branches of government. So we just launched, for example, an artificial intelligence and digital transformation competency framework for civil servants that looks at development of national digital transformation, and AI strategies, all the way to the plans and implementation support to strengthening digital competencies. It's an open resource, so it's part of this open commons that we're talking about, accessible and adaptable to different contexts, and we're going to be talking about it on Friday when we're convening a workshop on this competency framework. So I invite everyone and all of you to attend, because it's really something that we should be piloting everywhere. We also work on government data governance particularly also, and support development of information laws and implementation mechanisms using international standards, good practices, new technologies, building trust in data systems. And where we don't work only with executive branch, we build capacities of judicial actors as well. We just finished training 4,500 judicial operators in 139 countries on artificial intelligence and the rule of law, so that we really help them to understand how to adjudicate disputes that emerge out of digital transformation, as well as to use artificial intelligence in service delivery in the justice administration. So I will stop for here, but before I stop, I just want to say that we also want to work with member states to generate robust evidence for people-centered digital transformation. And we do that through our Internet Universality Rome principles, a national assessment system that looks at R, human rights, O, openness, A, accessibility, M, multi-stakeholder participation, so the Rome framework, and has 303 indicators that allow us to understand what are the blockages and challenges in our internet governance and internet ecosystems, derive recommendations and policies that really enable fast progress in this area. We have 45 countries that adopted this framework and are working with all of them, so I would like to see other governments join this process as well. Let me stop here and wait for the next round.
Thank you, Maria Elsa. Stay with us. You are like a big god behind us. I mean,
oh my God!
If you could see that, yeah, you are 5 times bigger than anybody else in the room, and you're like, yeah. Okay, but stay with us, because now we will start having some interaction with the audience. I will give you some statistics now. We are exactly 80 people in the room, plus 3 technical guys and the guys at the back. 15% of you, that is exactly 12, are staring at your laptops, which is fine. I'm also having my thing, but I'm working on the panel, not on my other business. And are you having a good time? Huh? Is that okay? Is that okay how we are going? Is that interesting? Good. So now we move to the third part. We have almost 25 minutes, a little bit more. And now we're going to practice what is called moderated questions. Means, since we need all of the panelists to answer, I will do first the moderation, meaning we will take 3 questions. Who is willing to make questions? Okay, we have Keegan, we have our friend from Beirut, and the third one? Do we have a third one? Okay, that's me, the third one. Don't worry about it. So let's start with a question, but it's not going to be answered first. I will see if we have overlaps. I will may rephrase. But Keegan, please. Say your name, where you come from, what are you doing right now, etc.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you very much for the presentations. I really enjoyed it. My name is Keegan McBride. I'm here from the University of Oxford Internet Institute. And something that I find quite interesting is that there seems to be a bit of, everybody's talking about the same thing, but there was a little bit of a divergence in the sense that in the keynote you were talking about how modular and open source software design was a key to fixing many of the world's problems, looking at SDGs. You even talked about GDP not being enough. There's a great speech from 1968 by Kennedy talking about, GDP doesn't measure how if our kids are happy or mental health or the beauty of our poetry and so on. And I think this is one part of it. And then on the other hand, Nella, you were talking about how this open source type of approach to software design was about accessing capabilities that we didn't necessarily have inside Estonia. And so I thought that was quite interesting. In one sense, it's like, how do we improve the ability of government to deliver services more efficiently? But on the other hand, it was actually more like, how do we solve the world's problems? And I was wondering, for me, this is interesting because digital government is often viewed from this, like, okay, in Estonia, we say digitalization saves 2% GDP, and it's often viewed from this efficiency lens. How do you migrate, or not, navigate between these two sorts of lenses? On the one hand, do we need to reframe this actual debate? Are we looking more at this like happiness, G&H sort of perspective? Or I just think it's a really interesting dynamic between these two that came out in the
You know what? I will promote that to a universal question. I will rephrase it a little bit. I will have Keegan because I resonate. Meaning, you presented to us a new era of how things should be done in the government infrastructures. But are we here for the same thing as before? Meaning, what are we going to do? What about the functionality of this thing? Up to now, in my country and in most European countries, the DESI measurement measures how well can we develop and deliver services that basically were designed 500 years ago, more or less. The certificates, the permissions, okay, we will do a certain technical change behind that will enable to get more value giving less money. Maybe we'll also escape vendor lock-in. But, we are UN, and if UN enters the room as one person, it will say, the 17 SDGs is the problem. We need to, to eliminate other things and to maybe make other things. So the question, as I rephrase it, and I'm not the best, is there going to be with the GovStack or the similar approaches, a change also a little bit on what we're aiming at? Or we just aim to make the passport from paper something on our mobile and sleep happily about?
Okay.
You still are the first.
Yeah, no problem. So, I introduced the donut economic model at the beginning of the session because I do think we need to call out the social and the political and the economic context of our work. And I think GDP is the wrong measure, and I think the donut and that is a far better measure. And I'm motivated. That book just is a game changer. Okay, she should win a Nobel Prize for it. She will. But what it does is it shows that there is other ways we can measure success in this world. And if we do that, we know that what we measure changes what we do. So the tooling that I've talked about, the digital public goods, the commons, is simply an enabler to those outcomes. And you're talking about systems that are there 500 years. And I mean, Ireland is only getting up off the ground from its poor past. It's had a very, very lucky couple of decades, but we're really just trying to do the basics. And I think there's a huge amount to be done in terms of improving people's lives and improving the needs of the planet. There's a huge amount of work to be done. But you may not maybe look to us for some of the ideas. The story from India as to how ideas in other parts of the world are changing the game again means that we don't have the monopoly as to the ideas as to how the new world will look like. But I do know we should measure things differently, and if we measure things differently, we should get a better world. So I think I see these things as symbiotic, for sure.
Mm-hmm. That's something. Measurement, said Tony.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. And you told me not to talk about data and interoperability.
I told you not to talk only about data and interoperability. Yeah?
but it is still part of it, and it has really helped and will also help Estonia to offer its citizens and also the companies services that they need, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to do that. And really working on the following these principles of sharing and openness and open standards has really helped us to get there. It has been a long journey. But perhaps to Keegan, I would even bring in actually the third aspect that we didn't really talk about it, and that is perhaps even not so much about efficiency or the user-friendliness of the services that we ultimately able to provide, but it's actually about the role of the government. And I think that was very important for Estonia, at least in the 90s, to realize that the government is not working for itself. It's not providing services because it's just providing services. So it's about the government really contributing back to the society and the community. And this seems a little bit maybe ideal, right? But this is behind the movement, let's say, of access to information and the open data. But the same is also with the digitalization and the solution, so that you would be able to give back what you have been doing, so that the others could also benefit from it, whether they will or not, of course, and whether they are capable or not is another question. But I think it really comes to some of these democratic considerations why we have pushed for it, and we can argue later.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to diminish, and then we pass to Yolanda. I didn't want to diminish the importance of what we call government 1.0, and we're fighting because most of the countries in Europe were not there. But I remember in my university times, first year programming, second year programming, and then on the third year, there was a guy who said, I will teach you about parallelization. Wow. You can do many things in parallel. I didn't say to stop working with a trivial thousands of services. Nobody really knows how many they are. Yeah. And we have to make them. But if we say to the world, wait, first we're going to bring the passport in your mobile, and then we will deal with hunger from a digital government perspective, some of us might be a little bit disappointed. That was my idea. But please.
No, I was really thinking how important it is to think about digital services and not platforms, and how technology has allowed digital society as a whole, not only government, to reimagine and hack very traditional services. 600 bank accounts, millions, 600 millions bank accounts. It's an interesting number, but I think what is more important is the fact that fintech has hacked the banking industry using technology, for example, to assess credit capability of a person using completely untraditional ways to analyze if someone can be have a loan to get a house. So that beauty is really a huge opportunity the government needs to leverage. The fact that we can use technology to have proactive services means that usually people will go to the portal and request one particular benefit. But if I use interoperability and data analytics, I can be proactive and say, okay, Yolanda, you do not only apply for this benefit, but also based on your profile. These are other services that, by the way, is your right to have. And maybe you don't know.
Yes, but Yolanda, how many of those were there when you started transforming them? And how many new we have developed in the way? You know what I mean? We have thousands of services we want to transform, but they were there when we started.
Not necessarily, that's the point.
Yes, there is now.
That's the point. There is not necessarily there because new things are coming along, and I think that's the beauty of open source, global communities, and working together not to reinvent the wheel, but also really leveraging all this innovation.
Yeah, so to answer Keegan's question, I can only answer this faithfully in the Indian context, where the challenges of both the government and the market are simply, we're a low-capacity country in every way. Right? The governments themselves are under-resourced, but even the markets traditionally have had a few large sort of oligarch kind of environment, and but the peoples are entrepreneurial. They have a lot of energy and a willingness to come up with new solutions and solve local problems. And you see it in action. There's a classical Indian word called jugaad, right? Which is basically a low-cost fix to something. So you'll see how people use a pair of trousers in front of an air conditioner to create a split. To create a split. So the trousers act as a way to move air into two different rooms, right? So people in India come up with these low-cost innovations. And the point is, how do we unleash this energy with digital, right? When government builds the 600 million bank accounts, and then we built a interoperable payments network on top of it. And just one example of that is that you have all these vendors, like I said, low literacy, they don't actually, the mobile is scary to them, right? Olivera was talking about digital divide. It's still something to hesitate, right? Like this, what is this cell phone saying? What if I get defrauded? What if the money didn't actually reach my bank account? So some people came up with a speaker, right? The speaker has a QR code on top. You scan the QR code, you send the money. If the transaction goes through, the speaker announces, you have received 100 rupees in whatever language they prefer, right? And now the shopkeeper, the small vendor, a coconut on the road, India, it's noisy, messy, too many people. So they can deal with everybody while the speaker keeps announcing. They don't have to look at their phone, do nothing. This is an innovation that comes bottom up. It could not have been imagined by somebody like me, because I am used to looking at my phone and checking my messages and understanding whether I got money back. No.
That's the spirit I was talking about. And they asked me to ask about the new services. You see, on delivering the existing ones with a new way, it's good.
But Yanis, I just want to say this. In this context, in India, only the interoperable payments network and the APIs for those were built by the government. The solution on top was private innovation. I think that's what I want to underscore, right? That it comes from the people.
Marielza.
Thank you. This is a fantastic question, and there were fantastic points made. I would like to repurpose and grab the word that Yolanda used, hacking the government. I love that because we just finished the Transforming Education Summit that took place at the UN General Assembly, exactly looking at how do we transform the education, access to education, and make sure that we have everybody learning lifelong, as SDG 4 says. And one of the things that we were talking about was exactly the fact that with the education systems closed around the world, 1.6 billion students out of school at the height of the pandemic. Everybody hacked, the education and moved into digital learning processes. Of course, that left a lot of people behind because of the digital divide, so we need to be careful about that. but also the fact that we are, that in a few months we're able to put online, education content for billions, millions and hundreds of millions of students around the world is extraordinary. But we also realized during this Transforming Education Summit that what we are happening was what we call the pandemic pedagogy, which was reproducing 19th century learning through digital systems. Sending PDF instead of a paper book, sending, doing a video class through Zoom, instead of a face-to-face class. We need to transform. We need to hack, these services and improve not only the provision of these services, the access to the services, but the quality, the way that they really enable people to enjoy the right to education. One of the things that we do for that in UNESCO, we have an initiative that we call the Youth Mobile. We build digital skills and entrepreneurship for young people and partner them with local communities, the local authorities, so that young people learn to code and they apply their coding to resolve a local issue, and then they develop some type of tool that they can commercialize themselves, So the kinds of things that young people have been doing, understanding local problems, partnering with local communities, local government, and applying their entrepreneurship, their initiative when they learn. We had 10 million young people and educators in Africa alone trained on this, and the number of applications that comes out that solves local issues is extraordinary. So we need to really empower everyone to participate in this process, not only keep it inside the government, but build the kinds of networks and partnerships that enable us, to do better.
Okay.
But for that, we need, just a bit more evidence on what is blocking our kinds of approaches. And that's why I recommend everyone to go to tomorrow's session on the Rome framework to learn how governments can detect the blockages that are made there. Stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I note that you all undersigned the Hack the Government. So next time I will come, I have an initiative in Greece called GovHack. So I will come, I rush with my students without being invited into organizations, and we start changing things and proposing. So next time I will rush into your organization, don't say, Yanis, go away, because you undersigned this. Now, let's be fast now. Question. Yeah, give to the lady. The lady in the middle. You will not answer, we will just listen to questions. You make fast, and I will pick one or merge somehow.
Okay.
So address it to me.
Okay. Great. Okay, I mean, we speak about building block, and it is fantastic. Thank you for the interventions, very nice. But I mean, we speak about building blocks, and this is very interesting for government, for sharing solution, for having a shared solution. This is really very interesting, and at either at national level or at global context. But I'm wondering how this building block what is the percentage of customization needed? Because in digital transformation, there is always context that govern the solution. The solution comes for a specific context, for specific language, for specific government. Then up to which limits these building blocks will help us there is another part of the question.
We don't have time for two questions now. You pass the microphone. I noted that. You have some slight chance of being the winner. Go on, because this is a question you can take over later. Yes?
Thanks, Yanis. I'm Ameya. I work with ICEGOV Foundation in Bangalore, India. In some sense, pushing further on what you did with the first question, right? When there were protests against farm bills in India a few months ago, there was a gentleman standing with a placard. I'll say it in Hindi and then in English. He said, "Kitna bhi digital India bana lo, roti Google se download nahi hoti," which in English is, no matter how digital you make India, you can't download bread from Google, right? And I worry that a lot of what we're talking about in terms of e-governance and e-services is basically limited to taking words that were on paper and putting them on screen,
Make a question now.
Certificates, passports, finance, right? All of these are words on paper to words on screen. What about where there is physical service delivery involved? Housing, water, even education. There is an element in which being with other children is part of your education and socialization.
We got it. And we owe to the gentleman.
Hi, thank you. I have a quick question about open source.
Name should be said.
Denis Susar from UNDESA. Are we using open source wrongly here? Because it's not important that it's open source, but if I take your open source software and if I modify it, I should be able to request it to share with the public, right? It's not about open source, but it's about license. So I just want to make sure that we are using the right terminology with the license, and legal people can advise on us on that. And related to this, why, as a government, why would I come and use your GovStack or digital public goods? I have a problem. If those 5 companies fixes my problem, gives me a solution better than open source, why don't I go to them? You know, in the long term, maybe going to that as a value-based is a better option for me. So what do we do about this?
Okay, noted. Anybody else? Yes, the gentleman, and we pleased everybody. No other hand was the gentleman there. And I will pick something of all those. Maybe nothing if at the time they will stay as questions. No, you can very well, you are welcome to discuss right after with panelists.
Yeah.
Name and origin.
Yeah, Salim Zogby from UNU.
Okay.
A very quick question. That reminds me when you were talking about an old friend, I don't know where he is now, George Metakidis. He was with the European Union. He once told me, I was a young person at that time representing my country, Palestine, in the European Union, that ancient ends for modern means. That brings me to the question of the frightful 5. Do you think, Tony, that there are many frightful 5s, not only the big technology companies, but political powers that really control not only the public goods, but also the data sharing and the digitization of the people, and the 5 economies, 5 whatever it is, particularly the 5 political, whatever, 5 or 7 or 10, whatever it is, they are controlling the software and the information, irrespective of the companies who run those. Thank you.
Okay, that was a good hint, together with the previous question, and maybe customization, I don't know if you will be able to touch, because the time is mandate. Maria Lisa, I think we're not going to go online for this. You talked a lot, so you will listen now. We have 4 minutes, and the question is phrased as such. First, what do you think of the whole market, and how powerful are they really are? Some of them are here, I know. I mean, I know at least 2 multinationals represented. And as our friend said, are they just going to sit and watch all this movement? Or are you prepared for more drastic means if needed? And combine it with the question saying, if I'm happy with what I have, why do I need to reverse the whole stack again and go, if that was the question, and go open source fully and then rely on communities that, you know, they don't necessarily provide the same support as the multinationals. And of course, we start now the other way around.
Okay, so I'll take both of those. Sovereignty is the simple answer, because I'm building a country, I'm building a people, a civilization. You want this to last for long. One way to do that is to not be locked in, to have choice in the market and who can come in. By having GovStack-like standards or using DPGs, what you can do is that even if you have a bad vendor who behaves badly, tries to lock you in, raises prices, does whatever, you can throw them out and get the other one, because the underlying technology is not their IP. That's one. And to your question, so this is similar. What we're trying to do is we're trying to ring fence these big powers. We're trying to keep their role minimal. 20 years ago, technology was seen as this woo thing that only some computer science engineers in Silicon Valley could do. what we are trying to show is that it's something that all of us can do and participate and build, and therefore these people do not need to have as much control over us as we once afforded them.
Yolanda, you have 1/3 of the time indicated there.
I think customization should be in the understanding user needs. And that is something that needs to be customized, because it's not the same context and needs for a citizen in rural areas than in metropolitan areas. So the beauty of customization is using standard-based building blocks as a backend that can really facilitate architecting services very quickly. And the more standard-based, the better, because you can change vendors but keep the same technology backend standard containerized with APIs. But the more important thing is to really implement the tools and methods to use user journeys, to understand why rural areas or why elder people like to go to an office building because they like to socialize, it's not because they don't really know how to use the phone. That has nothing to do with the back end of the technology of the service, but it's a very important point in terms of digital service design, standard, and delivery. And EGOV Foundation, big thank you also to Ireland, because great partners of GovStack initiative, and also to reference implementations that we're doing in Djibouti, Kenya, and Rwanda, where we would like to see a lot of collaboration with academia. And I think a good example, and with that conclude, is one of the researchers in Caltech University is participating in the co-design of the GovStack playbook, and having one postgraduate student being part is just an amazing experience. And it's something that we would like to encourage from all academic communities to work hand in hand in hacking government, in helping government doing this approach, understanding user needs, having the right measurements to prove the case and to really reach scalability.
Helping and hacking, you know, you like to consider the same, but Nele, please.
Yeah,
Final statements, huh? It's either now or never.
Absolutely. I see these questions also coming from some myths around open source. And I think one is related that open source will be now this remedy for all these problems. So a little bit is related to the question about customization. No matter what technology, it is only a very small part of actually making digitalization work. So it, yes, has a potential to reduce dependence and have, let's say, more freedom choosing your vendors or changing them, even though it will also not be easy. But it's still mainly about putting this technology to work. So it's around the processes, legal frameworks, and you know it all much better than we do here, perhaps. And the other is actually related to this fear that now we will have this open source and some not so capable community will run my critical infrastructure. It's not, of course, that way. And we also know that the biggest holder of the open code is one of the frightful fives. So it is also. There is a business model also there, and governments must have security that.
When Microsoft acquired GitHub, I said, "Oh my God, they really mean it."
So there are benefits there, but there are many things as business as usual also, and we have to be aware of it.
Now, audience, if we want to be 100% sharp on time, we should then right now. But do you agree that we give Tony the floor to answer the last question in 1 minute? I think we have a consensus.
Okay,
but we delivered. Huh? You decided that we take 3 minutes.
So am I concerned about the market taking a solution and, strangling the market or coming up with a solution that will dominate it till the end of time? No, I'm not. Am I concerned that any state actor will turn into a frightful five and control our lives till the end of time? No, I'm not. The reason for that is simple. We're dealing with such complexity that you cannot control any of this stuff from the top down. Solutions emerge a la open source because of the network effect, because of the bottom up. That's the reason why open source works. That's why we believe, those of us who believe in open source also believe in the democratic approach works. You cannot put that back in the box. It's out there already. It's going to change the world.
What can I say after that? I can just wrap up the whole thing. First, I need to tell you, don't go away after the end. I mean, we will all get out, and the panelists will be there, and we will discuss, because we have the best things in Portugal up to now concerning food is what? Wine and pastéis. And I think we will have both outside, because we have the panel, the poster session. So there is a poster session. Don't go yet home or at your hotels. 6. Yeah, Maria-Elsa will not be able to join.
Jealous.
Yeah,
oh my God.
That's the good and the perils of being abroad. But now, closing this session, I was trying to compact it somehow into one small statement, and Tony did that quite well before. And my compacting would be like, okay, certainly GovStack and the similar initiatives are here to change the way that infrastructures are being designed and delivered. And services also are being designed and delivered, especially if we also have in mind to change the services. And this is resonating with something I learned years ago in my Greek schools that, and you know, of course, you have heard before, that we need to strike a balance in this government too, or in this new quest that is starting and has started already and it's going. The balance between doing the things right, in the right way right now, but of course, inventing and doing also the right things. And this balance should be there, more towards the second, I should say, than the first. I'm an advocate of quickly solving or even destroying some of the existing services that we don't care anymore, in order to move faster to the physical world, to the actual delivery, to the real SDGs that belong to our host. They are mandated by our host, and they should be a little bit more important than the certificates and the permits. But I thank you very much. You have been an excellent panel, docile and following questions, and now we can all have a break. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Let's have a picture. No, Maria-Elsa will stay at the back as it is. Yeah, you see, that's the new. I was expecting the photographer and...
Always. Hybrid picture then, you know.
Digital picture. 1, 2, 3.
Great. So we don't need a photographer.
Goodbye, everyone. Enjoy your pastéis. Oh, bye-bye.